I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, wherever you are. Thank you so much for making time to join us again for this discussion, which I believe it is adding value to you and helping you define and view matters the right way. Welcome again to Mtembei TV, another segment of our political show. And today we are focusing on how do we secure violent-free elections in Kenya? What are the causes and remedies? Whose responsibility is it, and what goes wrong with successive elections? Can we have violent-free elections 2022? I would love to hear from you wherever you are and share your sentiments and your thoughts on this great subject, because from the undertones and the whining and the complaints being voiced from different quarters, we have those that are already disturbed by the election arrangement, and we seem not to be ready for an election that will be, received gladly by all parties. And so it is important that we dive ourselves into this and be able to come to a conclusion that is valid. So welcome to the show. Use the link in the comment to join into the discourse and let us get to the bottom of all this by sharing our different views and our different perspective on this very important subject. Now, I know this is one of the subject that most people may not want to say anything about it, but it's important that we don't play the ostrich game, burying the head in the sand and until it is too late. So let's start talking, because when we start talking, we will stop fighting and begin to understand one another. So get in, guys. Let us make a difference today. Yes, Abok, how are you? Abok, are you here? The link is in the comments. Let's get in and let us begin the discussion. How do we secure violent-free elections in Kenya? What are the causes and remedies? Whose responsibility is it? What goes wrong with successive elections that they result into this violence? Can we have a violent-free elections 2022? That is a matter at hand that I believe we must settle before the show is over. Client 1317, 1317.3, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. I'll.
Sorry, you're not ready. Maureen, how are you? Maureen, how are you? Hey, you guys. You seem not set. Let's come in more and invite somebody to watch with you wherever you are. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining on YouTube, Facebook, and elsewhere. We're here to see to it that we have a better Kenya by us airing our views openly and clearly. Kenya is our country, and we must take responsibility for it to become the great nation it's supposed to be. So use the link in the comments and get into the studio. Let us get talking. How are you, Maureen? Unmute. Unmute fast. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. How are you
Yeah,
today?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm back again to the forum. It's been long.
Karibu sana.
What's the topic today?
We are looking on how do we secure violent-free elections in Kenya? What are the
Okay.
causes and remedies? Whose
Okay.
responsibility is it, and what goes wrong with successive elections? Can we have violent-free elections 2022? So, where are you joining us from?
Tuommoinen paja pitäisi saada. Tuommoinen paja pitäisi saada. Tai ostaa.
Maureen, are you able to get us?
Sorry, Bernard. I'm joining you from Finland. Sorry, it's winter. It's almost winter. It's so cold. That's why I'm covered up. But anyway, of course, what causes violence in Kenya is intolerance. And politicians making so much insensitive comments and talking carelessly. That is what is causing violence in Kenya. And of course, the worst is when the politicians, the presidential candidates don't accept the outcome of the results of the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think basically that is what is causing violence in Kenya. And tribalism,
Because best to the 2017 election session, violence started long before even the voting started.
Yeah, because for me, I voted in 2017. I voted for Baba, by the way. And I remember my region by then was Baba. And what caused violence is like the intransparency in the electoral system. Like sisi wote tunajua Baba alibiwa kura. Then there wasn't even nobody who organized the violence. It's only people were angry. Baba tumemvotia ameibiwa kura, Hata hii mambo watu waliorganize violence, ati watu wakapelekwa ICC. Nobody organized. People were just reacting. Everybody was feeling bad because everybody knew that kura ni ya Baba. Unaona? So I think if IBC should up their game, they should just have to be transparent na like the executive isiingilie makazi za IBC and the courts. I think to solve outcome it okay. Who wins justly.
Okay.
I think so.
So thank you, Maureen. Let's keep talking. Jonathan. Jonathan, how are you? Oh, client Sema. Yes, client 13.17.3.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, guys. In short, I'll just talk the truth. I will just talk the open. The problem we have in Kenya election is just one person only somebody who never accept results, mwenye anaanzaga vituko hata kabla uchaguzi uishe. It is only person, and if you minus that person in Kenyan election, it will be peaceful. Like the way we are heading in 2022, even kama akona system, I'm sure we will have a very peaceful election. But angekuwa nje bari kidogo, I think kungekuwa kubaya. But the problem we have Kenya is only Raila Odinga peke yake. Akikuwa kwa ballot ashidwe kila wakati ameibiwa. Hakuna wakati anakubali matokeo. Na hata ya 2022 tu sioni kama atakubali. So, the problem with the Kenyan election is Raila, nobody else. Akikuwa kwa ballot anashidwa.
Client, ngoja kwanza. We cannot say that one person causes violence. Were you here in 2017? Were you here in 2017?
Yes.
When
Yes.
Sharon was shot, there was violence long before the elections ever took place. When Baba was coming from the airport going to Uhuru Park, there was all manner of shooting. People died long before the elections. So how was Raila causing elections by refusing results? Was he refusing results before the voting take place?
I want to tell you, you start checking how the ODM or NASA were doing their campaign. Uangalie the style of their campaign, you will see what causes those violence. Na hata ukiangalia very soon currently wameanza. Umeona venye walifanya Busia.
Wewe umesema vizuri kwamba Baba anakose violence kwa kutokubali result. Na nikupatia mfano wa 2017.
Yes.
Wa yule mtoto alipigwa risasi kule ni Mathare ama wapi. Siku ile Baba alikuwa anatoka Amerika kutoka airport kwenda nini, kulikuwa na violence Jogorod kila mahali. How was Baba refusing results before the elections have taken place?
What you should know, it's all the tension that are there before election are caused by Baba, and even after election are also caused by Baba, and even they don't. And I think Saidia Baba, they never accept any different opinion from their own. Look what they did to Ajege. Look what they did to Ruto. Very early, even at the other election, that is what they begin even before election. Let's call a spoon and a spade a spade. So Baba is the cause, and his region and his supporters are the cause of violence in this country. Na wanaanzaga fujo hata mapema.
Okay, so Baba fights among himself, he fights with his followers.
Okay.
One, if you have a different opinion from Baba's followers, expect a lot of chaos, expect a lot of tension. If you have different opinion, that is it. Let's call a spoon. Tusidanganyane.
Bernard, can I react to
Baba akitoka kwa ballot, Kenya tutakuwa very good and very peaceful election.
That is not the way it goes, client. You cannot keep somebody from being on the ballot because you think he's the cause of violence.
Bernard,
Yes, Maureen.
Can I react to client?
Go ahead, Maureen.
I understand where he comes from. You know, of course, Baba, as he's saying that he's so patriotic, should always accept the outcome, whether he loses or, you know, the problem with Baba, hata for instance kaa alibiwa, he should put Kenya first, akiseme tu okay sawa, nimeibiwa tuendelee. But okay, si kubaliane na client ati Baba ndiye anaanzishanga, ni supporters wa Baba wako radical. Now mostly I'm sorry, wacha ni mention tu yo niseme Wajalo. I'm not tribalist, but Luos are not tolerant enough, and they should learn to be tolerant. Waache hizo mavita. Juu watu wakilingana mawe, hata wafanye nini. Kama Baba alirigiwa au amerigiwa, there's nothing much you can do about that. just accept, and Kenya is bigger, you know.
So
as
Kenya
such, client,
Kenya
you
is
don't.
bigger to enhance theft. What do you mean Kenya is bigger?
What I mean is, no, like that time, me, I voted for Baba, and it's the only time I voted. It was my first time na sijai vote tena. So hata mi nilifeel vibaya, but the outcome was that it couldn't equal, lazima ifike kwa hiyo violence enye baba sasa ndio anaambia watu mwende kwa streets, sijui fanyeni nini, because hizo ndio inaleta vita, na at the end of the day vita hizi tusaidia sisi wote. What baba could have done na that time
Maureen,
could just kubali tu umeibiwa kura,
demonstration and civil disobedience is provided for in the constitution. There's no violation of constitution by demonstrating and demanding your rights.
Okay, demonstrations are very rightful. They're in the constitution, but demonstrate peacefully. Si ati kulinga watu na mawe, kuchomana, sijui kufanya nini. You see.
Usawa ikuwa kwa hiyo demo.
Nani yo?
Wewe usawa attend demonstration.
Siwezi attend hiyo ujinga. Mimi nilikubali, tulisikia vibaya, nimevotia baba na hajakuwa president, nikasema sawa. Kwani si Kenya lazima iendelee? So hiyo yenye watu wana fight after outcome. Hata Ruto sahii akishindwa, watu wa Ruto wasilete mambo ya kuchoma watu ama kufanya nini. No, nothing. Ruto tu kama ameibiwa kura, we go the court way. Twende sheria ifanywe, itawezekana, tukubali results, tuendelee.
Okay. Thank you Maureen, thank you client. Inawezekana, unasema vipi?
Ningependa kuuliza Maureen, ameongea vizuri, ningependa kumuuliza swali moja. Since you voted for Baba once na ukasema hautawahi vote, are you going to vote next time?
No, I didn't say I can't vote anymore. Ni vile tu sasa sahi tuko diaspora.
Are you going to vote next time or uko diaspora?
Yeah, we don't know. We can't vote because we're not even registered. But of course, I wish I could vote.
So you wish you could vote. Who would you vote for at the moment now?
Definitely Ruto. Juu baba amekosa no, should anybody else come mwenye atatupatia agenda, ideologies yenye na make sense, I would vote for, apart from Ruto. But for now, seriously,
apart from Ruto,
nikiona watu wengine wote sioni mwenye analeta anything else apart from Ruto. The only option I have is Ruto now.
So inamaanisha you refuse to vote for Baba because alikudisappoint. Aliibiwa akakubali ameibiwa. That's what you are saying.
Not really. Sai Baba mimi naona ana policies anatuuzia. Mimi sielewi agenda ya Baba. Mimi nimeelewa ya Ruto bottom up economy. Ya Baba hata sijua na standia nini. Sijaelewa. Una get?
Let's relax. Okay? Hapa
maybe Baba
kama uelewi.
Maybe Baba come up na sasa Baba akisema atapea kila mtu 6,000. I make sense ati watu vulnerable, watu wangapi ni maskini Kenya, atapea nani 6,000 nani? Unajua alete policies zake ndio to understand Kenya anaweza fanya, but so far up to now I'm not convinced about Baba. Nimeangalia bottom up ya Ruto, naona it's making sense to me. So for now, if I would vote, tavotia Ruto.
No problem,
Maureen, you're not making sense. Anyway, thank you.
No, inawezekana mute. Kila mtu mute. Let's have order. So, Maureen, utatuelezea bottom up later on. Let's give everybody the...
Yeah, I understand it. I can really explain about that. Okay.
We will give you time to explain for us. But right now, I want us to focus on how to have balance elections in Kenya. Can we have a violent free election in 2022? What causes violence and what are the remedies? Let's try and stay within the boundaries. Kev, how are you?
Joskus kaverin autolla.
Toa maoni yako kwa
Hello.
kama utangulizi.
Veti ympäri tuolla kuin täällä.
What I want to talk about free and fair elections and without violence that in the last 2 or 3 elections it has been either hotly contested. So when you have elections that are hotly contested, a situation whereby sometimes it becomes difficult for us to know who is the winner. This is
Bernard, noise ni mingi sana.
Sen vajaa autosta.
Maureen,
I
keep your mic mute, please. Everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, if you look at the last 3 elections that we've had, these are hotly contested elections. Sometimes even the commission that is in charge of the elections, they can't even be in a position to tell us who's the apparent winner. So in such a kind of a situation,
Bernard, sorry, let me interrupt. Siski sauti, by the way. Siski.
Kevin, get closer to the mic. We can't hear you audibly.
So what I'm saying, are you getting me?
Yeah, that's better.
So what I'm saying, if you look at the last 3 elections, they are hotly contested in such a way that we don't clearly get to see who is the winner. You know, sometimes in most cases, we look at a case of 2002. That was a clear case. The winning was with a big margin. So the runners-up was in a position to accept that he has been defeated. But you look at the last 3, they come with a lot of competition. But at the end of the day, you don't see clearly who is the winner. The agencies that are in charge of all this don't give us the clear winner. Number 2, those who contest should be in a position to also be in a position to say that have been defeated in this. Sometimes the responsibility squarely lies on the contenders, are the ones to give us this. Number 2, the commission itself should be in a position to give us who is the clear winner. Sometimes, as much as we may blame the contenders, let us also blame the organs that are in charge, the security organs, the commission itself. They should take responsibility for this under the contenders also. But if we say that if you are rigged, you should be in a position to give up and say it is okay. There is no democracy there. You have to find a way on how to fight for your democracy and for your right when you see what has been done. But it's not a case like what Marini is saying there that you've been rigged out. Kenya is greater than the elections. No, that means that we are going to create a system where rigging is the order of the day. That one can not work. So, in my introductory part, I should say that the responsible organs should take charge of this, especially the commission and the security agencies, because they're in the position also to tame this violence. But sometimes it is also a big issue because the politics of this nation is too tribal. So once you organize your tribesmen, it becomes easier for chaos to erupt because of in terms of tribal kingpins. If they give a command, this is the way to go. It'll have to take place, and let us also not look at it and say, "Oh, Raila." We've seen violence has been there since 1992, all these ways up to this level. So you should not look at for those few ones who have voted once and have seen these election violences in Raila's time. They should know it used to be there even during Moi's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan?
Yeah, how are you, panelists? So, how are we going to, like the topic of today's night, how are we going to stop the violence in election? How can we going to stop it? And people are standing in the podium, especially in church, and someone is saying that that Luos have been not paying rent since 2007 until now. That is kind of those are kind of words, Bernard, that they are bringing violence in election. Because how can someone stand up and say that in church that Luos are not paying rent since from 2007 until now? That's the word that they are causing problems, and that's the word that the politicians are uttering. That's the words bring violence in elections.
Okay, Aaron. Aaron, unmute.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for the discussion. And allow me to give out my submission concerning the issue of security of our next general election. And what I can say is that it's very possible for us to figure out from what took place in 2007 to check on the impact on when it comes to economic perspective. Another issue is it's also very clear that when it comes to violence, the one who usually lose are not the kingpin for the one who are fighting for, but are the same people who are also fighting.
Aaron, you seem to have technical hitches. Work on your net, then you will resume later. WG, how are you? Pia wewe amegatuka. Chris ameme. Chris ameme, are you still there? Hi. WG. What is happening? You keep dropping off.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening with my line. Are you the one who throws me out every other time, Bernard?
No, money has been poured to keep you out of this platform.
to finish me, isn't it? Now, I wanted to talk about the so-called electoral violence. I think in Kenya here, there are a group of or some communities that always have it, are always in different pages.
Mm-hmm.
They understand things very, I mean, like upside down. Violence, if you see the process that that dimension usually take, it generates from right from independence, immediately after independence, and immediately after independence.
Your network, the money is really working.
Kind of
WG,
school of thought, Nyayo regime. And I think there are people who've been constantly trying to emancipate themselves from this kind of group or this clique of group. It could be tribal. It is heavily tribal. If it is not one tribe, then there are two. And I think these are the people who changed the constitution into one party state. Kenya became one party state from the multi-party, and the rest of us decided to fight and end those kind of challenges. And it is the process that has continued until 2002, I will say, and eventually 2010. And even after the 2010, the constitution that emancipated the Kenyan people and gave them some of their rights. I think there's a group that has the other group or the other clique or the people on the other end have always tried to muscle democratically or financially, or sorry, economically, some other groups in the country. And the other group in the country are very conscious of manipulations of those musclers, those machinations and their activities. So they've protested always. They've always come up to protest. And I think while the other group are sometimes they use state violence and state machinery to muscle other Kenyans. There are times when Kenyans say no, and this is when it comes to elections, because I don't see the reason why a candidate can win openly, like the case of 2007, and then someone refuses to hand over power and even go to an extent of even swearing in at night, which is quite against the constitution. So someone will come and tell you that people should just keep quiet like that. I think that is a very casual way of taking Kenyans, of taking things. And that is taking Kenyans for granted. I'm telling you, even if today Raila himself became the president through a backdoor, I personally, regardless of me being a Luo, I'll take to the streets and protect the constitution of this land. So someone should not tell us that you just give up and let things go like that. If that was the kind of attitude we would have used, today we wouldn't even be having this kind of chat. It would have been proscribed as illegal long time ago, because we are so free. We attack Uhuru Kenyatta here, we attack any other person. We do that at will because of the free.
Okay, WG, your network is not favoring you, but I think you have made your point.
Are usually violence. Just a moment, just one more fact I wanted to, before I go silent, is that some of those people, sorry, you can just let it go. I think you confused me. There's a point I wanted to put.
Sorry, you will prosecute
it's
it
gone.
later.
I'll
Relax.
bring it back later on.
Work on
later.
your network, because you are
you.
hanging in between your sentences, and it's making it difficult for people to follow. Okay, Kizito. Vipi lakini?
Hi. Poa sana.
Why has thou forsaken me?
I went down up the hill to pray.
Hey.
I've been praying.
Hey. And I see God has answered the prayer.
Yeah, God has answered the prayers now.
Thank you very much. Welcome back.
No problem. Thank you.
Address us.
No, I don't want to address today. I just want to get to. I want to come into the panel first. I hear how people are talking. I've been listening. I just want to say hi to Maureen, Client, Jonathan, WG, Aaron, only the panelists. I just wanted to say hi.
Thank you, Kizito. You're welcome. Now, the rest of the panelists, we agreed that while you're waiting to speak, you invite somebody to watch by just sharing the link with somebody to watch or join, so that
Bernard, allow me to.
Hey, Aaron, I remember you. The network failed you, but we are coming to you. So, like we agreed, while you're waiting for your turn, invite somebody to watch on Facebook or YouTube, so that we all have a good number of people to listen to us, not just us speaking among ourselves. Sawa sawa. Okay, now Aaron, pick from where you left. I think you did not even start.
Now let me move on from where I left. And if I can still remember, I was discussing the issue of how the CS Interior is handling the situation. I can tell you, Bernard, that if the government responds the issue of heckling or the issue of riots as early as this, I can say that Kenyans are going to know the benefits of having violent-free election. And let me take you back to 007. What used to take place, and that is the reason that the election or the violence took such a very long time for the government to take the control. Now, if we check that it's like the militia, the government security had a course law, because I don't want even to reiterate, but I can just say that the security personnel could just view what's going on, the riot, people are rioting, and the security officers are just their side trying to celebrate. And if I can say that if this time round, if there is any case that the riots seems to be starting, maybe I can say that they are in a good position to handle, to cool it down as early as possible before it spreads up. Now, in most cases, these political issues or political riots are always caused by the politicians themselves. Just like what took place in Runyenjes, just like what took place in the other time in Githurai 44, what took place the other time in Busia County. It's just a stage situation where the government pays some goons to come and interrupt somebody's political rally, so that it influences the people, or so that it interrupts the minds of people and say that this particular person is not loved in particular area. But that should not be the case. If the leaders become responsible, I think I can say that it's very possible to have free and violent-free election. Another issue is that I'm also encouraging that leaders to concede the defeat. Though we always have the electioneering malpractices, we usually say that let the concerned authorities respond to the same. Because if we can take, the reason why I say that leaders should learn to concede the defeat is that, let's take for example to 002. There is only one person whom I can say that for him is very difficult to accept and say that I've been defeated. Let me concede the defeat and let me support the government. In the reason why is I heard somebody saying that in 002 we had a free and fair election where it had no violence. One person is that the same person who is very difficult for him to concede the defeat is that person was on this other side. He was on the winning side.
Aaron,
so I can say that
you people are pushing a narrative here that you very well know is not valid. The violence is not a monopoly of anybody. And it's not an individual case. Kenya doesn't belong to one individual.
Let me chip in, Bernard.
The winning of 2002, it was even impossible to contest. The difference was so huge that the second person had to concede. But if you,
and that is why,
for example, 2017, that's most recent, you must remember, okay?
yes.
When the matter was put in the Supreme Court, what happened? The first offer was, let's recount the presidential votes.
Yes.
What did the president lawyer say? He has to consult with his boss. And then when he consulted, what happened? They declined to recount. Okay, the second was, let's open the server and see the result from the server. If the result in the server confirm that Uhuru Kenyatta won, that settles. What happened? Until today, the server has not been opened. So in such a situation, if you are the contestant, how would you want to accept that and move on?
I was to that point, Bernard. So I'm sorry to say that you cut me
let's
short.
not make this a Raila Odinga thing, because that is the narrative that is being pushed. It's an issue of
I want to say
injustice.
this.
It's an issue of
I want to
lack
say
of
that.
transparency.
And that is why I said, Bernard,
Yes.
people like the way I know it is very, very difficult for somebody to consider David. And I also agree with Raila Amolo Odinga on what he's doing, but he's doing on a wrong way. He's doing such a particular thing, is failing to consider the defeat on another way around. Like instead of going to the concerned authorities, why let people riot on street? Why let people and say that we are going to have the peaceful? And you know, when it comes to Kenyans, people who are not learned, when they say the peaceful demonstration, it becomes the other way around. So I can say that if I was Raila Odinga, my suggestion is that I could have pushed the concerned authorities, never ever to file the same until it reaches the most high court. And that is why the reason why I say so is that they are in a position to concede the defeat if the same case is answered by the supermost or the highmost court in Kenya. And that is why the issue of the second election, when they say that the election was null and void in terms of the way it was conducted, I think there is where the Raila Odinga said that I accepted the defeat, and he decided to join with the Uhuru Kenyatta and move on with the actual issue.
My friend,
That is now
you are
the way
even
to go.
contradicting yourself.
Bernard,
what are you saying?
Bernard,
I was trying to say
this. Rebut what Aaron is saying here.
No, ngoja kwanza WG. Aaron,
but he's misleading people. He's misleading people.
Now, let me.
We are not here to be
Hold on, WG. I will deal with that. Aaron, the way you are giving your accounts are not systematic.
Allow me to put across my statement first, so that you will tell me that yes.
Where is the Supreme Court? Where is the second elections and conceding defeat? If you do not participate in an election, how do you concede defeat?
Bernard.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you.
Yes.
Now, who is speaking now? Can I speak
Aaron?
Maureen, hold on. Maureen, hold on.
Okay.
Just mute Kwanzaa. Mute Kwanzaa. You will come in. Yes, Aaron.
Now, Bernard, I can say that what happened in 2018 is that the first election was considered null and void. And there is where the IPC was asked to conduct a fresh election. That is the presidential election, isn't it? Now, we can say that maybe it was maybe Raila Odinga was a way of conceding that they failed to the other part of the country failed to vote, saying that once they have gone, they have gone. And that is why Raila Odinga accepted the defeat and decided to join in with the president. And that is my point.
Okay.
Bernard, allow me to.
Okay, Aaron, mute your mic.
So
okay.
I was saying that.
Hold on, Aaron. I thought you have finished your submission.
No. I was saying this. That is my submission was that.
Yes.
So my submission is that
yes.
I wish if any other person who is not in agreement with any electioneering results, he should use the concerned authorities, and they should learn to believe on these concerned authorities. That is my take.
Aaron, I ask you, what are these concerned authorities? What do you mean? Because demos and
he means the courts
provided for.
Bernard.
Now I can say that concerned authorities
Can I
now
help you? Can I help you to answer that from Aaron?
Okay, Aaron, Maureen wants to help you answer the question.
Okay, I think what Aaron means is that if you don't concede defeat and you feel there's an injustice, go to courts. The right channel to go, you go to courts, not make people go to the streets and cause violence. I think Aaron is trying to say that he's not saying that elections were not rigged, they were rigged, yes. But the worst thing that Raila could have done is to go to the courts instead of
let
calling
those
up people to go to
But he did.
That
he
is what
did.
is called violence.
Where have you people been? How was the election nullified if we did not to court? WG.
Bernard, I think here we are dealing with a case of cluelessness here, acute cluelessness in part of our colleagues who are presenting. I'm seeing like they take things on the face value and they don't probe the cause of protest, electoral protests that has been bedeviling us ever since. And that's the reason why I was trying to begin from what are the causes of these elections. Let us not dwell on on the happenings, things, the way they took place, like Raila Odinga not accepting. Because I think the thing here is, if someone is not happy with the results of election, there is a cause, there is a reason. And that's why even in 2017, when we saw a serious judge who was on the bench and those others nullified that election, because, and it has been ever like that, except that some in those previous elections where Raila protested, is that there was no judge. You remember that the very chief justice who was around belonged to some particular tribe, whose community fellow tribesman was in power. And therefore, this is the way they capture the power in such a way that even those, the concerned authority, like Aaron was trying to put it, are people who belong to them. Remember today, the cases of today about the BBI. If Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta belonged to that school of thought that he should continue ruling, or he should belong to that class of rigidness, then even that BBI, please let me just finish. Let me finish, Maureen. You've spoken enough, and I think you should give us time to explain. So if that school of thought that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, if he wanted, he could have even looked for a way to put there a judge who belongs to his school of thought. But since he's a Democrat, he has left the judges to do their own part. And therefore, with this kind of environment, it becomes so hard for someone to go out on the street to go and protest. Because if the executive is not doing, someone, please, Bernard, please protect me from some of these people who are not muting. So thank you very much. So what I'm saying, if
WG, summarize quickly, please. There are people on hold.
Yeah, I'm summarizing. So we should probe the causes of this violence. Let us not happen on the results. Why Raila is going to protest this and that. We must know and fix these things. Even today, Bernard, the UDA fraternity today was complaining about free and fair election of 2022, whereby government ministers, current government ministers, they were saying, telling those people to keep off. And these are some of the things that we should probe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But let me set the records here. I think there is an assumption everybody's making here that protesting and picketing is violence. That is a constitutionally provided for avenue of seeking justice. It's part of the avenues of seeking justice. It is not a violation of any constitution.
Okay,
the police are supposed even to protect the people protesting. The problem arises when the police begin to attack the people protesting. So
of course,
it is not only the courts. After the court, there is the public opinion court.
Okay, Bernard, I wish the police could allow people to protest peacefully and also the people to protest, but not fighting and destroying properties and killing people. Protesting peacefully could work out. You know, but the problem in Kenya, people don't understand protesting and like violence. When they go to the streets, they burn things, they destroy property, they kill people. So that is not okay. So I think in Kenya right now, we should call off those protests completely.
Calling off the protest is not a solution. It's not a solution. You can't violate the constitution on this side to justify the other side.
I think we should just have independent courts. The judiciary should
the absence of protest means people will take up arms and go to the bush. That
okay, hold on,
lack of protest will mean that people take up arms and go to the bush.
WG, you're out of order. Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Bernard, you know we are not telling each one the truth here. Remember, 2007, Ruto was with Raila, and Ruto was the one in the far front to say that he's not accepting the election. So I don't know which these people who are supporting now Ruto. They are now saying that Raila is the one who is causing chaos and is the one who is provoking violence. And Ruto was in 2007. He was with Raila, and he was the first person to say that he's not accepting the results.
There you have a point, but your point is still going to an individual. I want us to remain constitutional in our argument, okay? The only authority we have to go against anything or stand for anything is what the Constitution provides. So let's not foot for Ruto or foot for Raila. Let's foot for the Constitution in this argument. What are the constitutional provisions to ensure that we will have violent, free elections? Okay, and if everybody played the game according to the Constitution, there is no way we'll end up having problems. There comes a time when people put the Constitution aside and begin to deal with matters from their political persuasion or from their personal preference. And that is when things begin to fall apart. Because I don't understand why should a whole government deploy police to go and stop somebody from his procession from the airport to Uhuru Park. What was evil about Raila going to Uhuru Park to address his people? when he's coming back, to make sure that he has no ground, you go and block the wherever the other jacaranda field, fill it with the human waste, to see to it that nobody goes to gather there. A whole government functioning that way. I don't think that there is a provision for that in the Constitution. Hindering people's rights will always result into riots. I don't. Okay. Let me not talk too much. Where are we? Washington.
Okay. Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, let me tell you the reason why government always deploy, they know the behavior of ODM supporter. And I'll give a very simple example. I was in 2017, I had a small
That's a
business.
lie, client. That is a lie.
Listen,
Don't
I tell you,
profile. Don't profile some
WG out of
people.
order.
Don't profile
Please
some
stay
people.
in order. Stop the exchange matches. We must have a civil debate, including client. You don't speak anyhow from any quarter. Okay? The violence in this country is not an ODM thing. And we shouldn't do that because okay, let me bring this in because we seem to be pretending. Let me see if I get this. One, two, three, four. This.
Siku hiyo serikali itakuwa imekwisha na tutakanyaga hii serikali turarue mpaka chini.
Anataka nikueleze huyo ngeno mnashika, ile matatizo mnatafuta mtaipata.
Wale watu wanaendelea kupiga vita ya naibu wa rais. We are profiling you. We are marking you and we are profiling you. Ikifika wakati tutawashughulikia. Na wakitaka hii Kenya tutakanyagana mpaka wajue hawajui.
Ili mjue sisi sio wale ambao wanarushanga mawe na kungojea tear gas. You know us very well. Tukianza tutasimamisha nchi.
Wapi huyo client sasa aongee?
Now, WG, you are getting out of order. Now, I want you to see. I want us to look into the topic. In fact, this topic we started it last night. We finished in the morning. We say we are going to discuss this. So I want us to be sober on this one and be able to find who is responsible, what goes wrong with successive elections, how do we fix the problem, not look for who to blame. Sawa sawa. It was the turn for Washington.
Yes, thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity. Okay, the topic of today is very, very clear. And I think most of us are going out of what we are supposed to discuss. The topic is how can we do away with the political, the violence that is after election. And so to speak, we have been following the previous election we've been having from 2007 when we had election violence, also in 2013, and again in 2017 we also had a bit of chaos. But if we look at the cause of this problem, first of all, election is a process. It begins with the campaigns. It goes to the election, and then the release of results. And actually, if we look at, let us take even of the 2017 election, you realize that we were at peace up to until that moment when we had after the election, and the last election was disputed. One of the reasons as to why this happened, it is not because of we citizens who elect our leaders, but the process of that election is being undermined by, so to speak, some of our leaders who are there at the top, who don't want to lose the election. And if we go back, you realize the election was done, the process was not according to what people expected. And that's why normally unasikianga like in Kenya, we do election, but at the election, the results, yani mwenye anatoa result unapatanga like they release their own results. And that's why they had difficulties in opening even the servers, because they know actually what happened. So at the end of the day, it is not we citizens who have the problem. And then if we go to maybe the violence itself, sijaisikia penye Raila anaambia mtu eti okay, anasemanga maybe anasemanga like let us go and fight for our rights, and through this unapatanga those demonstration. But ukiangalia what cause Kenya ina lead to this demonstration is what happens after that, the process. Tukiangalia like let us take example of 2017 election. Even after the disputes were there, tukaenda kwa koti, and before even the election, we had issues even with our commissioners. That is before Chebukati. Even in 2017, tukasema we need to change those who stand for election, like the likes of Chebukati, meaning that at the end of the day, they also account for this, and that is where the violence begins. Usione eti violence inaanzanga tu eti maybe huyu ameshindwa. No, if at all we can have free and fair election, hatuwezi kuwa na hizi mavita za kila siku. So the only thing how can we have this free and election free violence? Number one, our leaders during campaign, they must also look at the kind of words they are giving out during their campaigns. Number two, we need also to have free and fair elections. Once we have this free and fair election, I don't think mtu atatoka nje to cause maybe the violence. That is all. Back to you, Bernard.
Niko na swali.
Haya.
Client, what is your question?
Okay, I will ask you that guy who talked the last. Okay, Laila went to Supreme Court, election was nullified. And the IEBC was told to repeat the election procedurally. Now, Laila refuses to participate in that election. So, who was wrong? If court gave direction and you are a candidate and you refuse to follow the candidate, so you mean you have your own Sharia. So who was wrong in 2017, especially repeating of second election?
Okay, maybe on the repeat of the second election. Actually, there are things which they agreed on that before we go even to the second election, because we, hata maybe wangerudia, then the same thing happens. Tungeenda maybe the third one, no. So kuna vitu yenye walisema lazima tufungue. Like one of them was the issue of the server. Lazima ujue, hata kama nilishindwa, nasema nimeshindwa. You need to explain to me, okay, ulipata these votes, how did you get them? Na server, sumejua watu wana transmit this result to the server. The server had it clear, and that's why maybe they have difficulties on that, because they knew tukifungua hii ukweli itajulikana. So that's why uwezi niambie eti niingie hapo na at the end of the day I'm expecting the same thing. Sasa ndio tukishamaliza ndio tuseme tena hata turudi the next the third election, no. So back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Washington. Client, one more thing. When the court gives orders, you don't select which order to obey and which one not to obey. So when the IBC did not open the server and they say they want to go back and conduct an election, not according to the specified agreement between the contestants, that in itself makes the repeat election null and void because you'll end up with the same results. Boycotting election is part and parcel of constitution provision. There is no violence attached to that. But let me not preempt the conversations. But what I want us here as young people, let's open up our minds and stop this stereotyping of saying Raila is responsible for violence, because the people speaking violence right now is not Raila. Raila fights for justice, not for killing people. If the police facilitated people to protest, will protest peacefully. Like, for example, the swearing in of Raila in Uhuru Park. When the police were there to keep security and the function went on, who was shot? Nobody. Who was killed? Nobody. Okay, let's hear from Mike.
Thank you, Bernard, once again. We are asking who's responsible for instigating violence. I've just sent a YouTube link of what Sonko purported to have happened some 9 months ago. It was actually talking about how Jubilee created a bad picture of ODM by buying ODM t-shirts, buying an old car in Grogon and burning it in on Gong Road, and saying that ODM goons from Kibera are burning vehicles. I don't know whether you guys remember that. It's an article that is I'll send a link for you guys to look at. You can see how desperate systems and government can get if they want to create a bad name for you. They can actually buy your t-shirts, parade people as ODM, and ban things, and then show the world how very violent you are. But history will bear certain people. History will speak for certain people. When you look, we are talking of violence and not demonstrations. Demonstrations, picketing is enshrined in the 2010 Constitution. Walking, sitting on the tarmac like Kalonzo and Raila did in protest of the injustices of the system, as far as not making the election credible, is a part of the civil disobedience that is provided for in the Constitution. So you cannot criminalize that aspect. It is we are talking of violence of killing baby Pendo, violence of burning people's houses, violence of displacing people, as we saw in 2007. That is the violence we are talking about. And if you look at history, you will see. I think the forum is not to discuss who, but what we need to do as a country to avoid that. To avoid that, we just need to have credible election, as somebody has said. If you were in Kenya in 2007 and you saw what happened in Tarakaniti, the rage that Kenyans will have who woke up at 3 a.m. to vote for their candidate, and then you go to a place where registered voters are 30,000, but those people who have voted are 50,000, and you expect people to go home and sleep properly, saying that we don't want to be seen as violent. Violence is a rage that is. Violence is sometimes also a rage that comes out of being pushed to the corner by the system, but it is not justified. As much as I'm I'm explaining the cause. The cause of certain violence is reactionary, not premeditated. It is spontaneous. That just like when somebody came to your house at night with a panga, and you take a panga and hit him back, you are not violent. You're actually out of anger and not anger, out of self-defense. You are coming out to defend what is yours. So some people would say the Tarakaniti moment made some people become very. The rage is just too much. You cannot imagine how people can take, how the system can take you for granted, that you wake up at 3 to vote and then go home and somebody just takes marked papers and throws them in and says so and so is the winner. So I think a credible election is one that guarantees peace, and a credible election can be known. We don't need to be very scientific about it. A credible election will be known when there's transparency. Like somebody said, if the survey is not opened and the law provides for it to be open so that we see everything, and somebody doesn't allow it to be open, that is not transparency. That is not free. That is not fair. So I hope it is going to be whatever that needs to be done to make the election credible should be done. The interesting thing, the people who are saying that Raila and ODM are perennial losers, 1 year to election, if you have heard, they are saying Matiang'i should not sit in the body that is preparing for the security and the logistics of election. And when Raila complained about the same thing and the same person, there's another clip. And you know, history is, with technology is very kind. You can always get it. You can always get it. You can always get it on record. Raila was told to keep quiet and let government officials do their work. Now ODM is saying they have full faith in IBC, and they will accept the results as they are. So you can see the other side is now the one complaining about credibility. 1 year before, it means they know something that they did that this system is going to do that they don't want it to happen. So I think credibility is what matters. But unfortunately, there is no perfect system. I think as a country, we need just to have values, because systems, however much you put system checks, when human beings have no integrity, they will manipulate their way to make sure that things work their way. So let's just continue impressing upon fellow Kenyans to have some level of patriotism and decency, just to do the right thing. Thank you.
This is PS Karanja Kibicho. They're locked in a tussle with the former Nairobi governor, Mike Sonko. He's accusing him of being part of the 2007 post-election violence. He wants evidence. He says he has evidence. So let's begin at the DCI headquarters along the Kiambu Road, where tonight Interior Principal Secretary Karanja Kibicho has recorded a statement over claims by former Nairobi governor Mike Sonko linking the PS to violence in the 2017 elections. Speaking at a rally in Nairobi yesterday, Sonko had claimed that PS Kibicho himself and other unnamed government officials organized the burning of vehicles along Gong Road so as to portray Raila Odinga and his ODM party as violent. PS Kibicho says the claim by Sonko amounts to pure character assassination, adding that he shall defend his name. Stephen Leto has more.
Enraged by Sonko's sensational claims, Interior Principal Secretary Karanja Kibicho made his way to the DCI headquarters early Monday to record a personal statement. Interior PS spent close to 2 hours with detectives to record a statement whose details were not available to us. Sonko Kevianguli! Kibicho's visit to the DCI was prompted by claims made on Sunday by former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko at a rally in the company of Deputy President William Ruto in Dagoretti South. Asanteni sana. Sonko claimed Kibicho, alongside unnamed influential people in government, organized the printing of ODM t-shirts in 2017 and banning vehicles to paint ODM leader Raila Odinga and his NASA supporters as a violent lot during the run-up to the repeat elections.
Wakati kulikuwa na maandamano ya ODM, mimi na Kibicho na Deep State wale wengine na system tulienda kuprint t-shirts za ODM, tukanunua magari second hand kwa mashowroom, tukazishoma huko Ngong Road, ionekane ni ODM, kumbe ni Deep State na system.
Other than recording a statement over the remarks, Kibicho has declared a legal battle with Sonko.
I am not in DCI as a PS Interior. I'm there as Kibicho, and Sonko shall give me answers if there is law in this country.
The Interior Ministry PS termed Sonko's remarks as character assassination, wild allegations and malicious.
When you talk of us banning vehicles, that's criminal, and it can't be left to go unchallenged. It will grow horns, and I can assure you, I don't start something I won't finish.
The former Nairobi governor on Sunday further alleged that government agents were orchestrating attacks aimed at undermining Ruto's hustler narrative.
Sahi tumeona Deep State na system wameanza kuchoma magari, isemekane ni mahasla wanachoma magari.
These wild allegations that whenever you are cornered, you run to be a Tanga, and then after you are Tanga start accusing Kibicho. We will bring them to an end. This Kibicho will actually pursue everyone who accuses me wrongly.
But Sonko now says, bring it on. In a brief statement, Sonko wrote, quote, "Throughout my entire public life, I have never made any allegations that I cannot substantiate, including the truth I spoke yesterday." End quote. The same system facilitated and financed the delivery of sewerage at the Jacaranda grounds to prevent Raila from holding a public rally. I was their mobilizer in Nairobi. The statement added. Immediately, pictures of destroyed vehicles posted by then Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko resurfaced at the internet, with Sonko then accusing the supporters of the destruction. Sonko's claims, however, came as good news for Chungwa House. Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, in a press statement, wrote, quote, "We are slowly but surely being vindicated as the people behind these nefarious schemes slowly emerge from their dark hideouts to confess to their crimes. The Orange Party now demands a full inquiry into the matter so that to establish the motives and extent of these mafia-like covert criminal acts, as well as all persons and institutions involved," the statement said in part. For now, a legal showdown could be in the offing, with PS Kibicho vowing that he shall defend his honor and reputation. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Okay.
Just to finish, 1 minute.
Okay, finish up quickly.
For you to know that it is credible, there is no case that has started against Sonko, because he will definitely present the evidence. I can dare anybody ask me, tell me which court Kibicho has presented a case against Sonko. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Mala, how are you? Mala, are you there? Okay, Mala seems not to be there. Aaron?
No, thank you very much, Bernard. It's good because you have the evidence with you. What I actually want to say is that let's take a crime as a crime. I've seen the first video that you played before you played the latest. is that leaders who are held responsible in any case that they are mobilizing or they are influencing a particular group of people to riot or any hate speech which is heard in public. I am saying that the government should act accordingly. I've heard some particular people speaking, and the speech themselves seem to be accusing. So what I can say is that if the government are acting on it in a swift way, and they do it in a way that is in accordance, then I can say that the issue of riots can easily be handled. Another thing is that somebody have talked of the government staging some other events so that some other people can be seen to be the one who are rioting. What I can say is that Sonko should be held responsible. And what I can say is that DCI should call upon Mike Sonko to go and record a statement concerning the same. And if it is true that if it is found to be true
That's
that
a year ago.
Mike
That's a
Sonko
year ago.
participated in,
What I'm saying,
yeah,
that is a year ago. This is not yesterday. So
It's okay,
nothing
Mike.
has
It's
happened.
okay, Mike.
Oh.
Hold on, Mike. Let him finish. You will respond. Thank you.
now that is it. That is you know, a case is a case. That is why the government is also dealing with the case which are passed. So if Mike Sonko did that with Kipicho, if it is true that they did that, DCI is supposed to be the one who is responding to it. So what I can say is that Sonko.
Ben, he is gone. Can I say something?
I was to respond to him.
Mike, yes, go ahead.
I was to respond to him. I finished and by saying that allegation has not been challenged in court because it cannot, because there's you must be very ignorant if you don't know Sonko. Sonko records everybody he meets through video and voice record. If you have not seen that, then you are new in Jerusalem. So when he says he has evidence, he's not talking of what he was told by somebody. It is what he has in very clear print of even how money is being exchanged. You saw how he fixed the Asian who went to his office. So when this other guy says the matter should be taken to court, it cannot be taken to court because the government cannot take itself to court. It was a government, it was the system's plan. So let us not also trivialize information such as this by saying a crime is a crime. That's not a crime. That is a system orchestrated arrangement, not by an individual, by the whole system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I want us to hear from Andy before we go to James.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I'm very happy to join you this evening. Let me start by saying that we have no space for violence again in Kenya. We will continue seeing peace. Bernard.
Yes.
Yes. I was saying that
yes.
This violence is supported by these politicians and some few individuals who put politics in their hearts. Wanasahau sisi wote ni mandugu. Let me say this, Bernard. When you see someone trying to orchestrate things by burning cars and printing t-shirts so that people can think that the other people are the one who are bringing violence in this country, those are kind of politics that we will not support and we will not entertain in Kenya. I don't see the reason why a person should raise a panga or a rungu in the name of I'm supporting someone and you are not supporting him. We should promote democracy. We should allow everybody to vote a person of his choice peacefully. That's that's mature politics. And I don't want I don't want to see a situation that whereby we see this country in violence again. Elections will come and go, but people will remain in the same country. Our responsibility is to maintain peace, love, and unity. You can see in a time like 2007, a lot of people died. Our economy went down. People suffered. All these things does not bring any sense, and it does not bring any importance to our children, ourselves, our families. We have a responsibility to make sure that Kenya remains peaceful. We have a responsibility to make sure that our politics is mature. We don't have to allow some politicians to make us fight because of their political gains. We are good, we are matured people. We know what is good and what is right, and we know what is bad. So it's our responsibility to know the right thing and the wrong thing. So sisi kama wananchi tunafaa kupendana sisi wote. We will not go in those kind of violence again, and we will never see our country go to this kind of negative things. So that's all I can say, Bernard.
Andy, you are very good. You are very good in giving conclusive statements.
Yes.
I would vote for you to be a judge in some court somewhere. But the problem is that you only give the ruling. You don't give the substantive reasons why the ruling is that way. What will prevent us? What will prevent us from ending up where we end up always if we keep doing what takes us to where we end up always?
I said, Bernard, I said we should avoid some people like politicians. Imagine a person trying to ban a vehicle, so that it's only politicians and us ourselves. Bernard,
take that again. We didn't get it.
My network is very low.
Okay.
Let me work on my network.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, let's hear from James Wan. How are you today?
I'm fine. How is the evening?
Good evening.
How are you doing?
The evening is good, James. Come in.
Yes.
We are great. Today we started early.
Pardon?
Today we started early.
You started early?
Yes, it's still early. It's not like yesterday we met after midnight.
Okay, I can see you are dealing with the issue of violence. And what I can say is very simple. Violence in Kenyan electoral process has a history. And the history is a very sad one because we experienced a real violence after the introduction of multi-party system. when we went into competitive politics, there are those who thought they could use violence as a way of managing the voting patterns in parts of the country, and therefore the violence was well orchestrated to suppress voting patterns of certain people who are already predetermined in the manner in which they would vote. Therefore, displacement was one of the methods that were used to make sure huge parts of the sections of the population did not go to vote on the voting day. So it is almost institutionalized so far that there are people who, because they have benefited over the years from violence as a way of managing votes, you will occasionally hear outbursts of violence from parts of the country or surrounding the period of voter registration and in the lead up to the elections proper. So at the first point is that the violence that was used was state-sponsored. That is very well captured in the Akiwumi and report and other reports that have subsequently been produced, Kiriku report and others. So the cause of violence is mainly to manage the voting patterns. You will find that even up to today, there are people who feel that because you reside in a certain area, you should essentially vote in a certain way for their preferred candidate, which actually is a very unfortunate state of affairs if we really want to entrench democracy in the country. Each individual should be left free to vote according to his right and will without being coerced in whichever way, so that democracy can thrive. At individual level, certain politicians have made violence as a way of winning elections. This is very prevalent in arid and semi-arid areas where the voters are not many. So you find that the candidates are split by only about 500 votes. So you will hear of a state, or you will hear of a state of violence that is, that we are told is instigated by cattle rustling and competition for resources like water and forage for the cows. Now, this is something that is very much hidden, something that does not come out very clearly, but you more or less ask yourself why it has to happen at certain specific periods, particularly in the period in lead up to the elections. There is also the fact that perceptions, violence is used as a way of bringing political perceptions. You are aware that we have had these small incidents, if I may call them that, where candidates go to a certain area and then you find a group of youth that you can obviously see is well organized to heckle and actually shout and even cause mayhem as a way of sending a message across the country that this candidate is not wanted, so as to manage the perceptions, mainly in far-off areas, that if he has been rejected in this area, how can he then win elections? So one of the reasons that violence is used is to bring about a perception about certain candidates that either they are not wanted in some areas or that they are violent and therefore bad people. All these are machinations of politics and the politicians. I do not know, and I don't have answers, straight answers for this, because like I've told you, there is what we call state managed violence, where sections of voters are made uncomfortable in certain areas and therefore do not take votes or do not turn up to go and vote. Then there is violence sponsored by specific politicians in specific areas to have the outcomes that they would want. So it is something that we should think about in a wide sense to see how maybe we can assist the country to come up with methods of capping this kind of behavior, which actually portrays the country as not mature enough for democracy. Yet, truth be said is that Kenya has made strides in terms of democracy, but we have those challenges of a few people who think they can use violence as a way of managing political trends, voting trends in specific areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Iko swali? Ni kama Mala hajafika. Mala, uko wapi? Okay, let's hear from Edwin. Unmute, Edwin. Unmute.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu sana.
Asante, I've joined now.
Eh.
So niko kusikiza kwanza wenye mada iko. I'll contribute later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
WG.
Yes, Ben, Bernard.
Yes.
Thank you
Una
very
jambo la
much. You see now
kuongezea?
these guys.
Ama tufungue chapter ingine?
Yeah. No. Wacha niseme kidogo, bado niko. Leo umeanza mapema, tunaenda mpaka pomoni. So we are still here. Lakini ni kuongea kidogo na kunyamaza. You see, our friends from UDA area, side, they come here, they make an unsubstantiated, allegations, then they diminish. They are nowhere to be seen. You see, now my allow me to take a different route. I think God has been so grateful to us as Kenyans.
Gracious.
God has been gracious because what these guys are calling violence is not even violence. Those are demonstrations which are protected by law. You see, the only time we witness what they call violence are cases when the government has sought to interfere with those demonstrations. And the way they've been brought up, you remember when ODM would call rallies at where Uhuru Park, and then you find the government coming with Nairobi business community, and sometimes the same business community are the ones who would go and rob people or traders of their wares. But in the event that the government just allows the picketing to proceed on uninterfered with, it has ever remained peaceful. There is no single incident that the government allowed picketing to go on without interference. Then it turned into violence. In my history of this land, I've never seen such a case. So this thing we call violence has been coming from one part or one side. I think that one should be taken very seriously. And even Sonko himself now attested to that. You see, and then away from that, I think we as Kenyans, there's nothing that violence can add, either in terms of your man getting there as the president. If he has gotten there through violence, then is a useless person. I think we should be people who are tolerant. The way we are tolerant here, we have people who are, out to poke us, to poke people around, through, allegations, unfounded allegations. But we should allow those kind of people also to thrive with us. But I want to thank God because He has protected this country. If you see what happens in the neighboring country worldwide or other countries worldwide, that is when you will know that God has spared us. And I think the other thing is some of our leaders, I will give them credit for that. We have leaders who, some of them, when things go to the extreme end, they sit down and they just say, if this is the case, then let us take this route, whether it's going to benefit them or not. I think if we could have had the other version of leaders, I don't want to call names, because we saw that in 2007, when every other person was out there picketing and demonstrating in the streets. There are a group of people who took to going personal and harming others, which is not good. And these are the same people whose clips were shown here, and they were portraying the same that bravado. If it is a case of bravado, my friend, there is no people who will claim that they are bigger than others. It is just people have to be tolerant to each other. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, WG. All right, Mike.
Question.
Okay, yes, James.
While I appreciate what my colleagues are saying, I think it is important that he does distinguish between political violence and misconception about picketing, which the government has often turned into an illegality. Yet it is something captured very well within the constitution that you can picket. But there is violence, political violence engineered by politicians and sometimes by state apparatus to achieve certain political ends, either through through vote suppression during the registration of voters, or in the lead up to the election, so that there is a mass displacement of voters who will not turn up and vote, and therefore the results in that area take a different direction as conceived by the others of violence. Thank you.
Okay. WG, you have a response to that?
I think James did not ask a question. He has explained. Maybe he asked then explained himself, and I don't think I need to add anything on top of that. James, did you? I think you explained yourself well.
Okay,
Are you
probably
comfortable?
I would say something
Yeah,
like
I'm fine. I'm fine with that because you see, Nani Bernard, allow me to state that apart from the political violence, we also have, especially they are closely intertwined, but there is also the issue of land and those other cases whereby it thrives more during the electioneering period. So we should also know that. But I think most of my friends here, what I meant, James, was that most of our friends here are trying to misinterpret picketing with that violence. Violence is a situation whereby you are beating up some people or making them move, without their consent. They want you remove them from some area, and you become, the situation becomes intolerable. So, but just resisting some kind of political, some political, policies, and by means of picketing, I think that one is very right. Yeah, so
Fine.
we need to separate this. Yeah,
I think I'm comfortable with that, and particularly one person who has really suffered as a result of that misconception and misconstruing is Raila Amolo Odinga. Is because of those calls for picketing, is often been portrayed as somebody who wants to bring violence in some sections. He was kind of demonized as a person calling for violence. Yet the reality is that picketing is a legal tool, a mechanism through which people can express themselves. But you see, our politics is not that clean. It is dirty. So he's one of the persons who are really servant, especially in parts of the country like Central, where the politicians there would say that, you see, this man is asking for people to come up into the streets to cause violence. So that is our history. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just add something on the recipe for violence is I think WG put it. It's a process. It's an outcome of a well castrated process, and it begins with zoning the country, and it's an old Kanu book of rules, where you zone a particular region and say this is ODM zone, this is Kanu zone, this is the other party zone, and then in the process now hinder the other people from coming in to campaign in that particular region. You say this is a UDA zone, nobody should come here and say anything else. And when we now program the people to believe that way, that every song that is being sung in the Rift Valley should be UDA. Anybody who is doing anything other than UDA is going against our aspiration as a people, is going against our own son, and we should deal with that particular person. Now, when we begin to do that segregating of people because of their because of our party affiliation, that is where we begin now to make other people who live among us uncomfortable. Okay, like now those statements like we are zoning you, we are what we are profiling you, we know where you are, and we will come for you. Now, when all that is born out of what? Begins by zoning, and that zoning is as a result of anticipating a particular outcome from an election. You are not going to an election to compete. you're going to an election to win by all means. Now, when that becomes now the order of the day, there is nothing you will not do to see to it that you win, including stopping people from registering, and those that registered that will not vote for you, you make sure that the IBC will not deliver the ballot papers in those sections on time so that there is delay. You want to tilt the outcome of the election so that at the end of the day, it is not the will of the people, but your will that has been done. And it's because you anticipated to be beaten, and so you want to defeat justice. Every time we attempt to defeat justice, we will always end up in conflict. And I believe this is one place as a country we must come to terms with. Let us allow our democratic course to take full course. Either we want to be democratic or not. But if we're democracy, then let democracy prevail. The cajoling and twisting things so that they come out another way when democracy has decided the other way will not leave this country in one piece. And so the people in leadership and all the participants in the election should accept. Kama IBC inapaswa conduct election, you conduct elections according to rules, and the outcome, let it be whatever outcome comes out, let that carry the day. Nobody should manipulate the result and try to defeat what the people have said. Like I've given an example. We have MPs, I come from Western Kenya, that were declared as MPs, and everybody in the village went silent because nobody voted for them. Everybody voted. They did not have numbers. They were not anywhere on the top 3 people that will carry the day, but suddenly they are declared winners. So they were generated by the system and not the people. And so the people will revolt against such leaders. So if we want to get leaders by democratic means, let's believe in the democratic means, and whatever democratic means give us, let's accept it. Not to try to turn it around and begin to make decisions on behalf of what people have made the other way around. Yes, Mike.
Yes, thank you, Bernard, for that insight. As we were talking, I've gone back memory lane. I like history. I don't know because I'm old, but history explains very many things for us, and it makes it very easy for us to understand certain things. As panelists, have we looked at the 202 election and how it happened? I think, I don't know whether I'm the only one, but it was very peaceful. And there was a lot of jubilation. In 202, the country, not politicians, I want us to be very clear, the country had a resolve that they wanted change. They were coming from a very, very depressing environment of almost dictatorship. The economy was going down. Human rights were the lowest, almost we were top 10 in the world in human rights violation. And as a country, we were desperate for change. So Kenyans as a whole, from Mombasa to Turkana, they threw away their tribe, their economic status, their religion, and all of them were in unison that we needed change, and there were words, yote yawezekana, and all that. And there was a lot of jubilation during campaign. There was no anger, there was no animosity, and the margin was almost 70 versus 30, maybe with some 10% error. But there was an anonymous resolve by the country that we needed to go a certain direction. And whoever we gave the presidency, it didn't matter. We just wanted someone to spearhead a certain agenda. But come now, it is leaders assembling us and giving us a course and telling us models and agendas for us. And if you look at 2013-2017 elections, they have been cut through 50-50. And I've noticed that is also one of the reasons why there is tension, and that then leads to violence. Because when you know you only need 3 votes to win, you will do anything legally or illegally to meet that gap. But in 202, you could not. It doesn't matter whether you stole ballots, sacks of ballots, or you did what. And Kenyans were very vigilant. They would not have allowed anything funny to happen. As a country, we don't have a resolve. We have become selfish as electorates. We are sitting behind waiting for leaders to give us an agenda. If we all coalesce as citizens around a certain agenda, because we have 3 or 4 agendas that we can come together, that can bring us together, believe me, leaders will follow us. They will not give us agendas. We shall give them agendas, and we shall dictate how to run the country. But we are living in a cosmetic world. We think we are democratic, we vote our leaders, but they actually decide. They decide for us who should be elected, because they decide the agenda, they decide the policy, they decide even how we are going to vote, and that's why you see there's a cutthroat, because there is no clear-cut agenda that Kenyans have come up with. We are being told the economy is hard. We are being told youth need jobs. We are being told corruption. But as Kenyans, have we come up with a very strong resolve that compels leaders to listen to us and force them to even work to a corner? If we did that, believe me, now this is where I'm going. Ruto and Raila will be in one party trying to make right what they have done wrong. But now each one of them can go either way, knowing that Kenyans can be played along and they will just fall into certain places. So I think part of the reasons for our problems is ourselves. We don't have a strong resolve. Americans had a very strong resolve, and when Obama came, they needed somebody to inspire hope because they were coming from a recession, economic recession, and they were looking for somebody who could give them hope. But they just needed somebody who tells them, yes, we can, and that was all. And that gave them, he might have delivered or not delivered, but that gave them some commonality. You can see the election of Obama on his first time was not as controversial as what happened the other day between Trump and Biden, because there was nothing very significant that the country was coalescing around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Probably if I will say something about that, as okay, the country is in serious problems, and it comes out of that pain and that suffering for a resolve to emerge. But even if it does, it will need somebody to lead it. It cannot be just start from nowhere. We will have somebody to speak out. For example, about the injustices, the marginalization, and all those historical injustices that we keep talking about. Everybody will normalize them, and especially the system would want them to be taken as normal. And I would say that it looks like it's a calculated means of a particular section of the politicians to normalize what is not normal, so that Kenyans can accept it as normal and say nothing about it. Okay, just like what James was saying, picketing has been sold to the other part of the country to mean violence, and whoever calls for picketing is a violent person. He's not a leader because he's calling for picketing. And
let Maureen
now you guys, I said you don't unmute until it's your turn to speak.
Okay.
If you want to speak, you lift your hand, you will be picked. So, and you don't begin to speak when somebody is talking, is in the middle of talking, except you want to intercept, you lift your hand, you'll be given an opportunity. Because the moment your mic is on, mine is on, we can't be heard because the feedback is the same system.
That is what I wanted to say, Bernard. That is what I wanted to say.
Okay, so let's use gestures until you have an opportunity to speak. So the politicians have found a way of twisting what is true to make it wrong, and so that they justify the narrative they want to sell, which can easily be bought by whipping up emotions of a certain clique of people. And we need to be able to read through this as people, that this person wants this and he's not telling the truth. Okay, you cannot say you want to marry somebody, you have seen a certain girl, you want to marry her, and then this girl has a boyfriend, and then all you spend to do is running down this boyfriend so that the girl can stop this boyfriend and fall for you. When it finally happens, what will you tell her next? Okay, because your agenda has been running down the boyfriend. You have succeeded, the boyfriend has gone. Will now your life be built on the run-down boyfriend, or you will have you need to look for a new agenda to keep the conversation going? So we must be honest, and if we really want to secure this country, let us stand for what is true, not what is acceptable, not what is convenient, not what everybody can buy in. Thank you, Maureen. Unmute, Maureen. You are mute.
Okay, Bernard, my take about this issue is that our politicians know how to run our emotions as Kenyans. Because, for instance, Raila, by the time he was doing a handshake with Uhuru, and we had all believed that the Jubilee government has failed us. In fact, if Raila could be away from Uhuru right now, we could have voted for him. But you can imagine, Raila is there, the COVID billionaire money, nobody speaks about it. And Raila was sanitizing the corrupt, and it was not even speaking about it, you know. So that's why I think Ruto now looks like he can deliver to be the president. But again, if you just look at Ruto, of course, he's trying to justify that when he was with Uhuru the first time, everything was okay. You see, so every politician is trying to just whip our emotions to their side. But we as Kenyans, me and you, Bernard, and as all the panelists here, we just look at the truth. Who do you think, from you now, right now, if you vote, will you vote for Raila or will you vote for Ruto? Thinking about that, what has Raila really done to Kenyans? Think about that. What has he done, for sure, apart from we've been seeing him creating this thing of going to the roads and causing violence, you know. Okay,
excuse me.
Hold on. Order, everybody.
Bernard, even if you don't want others to interject, but now number one, Maureen is so off the topic.
You're out of order, WG. Okay?
Okay, I'm not siding anyone because I said I voted for Baba. And for now I don't see anything that Baba is doing, because I was so disappointed when there was these COVID billionaires and Baba was there with his brother and he couldn't even speak about
the question to you, Maureen. The question to you, Maureen, is how much was lost in the COVID billionaire?
I don't know. They say the COVID billionaire, I don't know, but at the time they say billion, it's good money.
So you are saying what you heard somebody say?
No, but it's true. You know, like Finland, where I live right now, they gave Kenya like millions of money to fight COVID. But where is the money? And you know what? What I think about us Kenyans, nobody wants to question Uhuru himself. You want to shift
Maureen,
to Ruto or Raila, but the ally of Uhuru right now is Raila. They're eating together. That's why Raila is irrelevant right now to me.
There is information you don't have that you need to get. Okay?
Yeah.
If you want to prosecute a case, you first of all investigate, get the for example, you are in Mtembei group on WhatsApp. Okay? There are some posts that are posted there that are fake news, but they are posted as if they are right news. So if we want to discuss such a matter, I would get the post, I'll forward it to Mtembei and confirm, check out this thing through your contact. Is it true? Like that matter, they said Taru's house has been set on fire. It was almost breaking news. We almost announced it.
Okay,
here.
Let me tell you, for Bernard, I'm a Kalenjin. And I know the ground. What is happening is Tarus.
Listen first, I finish, then you can respond.
Okay.
I had
surely,
to
Bernard,
check
can't
out
we
to
have
find
order?
out whether that is true or somebody's just posting something. Then on checking, it was confirmed it is fake news. So I would have come on this platform.
You know why it has to make news, Bernard?
Get the people.
It has to make news because they want to make it like now Studi or Ruto are the one who are the people who went to. Bernard, can I elaborate
please,
to you about
let
that
us
kind
have,
of thing?
Let us have a focused discussion. What are we discussing tonight? So let us, through your help, please, let us discuss things that we've.
Okay, we were discussing what causes violence during election time. I think I left it at that point. And as we say, what causes violence is all these things we are saying: intolerance, utterances that politicians make, lies that politicians say. Like if Raila now says that he wants to be in the government and he's already in the government, already he was there when the COVID billionaire was making it and he couldn't say nothing, you know? So I think what causes violence is politicians who lie that they can do magic.
And where was Ruto? Ruto is not supposed to mention anything, even if there is violence, even if there is theft. Ruto is supposed to be silent while Raila is called upon to talk, isn't it?
No, Ruto is labeled like a thief. Nobody doesn't know that Ruto has been labeled like a thief. But why can't Uhuru bring out what Ruto was stolen seriously to be prosecuted?
Now, I've asked you a question, you did not answer me.
Yeah.
How much was lost in COVID billionaires?
Bernard, you're asking me a complex question. I don't know, but I know it's a lot of money.
That's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm saying.
therefore
Don't
it's
just
rumor.
repeat things you heard from politicians.
Yeah, those are rumors.
Confirm those figures. According to
I can't confirm, but what I know is that even the international community, like even in the EU, where I live in Finland, they gave money to Kenya for COVID.
Giving money
that
is one
there was
thing.
no implementation on the ground. People are not vaccinated. So
people are not vaccinated. Is COVID under control in Kenya?
Not in the rate that it should be.
No. Has the government done anything on COVID in controlling?
Of course, they have to pretend they are doing it, but they are not doing it to the maximum level that was supposed to be done.
Thank you, Maureen. I think that's enough. James.
Okay.
Yes, I would want to address the good, gracious Rende. When she says that what has Raila done except calling people in the streets to cause violence, this is a kind of propaganda that we must do away with in Kenya if we are to develop, because picketing is one of the provisions within our law, and it is acceptable. Number two, there is nowhere where it is decreed that when there is corruption or bad governance, that it is only Raila who can, protest and lead the protests. I think it was strategic for Raila also to leave that space for other Kenyans. This man is also aging, and therefore it is also very important that he gives this space to the rights of Musalia Mudavadi and Kalonzo Musyoka, and you know how they have performed, because we must call renewing some of this leadership. He's given the service to this country for many years as a watchman, if I may call him that, and therefore there is nowhere. I'm sometimes surprised, even within the area where I come from, that they will blame Raila for not speaking up when things are going bad. But when it comes to giving them an opportunity to make things better, they will not do that. So let us drop this pretense here and accept that we have a responsibility over all of us. It is very easy to go into what we call propaganda. We have specific cases prosecuted in cases of law in this country, pointing to specific people who are asking for big positions. We don't want to repeat that here again, but because in this country, when you want to escape scrutiny, you start also running after others. Oh, there is this COVID billionaires, blah, blah, because you want to escape what you have done in the past. In fact, the Auditor General report does not lie. These are the first watchdog of how money has been stolen in Kenya. From 2013 to 2017, we had mammoth, astounding figures, mega corruption that took place, and it is what is eating us even up to today. Fine, I'm not in any way trying to justify the COVID, COVID scam, but what it is that this is a fight that must be consistently waged, and the numbers that are there right now show that between 2013 and 2017, there was a common denominator that caused massive bleeding of government funds. Thank you.
Bernard, can I just...
A quick one.
Okay, very quick one. That's why, who is this? Jonal. Okay, that's why we are saying the judiciary should work on this. For instance, Ruto is a thief. What is the judiciary doing not to prosecute him? If Kimwarer and Arnold and these money that has been stolen by Ruto, why can't they act on him? That is the problem with Kenya. Also,
Do you live in Kenya? Do you live in Kenya? Do you live in Kenya?
I'm a Kenya. I don't live in Kenya.
Yes, let me tell you what is happening. Currently, the former CS Finance is in court. We don't know how deep this case will go. So just hold your horses. Number two, we have case of civil aviation land that is ongoing. We don't know how far it will go. So let us not just beat about the
That
bush
is the
here.
problem. The judiciary is so slow prosecuting cases because they should prosecute those cases before the next general election. We get to know, you know. And Uhuru government is frustrating the judiciary that the judiciary doesn't have independence of working
No, Maureen,
to prosecute the
things are not
cases.
done that way.
So I wish
Things are not done that way. There are so many checks and balances that are put in place. For example, I want you to, right now, if there was a warrant of arrest released against the DP, okay, right now, that it should be picked from Karen, what will be the outcome?
The outcome, of course, the followers of DP will bring this violence you're talking about.
There are things that
but the thing
require
is,
timing.
if the
Another
DP
thing,
is prosecuted or taken or arrested, and there's real evidence,
it will still look at the way he is using the handshake to be. The handshake was to fight him. The BBI was to fight him. So even if he was arrested in 2017, it will still be he's arrested because they are afraid of him becoming president.
I don't think the way the DP argues about the BBI and the handshake was to fight him. The way he argues is that it was taking down the constitution right now that is supposed to work now. It was hijacked, of which I support him on that. Because why was the rush for BBI? Seriously? Why was all the money
Bernard,
to be used
you need to
to
channel
create all those
everything
positions?
well. Otherwise, we will be tackling everything.
Let us be
at the same
focused.
time.
Let us be focused.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Maureen, people cannot just be arrested because somebody claimed they have stolen. You remember the story of Kanyari? Were you here? The Kanyari expose of what goes on at the church, and then the people are singled. Yes. So after the expose, the police wanted to do something about it, but they said nobody has come to make any complaint about him. So
But that is why, Bernard, I'm saying our judiciary should up their game, because there are cases. This girl who was killed, for instance, to Europe.
Hey.
Should they wait for a long time to take that guy to jail, and evidence is there that he killed the girl? You know, the judiciary have a way of taking
let's deal with that later. Let's remain focused, please. Thank you.
Tunaweza piga story,
Ngoja kwanza WG, subiri kwanza. Edwin, you are lifting your hand. I give you permission to unmute.
Okay, how are you guys?
We are good, thank you. Karibu.
Okay, I wanted to mention something. I had James mention something on common denominator. That there were common denominator between 2013, the common denominator in corruption. That is between 2013 and 2017. So I wonder who is he referring to? Is it Ruto? Is it who? Let me post that question to James. Then number two, Bernard, uweze kataa kuwa hakukuwa na wizi kwenye nini hiyo scandal ya KEMSA, uweze ukakataa hiyo kwanza. I've heard you say that.
I only speak based on the facts that were released. The
But-
facts were
but
there was a plot to
Yes.
steal the money. Okay.
Yes.
But
yes.
there's no money that had been paid out.
Okay.
That's the report that was given. So as at
I
now,
remember what
there was
is
a
usually
hard
said.
plot to steal the money, but the money had not been paid. So according to the information we have, no money has been lost yet.
Okay, so
Unless
I
you
hear
have-
you.
Yes.
I hear you. But again, why should you accuse this man called Ruto of Kimwarer and Harorta Adam? Is there any proof that the money was stolen? Is there any proof that the money went into Ruto's pocket? Is there any proof?
You know, I would
I
really
don't.
want I would want to defend that, but it is Ruto who is on record to say it was not 21,000, it was not 21 billion, it is only 7 billion that is in question.
Okay.
Now, me,
Yes.
I'm not CS, I'm not in government like Ruto. So if Ruto tells
Yes.
me 7 billion got lost or 7 billion is in question, I am a believer. I will believe it first before he proves otherwise.
Okay. I think even that I think that the director of public prosecutions could have gone ahead and prosecuted the guys. Right now, we haven't had anybody prosecuted. It's now around how many years down the line? Okay.
No, Edwin, you seem to be out of information. What is
Nonetheless, okay.
Thomas
I'm done.
Henry Rotich in
Okay,
court for?
Bernard, hear me, eh? I was just responding to what those guys were talking about. But right now, let me come back to the topic of the day, yeah? About the how do we secure violent elections? Okay, I think first of all, who causes this violence? Who causes the violence? Number one, I think we've got the politicians themselves. They like spreading the rumors, propagandas. The politicians are the cause of this violence. You've seen even over some months, some weeks ago, there were these by-elections whereby we could experience some violence everywhere. So whom do you think the Mwananchi cannot cause the violence unless there is someone who is pushing them to do what they are doing. So first of all, I must blame the politicians. Then number two, IBC, our IBC. I do question this IBC a lot, because you realize that most of these elections, the candidates are never satisfied. I don't know why. So I think IBC should be relooked at. That is I think that should be a remedy. IBC should be genuine enough to give the correct results. Then we as Kenyans now, we have to know that politicians play politics. We are brothers and sisters wherever we are. Yes, isn't that so? Even you, Bernard, now you are somewhere now. You are not at your home. So you are in somebody's place. So if you now heed to a politician saying that this is somebody's bedroom, surely. Na wewe uko huko, wewe kwa mfano mimi nimetoka Rift Valley huko Eldoret. Right now I'm in Namanga border. You can imagine somebody saying Eldoret is Ruto's bedroom. See where is whose bedroom? Does that make sense? Surely sio ni kupiganisha watu. So hiyo ni that is my take. So what we have to do, so for there to be free and fair, for us to have free elections, free from violence, so it is us first of all. Let's leave alone with the politicians. It's us. Let us think of that we still have a long way to go. Aswa vijana kama sisi. That is my take, Mr. Bernard.
Question.
Yes.
I agree with you that the zoning of places or regions cause violence, and this I may throw a question to you. Is it the same question? Is it the same reason that causes people to start coercing their neighbors to vote in a certain way for certain people?
Okay, I think as at now, the voters have to be educated anyway. That should be I may say it's civil education. Yes, that there is what you call democracy in this nation. You see, so I think democracy is what is these people who influence others could be lacking that that know-how on democracy. Yes. James,
Okay,
have I answered?
Satisfied, yes.
Okay.
All right. Where has Mike gone to?
Mike
Okay,
has
I would want to say something about people's bedrooms. There is no problem if somebody secures their bedroom, but it should not be a premise of stopping people from campaigning. One of the things that happen with Kenyan politics is that let's take for instance, ODM people are talking about Azimio la Umoja, okay? Then the bottom up people say there is nothing like Azimio la Umoja, ni Azimio la Wezi, okay? And then the bottom up, the Azimio la Umoja people say bottom up is nonsense, okay? So that means nobody's giving room to think about the other person's ideology, nor allowing anybody to think anything about considering the other person's option. Now that's where we now begin to stereotype people. That if you are bottom up, is bottom up, nothing else. Don't allow anything in your head to consider Azimio la Umoja as something. But at the end of the day, if we will have Azimio la Umoja economy, it will be in Kenya. If we will have a bottom-up economy, it will be in Kenya. And we are all in Kenya. So we should be let free to think whatever we need to think, then make choices based on the offers that have come. Not for you to say, because I'm from Eldoret, I have to think bottom-up, preach bottom-up, wake up bottom-up, and fight for bottom-up. If we let that happen, we don't even have the democracy you are talking about.
Okay, Bernard.
Yes.
If you talk about this bedroom, this bedroom
yes.
thing, it's actually it's a funny thing anyway. Because I now imagine what could happen right now. Tukipata an MCA in Kisumu County wa UDA, how will that sound?
That won't be a problem. So we have
no.
We have for Kenya MPs in
Bernard.
Hold on.
Let's be factual.
Edwin, I'm talking out of information. No? I'm talking out of information. In fact, there is Sarah. Sarah is one lady here. She comes on this platform. She says we have Wiper and other MCAs in Baringo and the other side. So no party is blocked from vying anywhere. There is an aspirant we are talking about, we are talking with the other day. He says he's been approached to stand on either UDA or Kanu ticket in, is it West Mugrango, in Kisi. So parties are free to sell their anywhere, and if you are able to convince your people to vote for you, they will still vote for you on that ticket. But what we should not be is for it to be news that we have a UDA MCA in Kisumu. What is wrong with that? If UDA is a national party, the way it's being sold as a national party, it should have MPs everywhere. It should have MCAs everywhere. But now if we say, because we got one MCA in Kisumu, we have now finished Raila because we got one seat there.
Okay.
That becomes a fair competition.
I think it would be fair enough now if the Wafuasi wa ODM could be thinking the way you are thinking now. So the problem is that it's you who is thinking so. not the ground. The ground.
We Mr. Kirui ni kama uko misguided.
Bernard,
you see,
anaitwa Shakir.
Bernard,
Yes.
can I help Kirwa for a while? You know what? Basically, I think people from the Nyanza region, the most intolerant, you know. I don't think a Kalenjin can vie in Nyanza peacefully and be voted in peacefully based on ideologies.
Maureen.
Like, you know,
Junet
our
Mohammed.
county,
Junet
where I
Mohammed
come
is
from,
a second serving member of parliament.
where I come from, we can vote for anybody, even a Luo, a Kikuyu, as long as we accept his ideologies. But
where is that?
when you for
Where
Nyanza,
is that?
then I'd agree on that.
Where is
Is
that?
Junet Mohammed a Luo?
Where is that?
I know,
Is he
Junet
a
Mohammed maybe is alikuwa too lucky.
No, you cannot
And
say that.
Shakil.
Okay,
Shakil
forget Nyanza. Okay, let's come to
Anyway,
Nairobi.
what I want to
hold
say
on.
is that
Let's come to Nairobi.
in our region, in
Maureen,
Uasin Gishu,
please,
we are the most
let me tell you.
accommodative people. Anybody can come there freely, vie. If you like your ideologies, we give it to you. We don't care like you're from where. Basically,
I
that
don't want
is
to
what.
remind you. I don't want to remind
No,
you
WG, hold on.
of
WG, you are not lifting your
of
hand.
what
You
you
are
are.
attacking. Achana hiyo.
Who is this?
Achana hiyo. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Maureen,
Yeah?
I get your point, and I appreciate if Uasin Gishu is that way, then it's the right Kenya we need to
For
have.
real, it's that way.
But
Even you, Bernard, go there and
yeah,
buy.
Maureen.
If I like your ideologies, and we will vote for you, for sure.
I will come for the governorship of 2027. Uasin Gishu.
You're welcome.
but let's do this. Let's not, for example, use our local experience to judge others, because if we give it a fair judgment, we have parties that are represented by one community, okay, because that party has an origin in a particular locality, and that community is even transported to the cosmopolitan environment like Nairobi.
You know what, Bernard? Like ODM is the most.
When that begins to happen, then we are not leaving democracy.
Like ODM is the most popular party, I think so. But ODM
There are
is
some people here who
for Nyanza region
are
mostly.
depreciating the value of this forum. There are people here who are starting to devalue this forum through their unthoughtful.
You are out of order.
No. I don't think it's right. You know.
No. Everybody's ngoja kwanza WG.
I don't think it is right for people to come and mention others here.
You are beginning to go personal over nothing.
I'm sorry, WG.
I am the one having the conversation with Maureen.
WG, I'm sorry if I made any comment that offended you. Maybe you're referring to me. I'm sorry. We are just discussing.
Maureen, relax. Both of you, relax. I want us to debate civilly as mature people. Number two, we are not just here to pass information. We are here to educate one another, inform one another, and let us help each other understand the different regions in Kenya. Okay?
Yeah.
There are different ways we vote in Western that is not applicable in Nyanza, probably is not applicable in Nairobi. But for us to be fair, we give it a holistic view and be able to prosecute matters accordingly. Okay? Not to blanket judge and say that if you're not a Luo, you can't get a ticket in Nyanza. We have Shakir, he's a nation. We have Junet Mohammed, who is a Somali. There are different people, like in Nairobi, the Secretary General is a Luya, the chairman for ODM party in Nairobi is Aladwa, is a Luya, and nominations are not given to one tribe or something like that. So let's all be fair. James.
Yes, I think I agree with my with the person who has said. I think one of the things we have been saying here, Bernard, is we should try as much as possible not to bring our tribal stereotypes on this platform. If you have a criticism to make that criticism specific. Otherwise, we run the risk of just being pedestrian in our way of thinking. There is a lot we think about other communities, but let us not bring it here and make it a topic. Some of us will feel offended because that's not the way we have been cultured. So the ready with all due respect and grace, let's not descend to that level of talking about rules being this or the other, intolerant and the other. If we go that direction, then I don't see where we are going to end. Yet,
okay,
some of us.
I'm sorry for that. Okay.
Yes, let us not have those kind of statements here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I would also say I agree with you, James, 100%. But I also want us to say this. Avoiding to address something that is there will not take it away. So it will rather come up and we deal with it, other than us avoiding, don't touch there, don't go there, don't touch there, don't go there, until it erupts is when now we all begin to say we had an opportunity to say something about it, but we did not say because we said nobody should say something about it. Now, for us to be honest with our country,
I disagree with you.
Hold on. We
Bernard,
must be able
can you allow us also to give ourselves what we think about where Maureen comes from? Because we also have those kind of sentiments here.
I did not say that.
Can we do
WG,
that?
You are mature, you are responsible. There is a difference between prosecuting a matter and trying to get even. We don't want to get even on this platform. We want to educate one another. It is not that Raila did it, so Ruto should do it. That is the lowest level of dealing that I don't want to get to. So if what she said was offensive, we leave it there. She has apologized. Let it end there, other than us going to open another revisit for the same. That's what I'm trying to say. So
okay, let's go on with other topics.
Without trying to avoid, let's also do what? Appreciate that we also understand things at different levels. And so we need to educate one another, and we'll understand better, we'll understand Kenya better and be able to relate better. Thank you very much. I want us to make
Bernard,
progress.
let me come up once again for WG, for this Jonah or something, somebody who, if you feel I offended you by raising my points, I'm so sorry, but we should move on with our topic. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Maureen. I want us to hear from Ronald. Is it Ronald? Yes, Ronald Musyoki. Unmute and talk to us. He has run away. Mnanitesa lakini.
Anyway.
Okay. And inaonekana leo tutamaliza mapema. Okay.
Tutamaliza mapema. Can I make a submission kidogo?
Make your submission, WG, please.
Yeah, there's something here that I wanted us to bring to our attention. One of the reasons I appreciate Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta currently, he is a man who maybe it's God who has revealed himself to him to steer this country away from the would have been very destructive route. Because by Uhuru stating, and this was in Kakamega during the burial of Musalia Mudavadi's mother, when he stated that the other people have had the presidency, let it also go to other Kenyans. And I tend to think that it is a sentiment whose time had reached. Why am I mentioning this at this particular time? Because I think it's one of the very reasons that Kenyans have witnessed some violence, and one of the reasons that there has been an elaborate method of profiling some people and some tribes so that others would remain dominant. I tend to think that a clique of us Kenyans who are ascribing to the sentiment that there should be a few people holding the presidency. It is this clique of people who are very much irritated by Uhuru Kenyatta's, sentiments, because they would have wanted to maintain the status quo. I want to state categorically that some of the reasons that we found out from the happenings that Sonko brought forward between him and Kibicho was that kind of that advancement of ensuring that a particular group of people will hold to the presidency as opposed to every other Kenyan getting access to it, regardless of how many you are, the numbers of the tribes you are, because we have the minority. So we are moving, and Uhuru Muigai has sought to move this controversy of the presidency being concentrated in some hands, so that any other person, whether you are even the minority or the majority in this land, you will have access to that seat. Just as long as your policies and your dreams for this nation is valid, is valuable, you will always have it. Because if we were to continue with Uhuru zangu kumi and then zako kumi, then it would be that kind of a volleyball game between the two tribes. I tend to think that let us support the way things are, because these are gentlemen who've come away who've come from far. They know where this country is going. In 2017, we had we were almost dividing ourselves into two just because of that. Speaking of violence, this nation almost divided itself into two. And that's the reason why I post here that God is a great God that has always steered us clear from destruction. So Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, there's something he did here that Kenyans should be so grateful about. By recognizing the fact that this country is bigger than some two people or two tribes or two big tribes, and every other person must be brought to the table and feel welcome. That is what I wanted to say. And if we continue that direction where the president is showing us, in fact, in future, we will not be seeing the violence that we are talking about. Number two, and finally, I like the way the presidential election is taking shape in 2022. You will find that William Ruto is a Kalenjin, but Kikuyus are almost adapting him as their candidate. And also, Raila also is being adapted is reaching out even to that mountain. And there is a section of the Kikuyus who will also adapt him. So there will be no, even this sentiment like there's someone's bedroom and this is not. Slowly, Kenyans are coming to maturity, and very soon after if 2022 election will be successful, those kind of bedroom nonsense will just end, and we will just be voting people based on their policies and what they are able to sell to the nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. I believe that is yes, Edwin.
Okay, I wanted to mention something on what WG has said, on what Uhuru said when he was in Musalia Mudavadi's mother's burial, yeah? That he thought it is the right time for other tribes to lead this nation. Okay, I doubt whether that was genuine anyway, because if he was genuine enough, he would have mentioned such way back in 2013, because Uhuru came into reign after another Gikuyu was in power. I think he should have said that way back in 2013. So after being re-elected, that is when he mentioned something on other tribes leading. So meaning that he was trying to avoid who? His deputy. After him himself declaring in these rallies that Yango Kumi, Ruta Kumi, so he saw that he won't evade that. So he went ahead and just said that I think it's a time for other tribes to lead. So I don't think he was genuine anyway.
Okay.
Yeah,
WG, you want to
he's
respond
raising
to
it.
that?
Yeah, I want to respond to that. I think
Please make it a half a minute, please.
It doesn't matter what time Uhuru Kenyatta, says so. The convictions arrive at any time, at any moment, because it would be like you asking me why is bottom up appearing to William Ruto right now, yet he has been in power throughout. Why didn't he bring it earlier?
No,
It depends
Ruto
on
has
the
not been the president.
circumstances.
Ruto has not been the president, my friend.
Those are
Order, please.
He
Thank you.
hasn't been.
No.
WG,
Those
hold
are
on.
what.
Ngoja kwanza.
Ngoja nimwambie bwana. Ngoja niambie. When Ruto is benefiting from Uhuru Kenyatta's government, he claims that he's part of it. And wherever he is going campaigning all over, he says, we brought this. If we was not the president, part of the presidency, why is he saying in those his meetings that they have been able to bring those kind of
WG. I think you and your group have been hard saying that we don't have what we call co-president. Have you ever heard of that? That there is what we call, there is no co-president in this nation.
There is.
Where co-president?
If you are not
exercising
it, please, Bernard, why can't
WG,
you?
Let me help you.
Okay.
Edwin.
Yes.
There is no co-presidency, but there is a presidential ticket that has two people. One is supposed to lead as president. The other one is supposed to deputize his boss.
Okay? As a principal assistant. No,
Thank you. Principal assistant, the main assistant of the president. So whatever the president achieves, the deputy achieves alongside. Whatever the president fails, the deputy fails alongside. That is what it's meant by that. But on the issue of it is about time other tribes came into power. Why didn't it come up in 2013 and it comes up in 2017? If I would want to play Uhuru's advocate, Uhuru did not speak that out of the air. There has been systematic outcomes of elections that have always ended up in violence. So it's out of assessment. Why are we always fighting? That was the main premise. Why are we always fighting after every election? What
It
we
was only
gain as
because he had been re-elected.
Ngoja kwanza, you listen first, then you can refute. Okay? So we had the problem 2007, we had a problem in 2013, we had a problem in 2017. That is the common denominator that needs to be sorted out. And then he says, probably is because of the two community revolving the presidents and locking out these other communities. That to me is more rational in assessing, other than saying you had promised 10 years, you are now withdrawing. If we analyze that 10 years, Uhuru doesn't have a 10 years to give to anybody. He only has one vote. So whether Uhuru votes for Ruto or not, Uhuru alone cannot make Ruto president. So we shouldn't even be prosecuting that. That's what I think about that.
Okay, let me rest the case there.
Okay. James, relax kwanza. We need to hear from PK and then Bent first. PK, karibu sana. Unmute.
Yeah, asante kwa hii kikao. This is the second time I'm visiting here, and I think I'm impressed by the discussion. I really like it. I think we are discussing about violence and all that, what causes violence. Unfortunately, I think we are a tribal nation, so tribal that by the time we break that tribal yoke, I think it will take some time, but this is a good beginning. The path that we are taking now with maybe Mount Kenya not producing a candidate, I think is the beginning, where we have them not supporting one of their own, but throwing their weight behind some other people. Only that the unfortunate thing is we have some people or some tribes that always feel more entitled to be Kenyans than the rest of us. And it is all based on... Pardon?
Let's remain in order. If you want to interject, lift your hand, please. Let's not shout here. Thank you. PK, continue.
Yeah, some tribes feel more entitled than others. And I think it is based on the history and how the history has been presented to most Kenyans and how it has been skewed to present some people as having done more than others. We appreciate our forefathers and their role that they played towards gaining independence. But you will find that some efforts made by very minor people who even gave their lives were not highlighted. And only a few elements were highlighted here and there. And that has created the perception that real independence was fought or secured by a certain group of people, and not like a common front from various communities. I think that is where we missed it in the beginning, in my view.
Okay, thank you.
Bernard, can I add on what he said?
Oh, yes.
I remember in the Mashujaa Day, nobody mentioned that woman we were reading in history from the coast, Mekatilili. You remember?
Yes.
Mekatilili somebody. She was a freedom fighter from the coast.
Yes.
Yes, Mensa.
Okay, nobody mentioned Koitalel Arap Samoe, who is in fact was beheaded fighting the British.
Yes.
So I agree with him that we shouldn't take history like some few people fought for independence, leaving the rest of Kenya, because I think all Kenyans who are in Kenya now contributed to that. Thank you.
Sawa, PK, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, yeah. I just want the Mashujaa Day there was the reason why the president, in their wisdom, saw that accepted that public holidays should revolve, was to try and localize, or rather devolve, those celebrations. So with the devolving of the celebration, there will be more exposing of the people around that particular region in those functions than the people who are away. So I don't think there was a deliberate choice of choosing these names to be mentioned and this one to be locked out. There are other functions in elsewhere those people have been mentioned. So I know we become very sensitive when certain things take place, but for the sake of devolution and for the sake of if Mashujaa Day comes to Kakamega, they will talk more about the freedom fighters in Kakamega and that particular region than they will do the people at the coast.
Bernard,
yes.
I think PK means something bigger than just, trivializing the whole thing into Mashujaa Day. He's talking about bigger things and the perception of some people when it comes to mentioning of Kenyans. Other people feel so much entitled to an extent that they would even want to be suggesting if so and so is the one to they would be like Kenya is like a property which belongs to them, and they should be deciding which I think he is mentioning is talking about. So
that is true. That's true, and I was coming to that. That has been the main bone of contention, and I'm happy that it has come up. And that has been the reason why the presidents has been an issue of trying to rob what the people voted for, so that a specific community gets it or a specific clique of people get it because they feel more entitled. So we must come to a place where we appreciate that Kenya belongs to all Kenyans, and any Kenyan can lead Kenya. And I'm happy that the president is championing that to happen. It may have come 60 years late, but it's never late to do the right thing. And if we can work that out, that will work out a better Kenya than us fighting to go back to the old alteration of the presidential or the leadership of the country, based on which tribe is majority. We have the numbers, we have the connections, we have the deep state, we have this and this. Let's just allow Kenya to take its natural course democratically and let whoever is the best man win. No ill feelings, no trying to turn the arm of the decision that the people have made. PK, you have something to say?
Yeah, I think what my friend there just highlighted is exactly what I meant. It's not about Mashujaa Day. It's about that entitlement. Because even now, as we speak, you have seen some people have regrouped and have decided to give a list of things that they need met if they are to throw their weight behind a particular candidate. If you want us to support you, then you must give us A, B, C, D. That is a sense of entitlement, because they feel they have numbers, they have something. I'm not against what they are doing or against any tribe, but it is that sense of feeling that they deserve more. There's no Kenyan who deserves more than the other. even if you come from a small tribe. But that perception has been created such that if you go to the coast region, most of the people from the coast region or from Northeastern, they will tell you 99% we can never get ABCD. We can never run for presidency. We can never produce a vice president because there are people who are entitled to those positions than us. And one of the things they will mention is, after all, they fought for independence, so it is okay. After all, they did this. After all, they have numbers. After all, they have this and that. After all, they have all the money. You know, there are things that come into play that boil up to why we end up having tensions and, you know, people fighting. Because if people can't get or voice their anger, the only avenue to vent out is to fight.
Okay.
Because the votes don't count, they don't have the money, they cannot ascend to certain positions of leadership, and so they just end up, you know, doing the only thing that they can, a fight.
Now, PK, I get you.
Can I
I
assist him,
understand
Bernard,
you, but
please?
I want us to remain in the middle of the road. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
The
Bernard,
democratic.
can I support PK on this?
Hold on, no. I want to sort out what PK has brought up first. Then we move on.
Okay, I'm adding up to what
the democratic development is a long process. Okay, we are not where we were in the 80s. We are not where we were in the 90s. We are not where we were in the 2000s. We have moved a step further.
Yes.
And that is how the process works. I believe we'll come to a day in this country when it will not matter who becomes president. But for that to happen, we must stay in the struggle and allow the process of development to take place. If we make it happen when it is not time, we'll still go back to where we used to do and begin afresh. So allow the process of development to take place by ensuring that we have... Mwezi ngoja nimalize. Maureen, hold on, please.
I'm the only lady in this show now.
The process of democratic development take place. For example, the addition of devolution, okay, and the transformation it's bringing to the country, imefanya kuna afueni kiasi. Licha kuwa kumekuwa na marginalization, we have groups that have not seen nothing, but as at now, they are seeing something. That is moving towards the right direction. So we need now to add another progress to the same. Then we will eventually get there. But if we say we can never get it, we don't have the numbers, we don't have the money, that we are accepting defeat. And that way mambo hayawezi kurekebika.
Yeah, before can I say something?
Can I?
Yes, PK. Let's tumalize na PK kwanza, Maureen. Ngoja. Yes, PK.
Yeah, if you remember, I said we have made progress. I agree. And I am not from the coast, and I am not from Northeastern, but I am just trying to say, because I have lived with those people, and I have interacted with people from those regions, and I know how they feel, some of them. As much as we have made progress, I am saying, even with the progress that we have made, right now, there are people who are agitating for things that they feel it is their, you know, it is like their prerogative. They are entitled. That is the big problem we have. That entitlement.
Okay, thank you. Let's
Bernard, can I contribute a bit on that behalf?
Hold on. I want us to be in order. We'll be coming to you, Benz. Just hold on. I want Maureen to give her point, then what you wanted to add to what PK was saying. Then we hear from James, ndio tukuje kwa fresh bands. Maureen. Unmute Maureen, you are not mute. You are not being heard. Okay, carry on now.
Okay, what I want to add on what PK is saying, I think basically saying the marginalized communities like the Somalis in Kenya, the Maasai, the Turkanas, if these big tribes fight that they are the ones who made Kenya, they feel they are more Kenyan than others. What about them? What about the people on the coast, the so small tribes, of which I was thinking, if I was the president, for instance, I could even start celebrating Mashujaa Day as he's saying that he brought the Mashujaa Day to the counties. He could even start from the smaller communities, like he could take it to Garissa or Turkana for them to feel like they are part of Kenya. They fought for independence too. I think they fought for independence in a smaller way. So for real, I feel for these small communities because there's this one big community that wants to take over and make decisions for everyone, which is so unfair. Thank you.
Bernard,
Yeah.
can I just
Thank you.
In less than a minute?
Please, WG, no, it's not your turn.
In less
Let's
than
hear
a minute.
James. No. Hold on. Let's hear from James first.
Yes, this topic of tribes and politics and conflict, it is the elephant in the room, and it is what our head of state has been striving to see if he could at least reduce the problem that we have centered around this issue to even a point of having his community turn away from him. In Kakamega, actually, if you notice the context, basically first came through the fact that a narrative had started that it is about families that have dominated the political space. But the president, in anger, saying, "What if I also say that it is time for other communities to take the leadership positions?" So what we are dealing with here is bigger than just mere wants. When you ask why is he saying that now and not 10 years ago when they were getting together with the deputy president, politics is not static. There are trends that you discover are actually pushing the society towards a major conflict, and therefore it would be foolish to persist on that path. African countries have a problem, especially appreciating the democracy as practiced in the West. Why? Because we tend to organize our politics around tribes, and therefore those tribes that have sired more children, those communities that have huge populations, tend to take political power on account of having their women bring forth more children than others. This is a big problem because it means that then there are those communities that will always feel marginalized, no matter how fair the elections will be, because they will be out of the political structure on account of not having huge populations. Now, I have heard people talk about a special community that is pushing to have its way. If we go back a bit, 2013, the government that was formed between the president and deputy president was formed on nothing else except that concept. The deputy president got half the government to appoint the people he wanted. And you know what happened? I don't want to bring it up here. So it is not that there is anything special about any special community here. It is that we have conducted our politics in the wrong way, and given opportunity, the others would do the same. And actually, when you look at the kind of caucusing right now going on in Kisii, in Ruhiarad about unity, so that they can fight together, in the coast now with the talk of the political party of the communities there, or the Somali and their Upia movement. These are all, political processes or engineering that give credence to the fact that communities mean much more than political parties in Kenya, that we are seeking to get the best out of the situation, even if it means trampling down on small communities. Now, look at it this way. We have 5 major communities in Kenya who constitute, I hear, between 70 to 75%, meaning the other communities constitute about 25 to 30%. If in communities, in sensitive societies, there cannot be a situation like this one where of all times the Teso, the Digo, the Maasai, the Jebs, they cannot even try to fight for executive power because they can't win. Yet our constitution is very clear that everybody has a right to seek these positions. Even right now, what is the political engineering going right now? And let's not cheat ourselves. It's about ethnic coalitions. It's not about political parties. Don't be cheated by anyone. It is about caucusing around ethnicity. So, but then what is important here is to accept who we are. We are tribal, and therefore go around that fact to come up with our own unique political system that respects everybody, respects individuals, respects communities, respects everybody's space in the political arena. In fact, those who are fighting BBI do not know the danger that we could be putting our country in if we continue the way we have been engineering our politics. We already have a problem in Southern Sudan. You are aware of that, the kind of the ethnicity that is going there between the Dinka and the Nuer. You are also aware about the Tigray and the Tigray in Ethiopia and the Oromo. This is a purely African problem. And it is a test to how us who understand can go out of our way to come up with our systems, the systems that are inclusive, that are accommodative to the fears and assuages fears of those who may feel marginalized because of their small numbers. So there is nothing wrong with any particular community. It's only that our political orientation, our political struggles, our political positioning is based purely on ethnicity. Yeah, and that is why you hear the Kikuyu saying they want this percentage because Ruto got 50% from the government of 2013. So there is nothing wrong. There is nothing unique about in a community. It is only that is the way we are playing our politics in Kenya, which has its own grains of weaknesses and possible potential conflict going into the future if we do not re-engineer our politics to reflect the reality of who we are and what we want to achieve as a country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. I would want to get that rested. Like I already said, democratic development is a process. We will not arrive there the following day. But I believe if we have good political will, like what the president is already demonstrating, we will get there sooner. But if we insist to fight until we win in order for us to sit down and agree, that will take longer. So I pray that we all appreciate that we are making progress towards that, and we'll get there. I believe if we have good governance in the next government and the following government, and they put out proper structures, we'll have very smooth transfer of power, and power can go to anybody without all this heating up and steaming up because of the presidency is ours, it's our turn to be president and all that. And that also is taken care of by is every Kenyan being taken care of. If we have food security, we have working healthcare, we have working education system, and every Kenyan is moving from one level to the next level without much of being mistreated or discriminated against, we will end up having a Kenyan community that is so knit together that it won't matter if I leave my seat for somebody. But when we have limited resources, are we all fighting for those limited resources? There is no amount of how many presidents we produce that will stop the conflict. So the incoming government need to see to it that these things we've been singing from independence must be brought to rest. Story ya watu kutokwenda shule ikomeshwe. Story ya kutokuwa na chakula ya kutosha kila Mkenya kupata ikomeshwe. Hiyo wimbo imeimbwa miaka mingi. Story ya kwamba huku kuna kwenda development na huku hakuendi ikomeshwe, so that the whole country is put to utilization, whereby Garissa is productive on its own, just like Western is productive on its own. Then we trade among ourselves, we exchange and grow. So if we will have a good government from 2022 that will see to it that these things happen, 2027 will be a walkover. 2032 will be a celebration. But if we continue marginalizing and denying people their productivity, making education this side impossible, then we make it possible this other side. That imbalanced system of governance should be brought to an end. When that is taken care of, tunasonga tu mbele. So naomba tusikize Benz, alafu ndio tuendelee mbele. Karibu. Benz, unmute. Ama Benz ametupwa nje. Let's hear from Joe.
Hello, habari zenu, mali mupo. I've just come in. I don't know what people have been saying. Thank you very much for letting me in and giving me a chance so fast. I can see the topic is about election violence and what causes them and the remedy. As much as I don't know what people have said, but I'll talk about what I think I know about this election violence. It is just like you have said, what the resources, if there's equal share of resources, people will not fight. The current way our government or administration is constituted is actually biased. It's biased that if you're not in the government, you get nothing from the government. We can see how Ruto picked his cabinet. Rift Valley as a whole is a cosmopolitan region. We've got Kitale where there's Luyas, we've got the Maasais, we've got, if you go to Kitale, that's Trans Nzoia. There are so many tribes, even Nakuru itself. You see, Nakuru, actually, if I was to talk about Nakuru, it's actually like a Kikuyu town. If you go to Naivasha, it's like a Kikuyu town. If you go to Molo, it's like a Kikuyu town. If you go to Turkana, it's the Turkanas and the Pokot. Yet he picked only people from his tribe. Those who are not picked and they live in Rift Valley, they feel like they are something has been taken away from them. Those who are also in Kenya and they're not picked in the Ruto's cabinet, they feel something is taken away from them. And they're Kenyans and they pay taxes. That is one of the reasons people get annoyed. And that's how the violence comes. Then the second thing is name calling. This name calling, huyu ni mganga, huyu ni nini, huyu ni Serilak, those things, actually, the supporters of the people they call Muganga or Serilak or Mulevi or Chameleon, whatever, they feel annoyed. And they feel so much annoyed that if they lose the elections, something small will trigger them into fighting. I was in Mwingi for some times when after the election violence 2007, and if I heard what the people were talking about, they were so bitter because not of losing per se, but they have people among them who are celebrating. They have people among them who are celebrating they have won, and maybe these people actually feel that they're going to get more resources. So you see, the people in Mwingi feel, Mwingi is actually semi-arid. They feel so bad. These are the things that trigger these election violences. And also, if we don't have an independent IEBC that can work, like now the courts are trying to work, although the courts, I think they're also biased. If we have an independent IEBC, I think losers will accept to be losers. Right now, we can see the Matiang'i, they are like heading IBC, they're going to those. They should keep away from that. Matiang'i has already said where he supports, and yet he heads the security of the nation. So they should let IBC to work on their own. Matiang'i should only provide security as requested by the IBC, or in a committee, not in a press conference, but a committee, boardrooms, where they can talk who require, how much do you require, or they can show them that these places are volatile, these are the places that are, hotspots, but not to come and address the nation when it's an IBC thing. He should keep out. So such things are the things that really actually affect people. They feel they have been cheated. Losing is not a big deal. People lose, even football, they have got big followers, they lose and they go home quietly. Manu lost recently and people just walked out to the stadium shortly before the game because the referee was fair. But when the referee is not fair, and actually even those football matches like here Manchester, if the referee was not fair, you could have seen the hooligans taking the hooligans going into violence. So these are some of the things that I see as an individual. But I think as we talk and I hear what people are saying, maybe you'll give me another chance so that I chip in. Thank you so much for letting me talk so early.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Who has a question?
WG.
Okay, ask your question quickly, please.
Just on the issue of Matiang'i, don't you think he has an obligation as a government if he stays away from organizing or helping to organize the elections? Don't you think he might be accused of negligence, especially if the IEBC will have challenges now, because some people are asking him to stay aside? If he lives like that, don't you think that would be negligence, or he doesn't have a role to play at all in this election, being the Minister for Internal Security?
Okay, I've heard you very well.
Can I comment on that?
I can answer that. You see, I say there clearly that IBC and the security CS, they can have those meetings in their boardrooms so that Matiang'i can be given the requirements. And Matiang'i can also point out to the IBC the hotspots, because he gets the briefs every day, or he gets them towards the election to know where the tensions are. So he can do them in the boardrooms. Matiang'i himself, as the boss of the security, can come on himself on the before the public and say what he's doing and what he's planning. But you see, coming out and you see Chabukati looks like he's intimidated. So it looks like this is a Matiang'i show. And already is declared that he supports this side. It's not good for other people. I mean, if you are on the other side, you'll feel intimidated. If you're not supporting Raila, you'll feel intimidated. But Matiang'i can come on himself with the security officers and say, this is exactly what we have planned. We know these are the hotspots. We know these are this. I mean, this is where there are tensions. And he articulates his plans for the elections, or how he's going to deploy the officers on his own. He does not have to come with
Bernard.
IBC.
Bernard, can I ask this gentleman a question?
Ngoja kwanza. You people are beginning to nini. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. I prefer for us to stay, I always insist on staying in the middle of the road. I think we are blowing this out of proportion over nothing. From the information that was given, this is an annual meeting that is constituted in preparation to election. So it was not a normal day-to-day activities of IBC working together with Matiang'i and the ministry. So all the ministries concerned with elections meet annually, the year for elections, and deliberate. So the briefing for today was a special one because they were coming from their annual meeting. It is not that Matiang'i has moved his office at IBC and IBC cannot work on its own. Then the same people who are complaining now are the ones that told us in 2017, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Kama unataka compete na sisi, achana na Matiang'i. So I would want the same law to apply. Tuachane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake, sisi tuende kutafuta kura.
Yeah, Bernard,
Can I say something, Bernard?
Okay, yes, Benz, it was your turn, in fact.
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Because you don't know what those people are talking about. You are not a prey to the ongoings that were going on. Chebukati has not complained to you or anybody else that he was intimidated. So why are you no speaking and suggesting that there was something like intimidation? You know, security there is very important because it's only not talking about violence and everything. Even protection of the materials, transporting them from one place to the other. Security is the main issue. Even after voting, those ballot papers, watu watakimbia nazo if there are no security. So wacheni Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. We were told like that in 2013.
Okay.
We were told like that in 2013.
Joe, hold on. You will respond. Let him finish. You will respond.
We were told like that in 2016 up to 2017. There is no going to be change. Matiang'i will atafanya kazi yake vile anakuwa instructed by the president. You are not the president. Neither watu wana complain they are the president. Wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Those are the CS wafanye kazi yao according to the constitution. So my case is rest there. Anybody who is complaining.
Nimekusikia vizuri sana.
Yeah,
I
if
know
you are
about
complaining,
Mr. Bernard, can I jump in and say something
just
about
a moment.
Matiang'i?
I just want to answer him kidogo too, just less than 1 minute. Nimekusikia vizuri sana. I happen to be lucky. I've worked with the IBC on some issues of security, and what all you're mentioning, I'm very much aware of. Unasema I want to take on wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. I believe you were on the other side when that thing was said. How did you feel? I'm very sure you didn't feel nice. I'm very sure you didn't feel nice.
I didn't feel nice.
Yeah,
Let me answer you.
No, just let me finish.
I didn't feel nice. Hello.
Hello, let me finish. Don't
I
jump
didn't
on
feel
that.
nice. That is why I want also other people to feel the way I felt.
Order, both of you. Joe,
Yeah, that's
I
what
said, Ngoja,
that's what I'm
Joe, I
saying.
said, hold on until Benz finishes, you will respond. When there is an
But
exchange, there is no communication, and you are creating noise.
It was me
All right?
talking. He's the one who jumped in. I think so. It was me who was
You
talking.
answered me. You answered
So I
me a
was
question.
saying,
You asked me a question.
when Matiang'i alisemekana afanye kazi yake, the other side didn't feel nice. And sometimes, and you have also said you want them to feel the same. This is not the way forward. If we felt the pain, we don't have to pay back the pain. We should correct it so that in future, either side should not feel the pain. There's no need saying that you also want to feel them the way they felt. Because if we go that way, it means if let's say Raila takes the government, then he should now exclude Central Province for 50 years. He should work on that plan because I know Nyanza was marginalized.
Joe,
That
that is
this is
stretching.
not the
I
way to
say,
go.
Ngoja kwanza, Joe, you are stretching this matter too far. This is a small issue. Matiang'i, the CJ, they were at IEBC for annual meeting that they do traditionally. Every year there will be an election. Hiyo ni kazi yao. Sisi tusiingilie vile wanafanya kazi, na sisi hatuwapangi kazi. But when politicians begin to pick things and stretch them and we buy into that, that's when we get into problems. So until there is another communication that now Matiang'i has moved his office to Anniversary Towers and is now dictating to Chebukati what to do, that is when we will complain. But this was a formal meeting that is usually done every year. There is an election, the internal security, the judiciary, the IBC, and the other related ministries meet. Let us not read too much into what is not made public for us.
The slogan "Wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake," you know, it brings people back to the
we are not. We should not, as much as we should not make people feel pain. We should also not be too trivial to buy into what we are being invited into, because the same person who said wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake is the one raising eyebrows. So he should tell us what he did with Matiang'i first, okay? Then we can be invited into that discourse. But if he has not, tuachie maneno hapo.
Can I just comment just 1 minute?
Yes, Benz. Ni nani? Ni Benz ama nani? Hey.
Ni PK.
Time ya Benz, nataka Benz amalize nini yake, alafu tusonge mbele. The other guys who have not said anything, Temba, Penny, Adams, they are waiting. So nataka to move.
The cause of violence and maybe the remedies. Actually, this thing was supposed to be cured, even if it is not totally cured. It was supposed to be cured by the BBI. If we could have passed that BBI, it really had nine points agenda. These things were very much detailed on how other communities are feeling against other communities. How power was being shared, inclusivity. Yani, it was making some kind of arrangement whereby almost every community was listened to, and everybody was being taken into board somehow. You know, you got to do something 100%, but it was solving so much problems that was causing this kind of animosity, which caused even violence. But since you see, you know what happened, and it was so much politicized, then court also went and stopped everything. You know, we are facing the election in 2022 with the same problems we had in 2017. There is no much difference. Otherwise, if the BBI could have taken care of some of the major things which were identified by the Kenyans, because these people went round, the secretariats went round the whole country, and they listened to most of the people. Another thing which we must take responsibility as Kenyans. Kenyans are so much tribal. We are so much tribal that when we even get something, I mean, if you are in a position, you want to make sure all your clans, all your relatives, they are just lined there. There are some parastatals. If you go to those parastatals, that is when you'll wonder, are we really in Kenya, or this parastatal belong to one tribe? Those kind of things, they bring animosity. Because surely, if it is a parastatal belongs to a government, and 80% of all workers, from top managers to sweepers, 80% or 90% belong to one tribe, how would you think? In fact, recently, I was in another meeting in Naivasha. Those people really complain about a certain company in Naivasha. It's a parastatal which has employed all one tribe. But these tribes in Naivasha, because Naivasha sana is composed of the Kikuyus and Masais and some few pockets, but the majority are Kikuyus and Masai. They were saying they are being neglected in that company. That company is in their land. It is in the land of Masais. Masais are not there. It is only one tribe. You see, those kind of things, they bring animosity. So when appointment is being done, it should be done with the Kenyan face. You pick some Luos there, you pick some Kikuyus there, you pick some Wakamba there, you pick some more lawyers there, you pick some Kalenjins there. Something become balanced, especially when it is not a tribal. I mean, it is not a private company. You know, private companies is run privately. Somebody can even employ all his friends and you don't have to complain. But this is a government company whereby even as per now, it is one of the companies that are in financial difficulties and they want to be bailed by the government. And the government, the money, where does the government get the money? The government gets money from the taxes. Or maybe the loan is borrowed, given to the parastatal, and the loan is paid by everybody. You see, this thing I can talk and talk, give so many examples. But anyway, for me, those ones are just enough for now.
Okay, thank you, Benz. I believe that settles that. Unless there is a water rising. Where is Adams? Let us restrict ourselves to the 3 minutes, please.
All right. Good evening, all.
I came before Adams, Ben.
Too late. The ruling was against you. Suffer the injustice for now.
Texas comes after New Jersey. Relax.
You will be coming. Don't worry. Relaxed.
He should relax because Texas is after me. All right.
Time and chance happen to them all. You know that scripture.
I know. Okay, Mr. Bennett, I just came in. I've been following the conversation. We are talking about the violence-free elections and the causes and remedies and whose responsibility it is, right? Now, when we talk about political violence, I mean, first of all, in our country, we lack what we have social injustices. There is so much injustice in our political scenes, such that there is no fidelity. There's a lot of infidelity in the rule of law. So people don't obey the law, including this. This begins from the top organs like the executive, all to the judiciary and legislature. They enact these laws and they don't follow them. And it is a society of man-eat-man society. The big, class, the social classes. So in that, it is our time when a certain regime comes in, they feel entitlement, like it is our time. When another regime takes time, it is their time. And it all goes around and has got something to do with the tribalism in our society. Because our politics is local. It's so much tribal based, such that when a leader stands in the podium and is addressing the magnitude, we don't really see the leadership in him. We see the tribe. We see that when a leader from the Luo community speaks, all they see is people. They see stone throwers. They don't see the leadership in this person. And then this political lawlessness or violence is being perpetuated by our leaders. So the buck stops at our leaders. They're the people whom we look up to, and they're the perpetrators of these things. They fund them. People look up to them. What they say is what people listen to, and people going against each other. When, for example, when Uhuru shook hands with Raila, the country came at peace. Why? Because people were looking up to them. They made peace, and people became at peace. When they break apart, people break apart. So the buck stops at our leaders. These are the people who has the highest responsibility to calm this lawlessness or violence kind of society that we live in. And then people don't follow the law. So not until we have a very good document, the Constitution 2010 is a very good document, but nobody follows it up because of political incorrectness. And this is done by the politicians. So it is the whole. When we talk about responsibility, the responsibility of the politicians. Our politicians are the people responsible for this. But you know what? I don't really think they're going to change. For example, we have a lot of partisanness. We have civil servants and we have the politicians. A civil servant, for instance, the senior civil servants, they work for the executive, the presidency going downward. They are not supposed to take sides. Like, for example, the case of maybe any other ministry or in the docket, maybe it for internal security or something, be it Matiang'i or in the minister. When they take sides, that is wrong. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you are in, because this regime, they take this side, and then you find that when they become partisan, they support a certain side. There are people who clap for them, and they say, oh, even you guys, when you're in power, you did the same. People don't condemn things injustices. So this is the tragedy that we have in our society. So not until we try to sanitize our politics, I understand our politics are still very, very immature. It has not matured enough to the extent whereby people can just reason together and make decisions. It doesn't matter. You don't have to like somebody. You just do your part, your civic duty. If you like me, vote for me. If you don't like me, don't vote for me. Or simply, you can abstain. You can also vote by not voting. That's also a way of exercising your right, or your voice is heard loudly. So the buck stops. My point is, the buck stops at the politician, the leaders that we elect. And like I said yesterday, we need to vote people with our conscience. We don't need to vote with our stomach, because the moment we vote with our stomach, this is the tragedy itself, because we get leaders who are not worth their salt. Okay, so we get the wrong leaders. But if we could vote with our conscience, we get the right results. So the common mwananchi, the voter, me and you, we also have a duty, because we are part and parcel of this. We vote somebody because he gave you money, or because he belonged to your tribe, or because he belonged to your clan, because it struck down all the way at the national level. It is tribe. When you come down, even when we are electing our MCAs, we look at our clans. So it is clanism that begot all the way to tribalism and then corruption. So it is all about the society, the perspective on society. So there's a lot of lawlessness, social injustices in the society that causes all this hullabaloo that we see going around. So until such a time when our politics will mature is when we will stop witnessing political violence. Otherwise, for now, we will still, even 2022, we will still see more political violence and lawlessness. But until such a time when we will mature up and get the right people in the office is when we will see the difference. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And I agree with you to some extent, but we have come a long way. We are mature right now. I believe what we do with what we have right now is a choice. It's no longer an inevitable outcome. If we take responsibility for how we conduct ourselves, we can end up with the peaceful elections where everybody goes home happy.
We are trying. We are trying. We are better than Uganda and Rwanda. We are just trying, but we are not there yet.
We are headed there if we are not there yet.
Yes.
Now, thank you, Adams. Themba, I want you to suffer more injustice. By number one, after you make submission, you will take care of the show. But I wanted to give Penny before you, with your permission. Thank you. So Penny, since you will be co-chairing, take the ladies first, and then you will have Themba. Then after Themba finishes the submission, he will bring in community. He will have assumed the chairmanship of the program until further notice. But I want us to restrict ourselves to the topic and remain civil. Kenya is only one and is for us all. Hata mkitaka tutoke, hatutoki, tuko hapa na kule kule tunaenda. So lazima kama ni kupigana, tutapigania hii Kenya, tupiganie tribes na tupiganie hii Kenya, mpaka pia sisi tubebe nyama yetu na tukule. Mmekula nyama, sisi tukimeza mate miaka mingi sana. Penny, karibu.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so today's topic is about how we can secure violent-free elections in Kenya. And I think most of the points have been covered by my colleagues who have spoken. Maybe I will just go through a few of the points. We need an equitable and a just society within our nation where people do not feel like they are strangers in this country. We have people who suffered the post-election violence. There are a lot of political injustices, just like I think Adam has mentioned. And these people have never been, they have never been settled, and they feel like they are not part of us. So when you find people who are vulnerable, when you find people who cannot even afford basic necessities, then I think that is it causes a lot of instability in terms of hungry people can also be angry people. Yeah, so the kind of poverty that some people go through is responsible for the violence that the nation experiences. So if we can have an equitable and a just society where everyone feels like they are part of the game, they are not left out, then I think that would be a good thing for us where there is cohesion. Then politics in our nation is still viewed as a means of acquiring and amassing wealth. We see politicians who, having been in positions after a short time, you analyze the kind of wealth that they have, you cannot match it with people who have genuinely worked hard and acquired what they have through merit. So if we can have a culture in our nation whereby ascending to leadership is not necessarily equated to a means of acquiring wealth, leadership should be an opportunity for service delivery to one's community and nation, and not as a means of amassing wealth. So I think as a nation, if we can change our perspective and look at leadership as something that makes us serve our humanity better, then we would not have a reason to wait and ascend into leadership for us to be able to grab, like it is our time to eat. Then violence in our nation can also be minimal through the leadership. The leadership should be in the forefront of giving a sound example to the rest of the citizens. We have leaders who are warmongers, who are their statements are quite inflammatory during their campaigns. And like it has been said, everything is by example. Like when our president and the former prime minister shook hands, you see peace followed. But you see, when leaders throw harsh words at each other and issue threats, then that is a recipe for violence and war in our nation. So I want to urge our leaders to be in the forefront of being peace ambassadors. They should be the ones now who are preaching peace and not uttering some things that can make people engage in violence unnecessarily. We also have tolerance. People should be tolerant. You might not agree with a certain leader. You might not be for a certain ideology. And we also have these few people within a society who have divergent opinion concerning a certain way of voting. And I think a good example is our colleague and friend in Eldoret who was being threatened by the likes of Oscar Sudi, and some of them even end up losing their property because they were just practicing their democratic right, and it's quite unfortunate. So the day Kenyans wake up and realize that we are living in a democratic society and everyone has a right to support or oppose whoever they do not like. So I think it all cuts down to uh, embracing democracy. We should be democratic and we should not be threatened even when we express divergent opinions. We should still be allowed to be who we are. We should let people be without threatening them. And then our politics are basically tribal. So our tribes should not make us fight, but in our diversity, we can actually get our strength from our diversity is actually our strength as opposed to our weakness that makes us to fight. So we can explore our differences and use it for the benefit of one another, as opposed to seeing each other like enemies and stuff like that. So I think for now I'll stop and just in case someone has a question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Penny. Thank you very much. Themba, is now your turn. Karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are. The topic of the day is on the issue of violence and their causes and remedies. I cannot overemphasize what has already been said. Just want to point out certain things that I feel ought to also have been added to the points that have been ably put across by the panel. The Constitution, as passed in 2010, was supposed to address some of these issues that we are discussing right now. By nature, when resources are limited, man tends to want to, to fight for their space. And in this case, resources can mean anything, and including even positions of power. So first, I suppose that the Constitution 2010 that brought in the county government was part of it. The framers of it hoped that it will strengthen the different aspects of the country, so that people have access to resources within and close to themselves. So I think as and when the Constitution 2010 will be able to find its structure and functionality, there will be no need of feeling like the national government people are losing out, because you're still able to access the resources from down there. So that for me, I think, is one remedy that eventually will get us there, where we'll not put a lot of premise on the president and who gets there. Detaching ourselves also from the perspective that as long as I'm having my person, then I'm going to benefit in a certain way. When we start receiving services in spite of our voting pattern, that we are not finding your voting decision either making you doomed a certain way or benefiting in a certain way, then we don't put a lot of input on the presidency and all, then we will stop feeling like we are losing. We keep saying that elections are not about losing; it's about choosing a leader. When you keep seeing it as losing and winning, then we will definitely be bound to try and look for it and make sure that our own gets there. But when we look at it as for lack of a better process of getting a leader, it's just a process of us getting a leader, and then after getting a leader, then the leader serves all of us in spite of our voting pattern, then we will not have, as a remedy, that's what I'm saying, as a remedy, that will work well for us. So maybe it's a conversation that it's interesting. We have the conversation of violence during election within an election period. It ought to be an ongoing conversation, so that it becomes part of us. What are some of the things that we put in place prior to an election, during, and even after, so that it's an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing engagement. But when we come to engage within an election time on how to avoid violence, the incitements that are going on, like some of us, my colleagues here, have said, we are being incited. We are looking at each other not as Kenyans but as enemies. That it's bound definitely to incite certain kind of feelings and emotions, and sometimes that becomes fodder for what eventually turns out in some situations violent. But I think as somebody rightfully put it, Kenyans are becoming more aware and they are becoming more informed. They are becoming more tolerant, and they are also we are becoming more wise in terms of separating, the truth from falsehoods. We are realizing also that we are more together than we are apart. I think as that conversation goes on, and as we keep on putting a structure, we shall be having a better or a fair, elections moving forward in a few years, in a few election cycles. Yeah, but for now, I think we still have a lot. The conversation needs to continue. We need to keep talking about moving out, choosing a leader, and letting the leader perform for us in spite of whom we voted for. As long as that is there, you will not have a lot of stakes put in particular positions. That is what I can say for now. And I know Bernard wants to give me the steering wheel. I want to let Penny take it for a few minutes. Then I'll come take it up from Penny with your permission, Bernard.
That's fine. We are in safe hands with Penny. Everybody, let's just begin with the community. The people who have not said anything should be given priority before the rest. But we are doing well. Let us keep making Kenya great by ensuring that we are shaping the opinions of political outcome the right way, based on facts, not emotions and whipping people towards a particular political ideology that is not enhancing the betterment of Kenya. Thank you.
Bernard, before you go.
Yes.
And now that Joe is still here, I heard you, Joe, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yes, I wanted to say something with Bernard here and you here. There's something you said that I think you are right, and Bernard was trying to suggest that you are all right.
Bernard, I know him. I know where emotions are. Iko siku ingine alisumbua
You
huko
people are
sana.
profiling me. You're profiling me.
Namjua sana.
Okay, so you can prosecute me. I'm here.
Yeah, I think Joe was right. Joe was right in view of there's a sense in which when people see Matiang'i appearing with the referee, it's just like there are these two teams that are going to be playing, and the one person who seems to have given a perception that he's preferring a certain team is seen having a talk with the referee, whether he's neutral or not. It creates certain perceptions. So even in a situation where the game is not, you actually scored free and square, you can use that as you can hold on it and saying that it was because of that meeting that the person had with the referee, and in some situations that has caused some people to imagine there was match fixing. So in an environment like ours that is becoming volatile as the days go by, I think Joe is right to the extent that it would be something, whether he is actually, Matiang'i's role in my view ought not necessarily be to meet the IEBC. It's to provide security, right? And providing security does not necessarily mean coming out and appearing to give certain instructions with the IEBC. That, in my view, I think creates an environment he might be doing his job, as someone has suggested. But in such a situation where he has actually appeared in a certain media and has been seen to support one of the competitors, it can be read anyhow. So I think Joe was right. And also we don't need to make people think that if one person takes, the other person will suffer. No, if it hurt the other person, you shouldn't use it to hurt them too. It should be like, if you're looking for justice, you're not looking for justice because someone else has denied it to you. We should be ready to say that I might not differ with you, but I should defend your right to say what you want to say. So once you get it, it shouldn't be that now you want to tell them that you enjoyed it, now it's time for you to suffer. So they might have said that let Matiang'i do his job, but was it right then? It wasn't right then, it is not right now, and it will not ever be right. Injustice is injustice, whether it is appearing, it's happening to your neighbor, or it's happening to our friend. So I think we need to put it out there. I mean, he's doing his job, that's okay. But the perception needs to be managed so that whatever straw someone will want to hold on, they don't find, because
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Wait,
let me say
might
something about the public appearance.
Wait.
Yes.
Baba might win, right? But the fact that there was a meeting between him and Matiang'i might be reason enough for someone to suggest, right? You know, Bernard, you are a pastor.
It would be worse if the meeting was in secret.
Let me give you another one. Bernard, you are a pastor, all right? And being a pastor means what? You might call a single member to come and you pray for that single member in your room, in your house, all right? Now, when this young lady who is single comes to your house purely for prayers, and they get out of that place, what will Penny say?
Unaccompanied, yes.
Unaccompanied, yes. And it is just prayers.
It was innocent prayer, but guilty.
Thank you. Now I'll continue.
So I was saying it is good that they came out in public and said they met. Because if we got that from Itumbi's intelligence, then it will be worse to be spinned to mean the other thing. They are meeting in secret and arranging this and that.
Themba, thank you for your wisdom.
Back to Penny.
Penny, you should, carry on.
Okay, I think community was supposed to be given a chance to talk because he's next.
Yeah. Asante sana ndugu zanguni na dada yangu hapa kwa kunipa nafasi hii ndiposa nipate kuchangia mambo muhimu yenye yatakayofanya Kenya yetu ikae sawa sawa before sisi tukae ancestors. In fact hii topic ya leo wakati nimeifanyia uchunguzi wangu wa hapa na pale, nimepata kujua mahali mwenye alileta mahali ameitoa na sababu haswa ya yeye kuileta vile ipo. Nampongeza sana. Hii topic imetokana na vile nimesikia mlengo wa UDA wameanza kutoa makucha ama malalamiko kuhusu IBC kuwa maybe kuna outer forces ambao wanajaribu kuwaingilia. Lakini ningependa kuuliza swali moja. Juzi wakati mimi niliona alikuwa ni Millie Odhiambo ama ni Wanga kule Kisumu akisema IEBC yafaa iangaliwe. Watu wa UDA wakasema hapana, mmekuwa wapi? Sasa Matiang'i ndio huyo IEBC imewaita, imemuita cause yeye ndiye atakuwa anapeana security kwa Wakenya, yeye ndiye atakuwa anapeana mwelekeo wa masuala ya ulinzi kwa wale wote ambao watakao jihusisha na kuensure kuwa uchaguzi inasimamiwa vizuri. But hawa ndugu zangu wameanza kulia tena kuwa maybe Matiang'i ni kana kwamba anaweza tumiwa maybe kuchangia the outcome of elections iende kwa mlengo mwingine. Mimi ningependa kuuliza watu wa UDA, nini hii mnaogopa kwa huyu Matiang'i, the likes of Msheru, ambapo hamukuiogopa 2017? Wacha tu tuseme ukweli. So which means the park stops at one and the only person, Chebukati. Sisi tulisema Chebukati, mimi nimepigia Raila Amolo Odinga cause I'm 30 December 15 naelekea 35 years. So nimepigia Raila Amolo Odinga karibu nilimpigia 207 kura, nikampigia 2013, nikampigia 2017. So sisi tumekubali Chebukati asimamie uchaguzi, bado tukiwa tunajua ali bungle elections ya 2017. So na watu wa UDA, mezeni kiburi yenu, tukae wote equal. Sasa sisi wote tuambie Chebukati, wewe ndio the only person unaweza amua Kenya iwake moto ama Kenya iprosper as from 2022. Wacha sisi wote tumwekee Chebukati.
Community, your 3
Yes.
minutes try and wind up.
Yeah, exactly. Just 1 minute. So it is high time we tell Chebukati, in fact, ajaribu juu chini atupe uchaguzi ambao ni mwema pasipo kuingiliwa na mtu yeyote, na hapo atakuwa amecancel yale makosa yenye alifanya na timu yake in 2017. Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome, Patriots. Between Brian and Bernard, had Brian contributed?
No, let's have Brian, except there is a question.
Okay.
Brian, Geoffrey, those are newcomers, and Patriot.
Okay, the Patriot, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Patriot, you're welcome.
Okay, I'm very grateful
Carry on, unmute Brian and give your submission. You are still mute, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine now.
Yeah, I'm very grateful to be in this forum. This is my first time to be in this particular forum. Yes, I was going through the YouTube, and unfortunately I found that the debate was going on, though I didn't do a research on the topic. But I'm very grateful. I'm enjoying everything. I'll be participating well come the next debate. Meanwhile, let me just enjoy and follow, get everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will go to Geoffrey. Geoffrey.
Yes, thank you, Penny, for giving me this chance. Let me say this is a very nice topic because we have been having issues every elections in our country. But the look of things, we know that what causes those problems, like the violence and the elections which is not secured. You know, I still have a problem. I may sound a bit different. My problem is about this election body in our country. Because all the elections which they have carried out, they bango elections, and that's a fact. It's not something which you're gonna say that they're not doing so. So I'm saying this. Even if we are, we are saying that these people they're gonna oversee the upcoming elections with a manner which is supposed to be done. For me, I may say this. These people, they have been mandated to do the election for the past 2 elections, and they have been doing some things which are unthinkable. As long as we may be saying that election is going to be okay, being carried by the same people who have been doing so, it's like we are lying to ourselves. Why do I say so? These people have been compromised in the past. I assure you that they are not going to be compromised at this round. Another thing about the violence, I think this high time the Minister for Interior Security to see that, and the CIA, because they know that some people are doing some things which are gonna jeopardize the peace of our country by the utterance, and also by doing or planning something which may use it to cause some problems when that time comes, or threaten other people. This is a time these people are supposed to do their job, and whoever who utterance which can jeopardize the peace of our country is supposed to be held responsible, no matter who the person is, which responsibility has in the government or the other side. They're supposed to be held so that we curb this problem, because I know whichever we have a problem is through these politicians who use some words or incite people in a way by saying that, our community is being targeted, or we are being targeted with this and that. That's one way of doing what? That's one way of inciting people. If the Minister for Interior gonna do his job thoroughly and make sure that whoever is causing problem or who is inciting people to do things which are not right, to accountable, then they're gonna show that the coming election is not a place for causing mayhem or violence or doing against each other communities which they don't agree with your, or they don't associate with your political alignment, so that they can be do what you can have a very peaceful election. Another thing as in about the election body, there's some things which they're supposed to check it and make sure that all these problems we have been having for the last two elections, they're not gonna recur, because especially like the use of the machines, the kits for elections. If they're not going to look at those things and see that they can be to be serviced, and they make sure that each and every polling station not going to have a problem when they're using the election machines, so that they can be assured of that this coming election is going to be done in a manner whereby nobody going to doubt it, whether there is some compromise, or they were compromised in a way that which can trigger and cause violence in our country. I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We will go to Patriot. Unless someone has a question, a comment. Community.
Mr. Geoffrey, I want to ask you a question. No, in fact, don't you see that all those leaders who oversaw in IBC, who oversaw the 2017 general elections, in fact, all of them are at work at this very moment, because Jepukati is at work. Then we have Jiloba, is now the Director General for Communication Authority of Kenya. Don't you see we have a long way to go? Because if it were Chepkati only, it was to be good. But now Jiloba is in the other side. He's the one who is going to see how this result will be streaming in. How can you say about these two individuals?
Okay, thank you, brother and sister. This is what I was saying. That's why I said that I don't really buy those people. I don't agree with them to be in office, because these people, they have bungled the past two elections, and nobody. I will not believe that they're gonna do it the way it's supposed to be done, because once someone has done a mistake once or twice, you're not guaranteed that you're not gonna repeat the same mistake. That's why I say I'm not. Election is coming. They're there. They're in the office. They're not gonna be removed right now because it's too late. But it's like I'm thinking that we're gonna have a problem with these people, and that's a fact. One way or the other, we're gonna have a problem with these people, because they have been seeing the election and they have been bungling those elections, the past two elections. They're not gonna make anything different. They're gonna bungle it. I don't know what you say. They're gonna favoring it, but they're gonna bungle it again. That's the fact, and that's why I said that they're taking this big question. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be. You're gonna be right. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeffrey. Patriot, you're back, eh? Patriot, it's your time.
Yeah, I'm back. I was looking for my hands free. Good morning, good evening, and
Morning.
I hope you. Oh, thank you so much. Allow me to dive straight to today's topic because I think it's a very sensitive and very important topic today, which, in my view, we cannot afford to just scratch on the surface. We must really be able to bring out this issue the way it is. Otherwise, history might judge us badly because this is the opportunity God has given us to actually put everything into context, and then probably those who are planning to do bad things during the election can learn from what we will be able to bring forward today. I'll start by saying this. In psychiatry, there's what we call selective amnesia, and I think this is one of the most difficult conditions to handle because it's a condition that affects the mind and that it affects the brain. And the brain is a very important organ of a human body, of a human person. And I see those kind of symptoms. This is a syndrome that it seems to be playing out very clearly. And if it's not well managed, this is where you will find it to be the source of the very violence that we're talking about. Because first and foremost, everything that you want to do begins with your head. If your brain has distortion, it has distraction, then you're most likely going to have an imbalanced decision that you make when you are required to be clear on what you do. Why am I saying that our friends from the other side of the story seems to be presenting symptoms that are clinically, aligned to be described as selective amnesia? The clearest indication that this is what is happening is this. You see, you cannot all of a sudden turn around and say, we think Matiang'i, who is the Minister for Security and Internal, and you pick names, you say Msheru, these are people who are most likely going to be, partisan, they might not be neutral, and so you want to say, you're worried that the election might not be fair and verifiable. Excuse me, give us a break. We had reasons why we wanted BBI to go through, and you are now accepting from the back door that BBI was a solution to solve problems that we insisted on you. One of the problems, if they need to be reminded, that was to be resolved and brought down by the introduction of BBI material, or as a bill, as it were, is the issue of having a verifiable, fair, and democratic process in election. Something that they made sure that they shot down. They made sure they used hook and crook, that this process did not see the light of the day. Now that time is come when light has visited on their doors. They are now seeing the shady areas that were never clear to them, which I don't know whether it's deliberate or it was out of ignorance by design. Here now they are actually telling us in admission that we regret BBI should have passed, because these things that you seem to see, they are manifesting themselves. They are simply telling us is this: we are seeing a situation where we are going to have an election and we might not accept results. That's what they're simply saying. They want to own up and use those words. That's what they are saying. And they have gone to the extent, why I'm looking at this topic to be very sensitive? They have gone to the extent of even telling us, in my view, if we open the servers, Raila Amolo Odinga won the last election. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're telling us, for sure. To me, it makes me feel like before we discuss anything, if they have the audacity to think that the state has a contribution in decision making as far as the presidential election is concerned, if they have that audacity, we need them to prove first by opening the servers so that we see the results. We are willing to forgive and forget. They open the servers to prove that the state manipulates elections. Number two, they will have to do the most patriotic thing, if we find out that the state has a role
then the DP must step aside for him to be fair enough to say that we need Matiang'i to step aside so that we have a level playing field, because he cannot be an executive, officer in the current, government, and then he says the only fair field that we want to bring about is by having Matiang'i, and Msheru resign. That's the only way we can have a balance. To me, that is very hypocritical, and it's a very serious level of selective amnesia. And I think that is something that needs to be put to rest and clear. We are willing to support that Matiang'i and Msheru step aside, if they are willing to step aside, because the DP cannot be a candidate for 2022 and he remains a deputy president. That's, to me, something we can't. And the other thing I want to say that seems to be clear here is this, Penny. If, for sure, Tanga are worried of what will happen if Matiang'i will be in charge of security by the time we're doing election, what are they telling us? They are simply telling us the responsibility of bungling the 2022 election was something the DP wanted to do, because he's been very clear to tell us that the roles that he was supposed to play were transferred to Matiang'i. So in other words, he's saying, Matiang'i, the tools of trade that you have are supposed to be in my house for me to bungle the election. There's something they know, of course, from their speech. If you really look at that, I looked at their body language when they were in Karen. They didn't look happy. They were not happy for the first time. I didn't see the joy, And for sure, if you ask me, my fellow panelists, where you see smoke, there must be fire. There must be fire somewhere. And I think they've been caught. Their pants are down. We are not going to recede any position. And I want to, do my last statement on this, preamble by rebattling what Themba said. I have no reason whatsoever to think that Matiang'i is playing a biased role. The Kenyan Constitution does not exempt civil servants from participating in campaign. And that's what the DP and company answered to us when the officers who were in office, we thought they were not supposed to be given that mandate constitutionally. In 2017, we brought this story up. Whatever they're playing is a script that we went through last time. You know what they told us? Even the ministers have their right to vote whichever direction they go, and they can campaign. I'll remember Eugene still campaigned. Matiang'i came to Kisii and he abused Kisii. He told us he's a man who belonged to some group, there's a group called Chinkororo. There's that history. He said that. And some of us, for your information, we didn't like Matiang'i. But because we couldn't sack him, he made sure that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta won. Now, the very medicine, the very injection they gave us, that dose, they must put it, it is an IV. They must have it so that we balance this equation. It's an injection. We felt it. It was not nice. I'll tell you, it was bitter. You squeeze your buttocks for too long, before the pain goes. But for this one to be a balanced equation, we will not let Matiang'i go out of office because somebody feels that election will not be fair, because we didn't sack Matiang'i when they were on his side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful presentation. Bernard, will you take over?
What do I say? Everything has been said. I think we have done justice on this subject. We just need to, I think, sum it up or introduce something else. But as far as violence is concerned, it is our responsibility, and it's also our responsibility to hold our leaders to account. Let us not celebrate a leader who is inciting people against others, or who is profiling communities, or beginning to say this is a no-go zone for so and so. This is Kenya, and Kenya is for us all. So let's wise up as a people. James, you're lifting your hand.
I've heard several things that have been talked, and I still feel, and I heard this, and I voiced this some time back. Perhaps it's time we ask ourselves whether as currently structured, even if we were to have a free and fair elections, would we really have a fair and even ground for competing for executive power when we vote along ethnic lines, where Andigo, Ateso, Akuria cannot even imagine he can, he can vie for presidency because he knows he is disadvantaged right from the beginning because the community is small. That is one question that perhaps we should also start asking ourselves whether we are really being genuine. And I think those who opposed a BBI or they either did not want to acknowledge the situation in which we are and the experiences that we have had through the since multipartism. The other thing I want to state is that two key political personalities in central Kenya, one Kabando wa Kabando, who is an old hand in politics, both central Kenya politics and the national politics, and most recently Moses Kuria, who has a lot of touch also on political issues. They have voiced the fact that Baba seems to be taking a lead and could even win this thing before the elections. More so because you also know that Baba said he is going to announce whether he will vie for this position once the books for voter registration are closed. What I am driving at is this, that what you hear as complaints from the so-called Tanga is based on reality, that what they thought is not what is coming out to be. That of course the central could have even 80% of MPs coming from the UDA or whatever it is that is affiliated to the deputy president, but the bitter pill is that they will be in the opposition. That is something that some of them, perhaps those who are clever enough, have started reconciling themselves to as a fact. And you can obviously see some bitterness. And you are going to see this more. I believe this time they are the ones who might have Machozi Monday, because if a mere meeting, which I would consider inconsequential, this meeting was called together with the CJ, the Chief Justice, the police, those who over security, that is the police, and the IBC, so that they can synchronize the plans that they have for offering a free, credible, verifiable elections. But you can already see that there is panic on the other side. This panic is not for nothing. It is born out of the fact that these people have noticed that what they thought will be is likely not to be, that they will be in the opposition, and therefore they would rather start making noises that elections are starting to be rigged. I think this is the position that the former prime minister has been praying for a very long time. Although for him, it is regrettable that he lost some of the elections unfairly, as a matter of fact. And that's why nobody wants to talk about what happened. And even up to today, I doubt whether there are what we would call final results on 2017 general elections. So we should elevate this debate to whether, as currently structured, we are really being fair to communities that cannot even imagine fronting a presidential candidate on account of their small population, whether it is not within our ability to try to craft a political system that brings more inclusiveness and accommodation, so that we can move together, bring down those very hard feelings and feelings of marginalization, and the fact that, like I heard somebody say much later when he was contributing, that there are communities that feel like they own Kenya. I think rather than point to two communities, we just need to appreciate that we've played our politics in a very tribal way. We are very tribal, and we cannot hide from this. We can't hide this any longer. If we want to maintain the Kenyan nation state, as was envisaged by our forefathers, and as the boundaries were crafted by our colonialists, because you realize that we are living in a different age where every community now has intellectuals, it has elites, they can read between the lines, and so when it was easy to maintain a calm, peaceful environment, because people could not understand some of these things, I think it is no longer possible to cheat the Taita, the Tavetas, the Digos, and the Trukanas, that they have an equal stake in ascending to the highest office in this land. So let's open up this debate. Let's talk about it openly. I think for me, the BBI was a first step towards realizing that goal. And maybe what could have been handed is that maybe one of the top seats goes to one of the minority groups as a matter of affirmative action. But political processes are never static. Societies keep reviewing them from time to time to fit the realities of that time. Otherwise, what has held back Kenya is the twin ugly sisters of ethnicity and corruption, which go hand in hand. That's why you find when somebody is appointed to a position where he has ability to appoint people, he brings in his tribesmen so that they have their time to eat and nothing else. And what serves is the country in the final end. You will, like somebody saying, you are going to find some of our parastatals today. I have a brother who went to one of the parastatals after finishing his diploma in one of the major, institutions in Kenya, which is also a government institution. So when he got the gate, he was asked which ethnicity he comes from. And the guard was very candid with him. He told him, if you don't come from this community, don't even bother to enter the compound. You will not get a hearing. That is the Kenya we live in, and I think it is a time we start being honest with ourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Bernard, 1 minute.
Half a minute. Make it half a minute.
Yeah, Mr. James, I want to agree with you that in fact William Samoei Ruto and his team, they are very, very much scared because Baba, in fact, after this exercise of voter registration, Baba is going to announce, reason being, the young people who are making Baba to get scared, the 5 or 7 million, the number is very low. It will not go beyond 1.5 million. So these young people who are to tilt the outcome of 2022 in favor of William Samoei Ruto, in fact, is day gone. Is day gone. So Baba atakuwa kwa debe, halafu au wengine katika uchaguzi au wengine in fact wataenda opposition. Halafu kitu kingine, Baba atapeana tu minister ama one of the ambassadorial kwa our ndorobos, our taita the minorities, atawapatia tu kiti. Kama Baba unanisikia mahali popote upo, Haruna anasema kuwa come 2022 kwa baraza lako la mawaziri, our ndorobos the minorities, please wapatie kiti moja, wengine tupa tu kama ambassador, wapeperushe bendera yetu pale juu. Asante.
Thank you, community ancestor.
Bernard.
I support what you are saying, but you are giving too much information. Leave it there.
Bernard.
Yes.
I have a question to Patriot.
Oh, you have a question to Patriot?
Yes.
I wanted to bring in Mulumbu, so ask
okay,
Patriot.
that's okay. That's okay. You can bring Mulumbu and then I'll ask my question.
Okay, thank you. Mulumbu.
Yes.
Karibu, karibu.
Asante sana. Nashukuru sana kwa siku ya leo. Nimewasikiza kwa muda mrefu. Pia nichangie kidogo. Kulingana na mada ya leo, we are still in a problem. Na problem tulio nani sisi wa Kenya wenyewe. You know, we really brag that we are educated, but we are not educated. Some of Kenya that are really educated are not educated. Hawajasoma. Because I've said up before that, Kenyans, you are so good when you're working outside the countries. When you're given a job, you do it resident. How do you call it?
Diligently.
Yeah, diligently.
Diligently.
Yeah, diligently. Yeah, there you are. You guys really work very smart. Very good. Juzi uliona tu Mkisa Kitunye alikuwa anaongoza nini UN. Ametoka huko bila makosa, hajafanya makosa yote. You are so good. But if you go back home, mnarudi kwa ile shimo mlitoka. That's the problem. That's the problem you Kenya is having. I don't know vile mtatoka. Sijui kwa Kenya tumerogwa wapi. I don't know vile mtatoka kwa hili. Na watu mmesoma, mmetoka huko. Tell me which country in the world ambapo imeendelea iko na vyama karibu 100 vile Kenya iko nayo. Enda America iko viwili. Enda Uingereza sijui iko mbili na nyingine inaitwa sio liberal sijui gani, conservative sijui gani. Ni 3 peke yake. Nenda Germany ni 2 ama 3 peke yake. Nenda Australia. Nenda Japan. All those countries ambazo zimedevelop wana vyama ngapi? How many parties do they have? Kwa sababu too much hiyo ndio nini Nyerere aliona na akaambia Tanzania, hii ujinga makabila ya chini na ikapeleka mahali. We need to be one nation, one people so that we can compete with other countries. If we don't be in that one, tutaendelea kupigana na unajua tunampigana na mnazaa kila siku watu wanajaa. Mwisho mtaanza kuchingana because none of you has got something to help. Hata kama anayo, I don't know what I can explain, what I can say. How can a country small like Kenya ambapo ni kama state moja ya America kuwa na vyama 100? For what? For what really? That's why
Bernard.
Patriot, hold your horses.
Mulungu is a friend, angekubali tu. It's okay.
Ngoja mzee amalize statement yake, utakuja baadaye. Thank you.
So now look at this. Hebu angalieni nyinyi ambapo mko hapa, nafikia tunajadiliana ili tupate kupanuka akili na to see what can be done to the Kenya. Do you see, hata unaona hizi laws zinafanywa hao wabunge ni wale wanafanyanga zile wanawapendelea zile upendo wao. That's what you can see. Any sheria inafanywa katika Kenya wanajipendelea. They don't look it in the exclusivity ambapo inashika Kenya na United Kenya pamoja. They are always astray. Kama ningekuwa Mangwa au ningepeleka mswada ya kwamba Kenya should have only 2 parties or 3 parties, full stop. So kama unataka kuwa mwanasiasa, ingia kwa party fulani, peleka ideology zako huko ndani, pigania huko ndani, build huko, party kikopata huko na maono mazuri, watakuchagua uongoze that party. That's how the reality and the truth will be found. But if you have left kila tribe, na vile tuko 46 na 46 vyama, sijui saa hii 46 imefika 100. How are you going to develop our country? Then most of people ambao wanashughulia hivyo, most of them ni wezi, wakipitisha sheria wanapitisha sheria ambazo zinawalinda wao. Then hiyo inamaanisha wale wenye wako pale juu hivi kabla kubwa these big tribes wanajiangalia hizi ndogo hakuna mahali mtapitia, because there's no mechanism ambapo inachukua sisi wote tuweke pamoja. That only can only happen if you have only 2 parties or 3, and should be a law, so that for you to rise up to be a chairman or a chairman, you have to work extra. Unless otherwise, hata mpige sura ina gani, hiyo kitu kabla haijavumbuliwa liitoe hii nini problem ya nini uchaguzi umetokea watu wanapigana ovyo sijui wanafanya nini, because for example, look at right now, hii kampeni zinaenda, hakuna people doesn't sell their ideas for the one they give, ni matusi ndio wanaenda huko, mtu anapeana lies na mnaona huyo jamaa anasema uongo mtupu, then that's what people wanashangilia, lies tupu, na hiyo ndio people wanashangilia. Na after that anapeana pesa, mnaona, of which ingekuwa na sheria, ukipatikana unapeana pesa, wewe sheria inakushika ni ndani, hakuna sijui habari nyingine, nothing, because when unaenda kutumikia watu, let the people finance you, because if they believe in you, they will finance you. Why should you finance the people that want to employ you? You are buying them because these people have taken us to be foolish, stupid. Inamaanisha Kenya sasa, hata ndio unaona mtu, somebody has been here, well educated, ameongoza makampani kubwa na anaona hapa pesa anapata, nikienda nyumbani sasa anapiga hesabu, anaenda kusimama nyumbani, because ataenda kumanipulate apata pesa ya free, the way money is being found in Kenya. That's what they do. So guys, let's open up and sometimes discuss here something that and analyze how Kenya can be, kama haijafikia watu kwa masi wafikie, what support to be done to Kenya. Right now tunaenda uchaguzi, bado tuko na shida ile tu, because some people wana believe that chama kingine kazi yake ni nini, ni kazi yake ni kupiga mawe na kutoa fujo na nini. That's what they believe. Wanasahau ya kwamba demonstration iko allowed. Ni kama watu wamekuwa wamefinywa na wana demonstrate. Kwa nini wapige na polisi? Kwa nini polisi si wa direct mada, mkitaka kuandamana pitiana hapa hivi? Let the people demonstrate. Why do you beat them? Why do you kill them? Then ukimuua, how do you expect me to be? Si mimi pia napigana na wewe. Then you tell me to be sasa mimi am a rioter. After you have flinched that to me. Really? Guys, let's talk here and let these people know that we also understand ambato hatujasoma hatujafika, but we see what they are doing is still right to the country. They are not developing the country. They are there to eat at their own time with their families. Thank you.
Okay, Patriots.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. It is not in my place to criticize when my fellow panelists are contributing, but at times, you know, I try to bring in a rebuttal, especially when I know that the person I want to rebuttal on his comment is somebody who is understanding, who is mature. So Mulumbu is a friend, and that's why I thought, as much as he was making his points, he will not have a problem me, you know, doing one or two, you know, contradiction to his statement. I want to contradict him. I want to rebuttal, and I don't agree with him on some issues. And so one, I wanted to tell Mulumbu that it is true. Kenya is still, you know, a very young country. In matters of democracy, we still have a long way to go. However, there is some page in the very book that I am reading from, which Mulumbu seems to have either, you know, overlooked, or he's not seen that page. That's the page I want to read to Mulumbu, my brother. To be patriotic enough, you must start by giving hope to your country. Your countrymen, when they are speaking on an issue like this, the end of your story or the tone of your contribution must be giving hope. And I'm one person who believes that this country has made strides. We have made a lot of democratic process, you know, we have made a lot of progress as far as democracy is concerned. There was a time when you could not have the freedom of speech, which we enjoy, and I really love that. We had a situation where we only had a single party. Now we are enjoying the multi-party. It's a party. It's a new thing in town. The new sheriff in town defines our politics with multi-partyism. It is clear that at some point we'll have a revolution that will give this country an opportunity to only have two parties. But for now, I think we are a very young country. We are very tribal. Our national fabric has very, very local politics. This is where the philosophy of politics being local is actually manifested very clearly. So I think the most important thing that needs to be, you know, underlined and underscored in the contribution of my brother Mulumbu is that not all of us are fools. Not all of us are not making use of our education because it seems to generalize on us. Our pastor Bernard went to school very well. He is doing a good job. I have a sister here, Penny, and others, including Mulumbu himself. You know, Mulumbu, you say you didn't go to school. I doubt that. The kind of intelligence you display here, it does not qualify that statement. I think sometimes you underestimate your intelligence. So I want to say that for me, this country has an opportunity to do better. And that is why we are trying to push things. BBI, reggae has just gone to a halftime. It will come back. We will get the opportunity to correct and make sure that the mess that has been glaring every time we're going for election, it is something that is going to be a topic in the books of history. Thank you.
That is well put. I think the dust settles on that. Let's hear from David.
Bernard, Themba had a question.
Themba, yeah. I think he dropped out. He's coming back.
Okay.
David, upo ama upo?
Nipo, lakini naomba unipe dakika chache na mimi nipate kushika mjadala. Nimeingia tu sasa hivi. Asante lakini.
Thank you. Yeah. Brian, so far so good. By now you have at least one stone to throw. Don't throw it at me. Just throw it anywhere else. Unmute.
Okay, I'm very grateful. The proceedings are okay and everything is going on well. Yeah, I've been following, and I can see the title. Oh, I did see the name of the debate, and see how the free election. How we can achieve the free, fair, and credible election. Yes, I think we are heading to a 2022 general poll, and the issue of violence have been here and there. And this time round, at least we want to modify it in a way that at least everything will be okay after election. We still remain as brothers and sisters. There's no protesting, something of that kind. So I think the action that the CS has taken is okay. Engaging the IBC officials, something of that kind. At least this time, I see the other members from the UDA. They have started developing some fears. Yeah, but it's okay. The election will be free. Hello?
Carry on. You're muting yourself.
Okay, I thought somebody was talking.
No,
Okay.
no. You just go on, even if they talk, until you are. It's part of it.
Okay. So I think the election will be okay, and it will be free and fair. This time around, I don't see if things will be. So there is that fear from other parties. The other parties, when the ODM members were on a rally, when they say they just say that there should be some modification in the IBC. The people of IBC, the people of the other party, the UDM members, they were saying IB was okay and nothing was wrong with that. Now that they saw that the CS shook hands with the Raila Odinga, the things changing. And of course, the election will be free and fair, so long as they maintain that peace, and we also maintain the other side. This time around, everything will be okay. I think to this level, that could be my submission. I didn't prepare for it very well. I'm somebody who is based on research. I have to do research is when I present properly. But I think the little I've contributed, I feel very okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Brian. That's good. Let's keep the conversation going. And being a researchist, you need to research more and help us know where are we headed as a nation and what we need to put in place, because we must have Kenya and a better Kenya after 2022. Yes, Mulumbu.
Yes, I just wanted to add something little on what you said. You know, somebody had to start it to get started. Hata ukiona Raila alianza kupigana hii kitu kama bado kijana, wakina Shukuru, whatever it is, waliona what was going on is right, it's not right, because I was there during that time of Moi. I saw it all. So that's why I say so. It's you guys, this country is ahead of you. And if you don't start it right now, though wao wengi wangu bado hao wazee wetu na wengine hao na vijana wengine hawaoni, bado wameshika. You have to have these ideas. Mwanze mtu mmoja, wawili, watatu, mwende paka ifika group that the nation will see. Because kama bado mnangojea ati nchi bado changa. Nowadays it's lucky wale wametupigania, wametupatia freedom of speech. You can express. This is the time you guys, you need to use this platform and try to educate these people. Do not say that you are still young. Ukisema unasema ya kwamba mimi, ukisema wewe ni young, utaoa lini na ujitengeza na ukisema bado uko young because your parents are still there. When you develop and be a man. Where the time this God has given you, this is the time you have to use it to build your country. To let people come together. To let those people who are educated na wanatengezea law kwa vile wanajipendekeza wenyewe na hawaoni huku nyuma vile watu wanaumia. They favor themselves. Forgetting the wako hapo leo kesho wanakufa. So wakitoka wanaacha watoto wao na jamii zao. So nyinyi mmebakia mnazidi kugandamizwa mkifa hivyo hapo. This is the time to use it. Tell them what's supposed to be done. If it's too much multiple, hapana. Hii multiple mnaweka vya mami, it's not taking us anywhere. Itarudisha kwa tribal huko ndani. Let's fight and have very few parties so that the party has ideology. So that anybody from any part of Kenya can come with the ideology that can build the country. But right now, nobody. Mtu hawezi toka huko nini huko kwa Turkana ama Teso atoe na ideology hata kubaliwa because zimejaa. Sasa wenye wana nini upeo mkubwa au ndio wanasikika. Wewe ukienda kusema but mkianza kwa hii kama vile mnaanza ku advocate na kuiweka mbele itasonga na then you'll make something to change the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mlumbu. I want us to understand each other, and it will force me to apply my priestly vocation. It is said in the book of Deuteronomy that when the nation is going out for war, let the priest first come out before the people that are going to fight and charge them that we are going out for war. Remember the following: God is going ahead of you. God is going to fight for you. God is going to give you victory. But if there is anybody who is fearful, go home. If there is anybody who is not willing to lay down his life for the war, let them go home right now. If you are newly married and you are not through the honeymoon, leave now and go. What is my point? There is a pronouncement that is meant to make you go and fight and fight with everything you have. And for you to secure that victory, you will need to go about it without any reservation. And so some of the things that especially Mulumbu is bringing them up, they are very necessary, especially if we're going to have a country that we will be proud of. Who knows? It could be the excess political parties we have that are an avenue through which we are not achieving our greatest aspiration. Because instead of growing people into a political party, every child is now breaking away and forming their party. So we are not maturing politically. We are breaking away instead of persevering within the party system until you grow to maturity and you have that nationalistic sense of responsibility. So that when you are asking for a higher seat, you have built a muscle for it through the party process. So there is how I think the multi-party, the way we have received the multi-party system, it became an avenue of people aborting the process of developing as politicians and as national leaders. So it's something that we need to reflect over and begin to look at it positively. I see there is some serious sense and wisdom in that. Like us who come from Western Kenya, to break ANC and Ford Kenya and come out one party, it will take a community ancestors intervention and the other neighbors to come and beat us and put us together. But all the same, I'm happy that we are talking and we are growing. Community ancestor, same agit.
Yeah, by the way, Mr. Mlumbu hata mimi nimempata vizuri sana. Unajua Bena nitaangalia ndio, hata mimi naona nikana kwamba unajua akili yangu by the way uwanga ina dig deeper into things mpaka unapata maybe for in one way nimespill the pins so nitakuwa nakata kufikiria kwangu juu sana. So nasema hivi, Mulumbu nimepata mambo yake. Mulumbu anasema hivi kuwa hizi political parties mingi uwanga zinafanya wale viongozi wetu wazuri ambao maybe hawezi wakajiunga na hizo parties yani hizi party kubwa, na yale maono yao wanaenda kuunda party ingine of which kitambo hiyo party igrow ikuje kung'ang'ania na ichukue urais. Utapata yule mwenye alikuwa na mafikiro mazuri amezeeka ama maybe ameaga dunia na anaenda na hizo ideas like sasa alisema kuhusu Mukisa Kitui. Mukisa Kitui, angalia yeye amewacha kazi ya UN amekuja Kenya. Instead angejiunga na UDA ama ajiunge na ODM, ndiposa zile ideology zake nzuri aziweke pale. Yeye ameenda msituni, so is a waste right now as we speak. Sasa hizo idea zake tutazitoa wapi? Hapo ndio unaona kuwa tukiwa na small tukiwa na parties maybe 5. Sasa hao wenye wako na maono mazuri wakiingia pale waendelee kugrow wakipeana hizo idea zao, Kenya itakuwa fiti manzi.
Okay, let's go back to Penny. Okay, Penny, are you there? James?
Yes.
Yeah,
I will say this.
Yes.
I've listened to the last speaker, and while I do appreciate his concerns about the many parties that he's talking about, the reality of the matter is that we tend to approach our politics first as individual, kind of highway to getting a job, to getting space. So that's why it is not possible to maintain one or two parties, because you find one constituency has about 10 contestants for position of an MP. Simply also because our political parties do not have any ideological differences really, in as much as we would want to trumpet ideologies. In fact, the closest I have come to hearing of ideologies from politicians that we have has been Raila, who has consistently saying that he stands as a social democrat. I have not heard anybody else trumpet ideology of any nature. So, first of all, there is the individual aspirations that cannot tie us to one or two parties, which would be the ideal situation in our country, one or two, three parties. That may come much, much, much later, maybe when our society has developed much and each party has distinguished itself in terms of an ideology. Maybe one fighting for workers' rights, the other one maybe fighting for agricultural, rights, farmers or such things. so that people can coalesce around those parties because they know what the parties will fight for when they get power. I still believe that we have a long way to go, though I can say the first ceiling has been broken. I think our country is one of the most democratic in Africa. We tend to beat ourselves so much, but I think the freedoms that we enjoy here can only be dreams in quite a number of African countries. I've been to Chad, I've been to Tanzania, been to Uganda, and other countries, and I am aware. Even in one of the countries, when you try to take a photo, you see the security coming around you, asking you why you are taking photos. The public also reacts in a very fearful manner. So basically, I think we are on the right path, except that we have to confront the two ugly sisters that have held us back. We have the issue of ethnicity and the issue of corruption, and they go hand in hand because they actually sustain one another, because that is the way our politics is organized. You first have to have your tribesmen pushing for you from all sides, and then you accommodate them in a power structure that you form. That is why you saw what happened in 2013. You can only imagine. You may blame that one man who was at the top, but you cannot understand the forces that were coming from below, which if he did not act the way he did, would have dented him quite badly. So, but I'm not trying to excuse that for him. I'm just trying to state the facts as I see them. So once we have the right political environment, the right political parties with ideologies that reflect the kind of interest that we have, because there are very many interests. There are workers' rights, there are students' rights, there are farmers, there are small traders. What we have right now are just people manipulating these groups without any well-grounded policy statements or policy directions that would actually uplift them. There's just that our political parties are playing with the kind of problems that these groups have through tokenism and temporary excitements. And once you get power, you don't have any concrete policy on how to go systematically and structurally solving the problems that these groups have. But I always say that our people run ahead of their leaders. I think what is happening right now in terms of voter apathy cannot be taken out of context. It is the fact that our youths have since discovered that there's a group of people just want to use them, get power. They continue to enjoy life while they languish in poverty. While I'm not advocating a situation where people abdicate their civil duties, like electing their leaders, I am just trying to get to the psychology of this young man who is 18 years old, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, somebody who has left university 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and the government says nothing and just behaves like they don't exist. then unfortunately the ones who have been there now come back telling them kazi ni kazi, na hata kusukuma mkokoteni na wheelbarrow ni kazi. When somebody has an engineering degree, when somebody has is a doctor or any other course that can pay well, can earn a good salary, architects and so on and so forth. When you tell them kazi ni kazi, kusukuma wheelbarrow ni sawa, those people are not likely to hear you. So this, what you are seeing now, will cascade into what will happen in 2022. Unfortunately, our young people may not vote as much as we thought that they would vote, because we've not given them the reason to wake up and go and vote. They have seen, even through their parents, that nothing seems to move except placing people in possession of power to go and improve their economic well-being while leaving them bare. So the political party situation in Kenya is one that will remain very volatile for quite some time. I'm imagining like Mount Kenya region, a situation whereby those who are seeking the presidential vote will be told, we'll give you the vote, but leave us to deal with the positions that lie below the governors, the senators, and the MPs. I am not seeing people voting as a suit this time, because they have also learned that there are people who just use the political parties to escape scrutiny on their performance. Therefore, it is something, we are still evolving, and we are still evolving politically. And these same youths are the ones who, at the final end, may come up with the 2 or 3 parties you are talking about. Maybe in the next, I don't know how many years, could be 20, could be 30, I don't know. But that is the situation we have in our country. And you also don't forget that some of these so-called political owners, because the political parties are like enterprises, they are also looking at just a minute. They are just looking at the amount of money that will be given to them by potential contestants. So some of them are commercial. Let us not also forget that one. Kenyans approach everything from a commercial angle. Thank you.
Okay, James, I just wanted to say this. Don't you think that, especially in relation to young people, we are where we are politically because of radicalization by wrong ideology and badly intended political maneuvers? Because as a politician, if you can frame people's, you stereotype people to think in a certain way that voting is about giving those people power and not making the country better. And then now you either succeed in keeping these people from voting, or they don't see interest in participating in the decision that important decision, like deciding who will be the leader of their country.
What it is that the youth particularly, I think they have felt alienated, and they see that the solutions that the government has been trying to bring about seem to be quite insensitive to their reality. In the sense that even if they offer the so-called enterprise funds, getting that money and the bureaucracy involved is very discouraging. When you are trying to get the first job as a youth, you have to spend well over 10,000 shillings looking for approvals through CRMB, sijui include conduct, I don't KRA, I don't know what, people who have just left school. So even before you go to do your first interview, you are being asked to spend about 10,000 shillings, which actually is a barrier, and which seems our leaders don't seem to understand that most of our youths don't come from well-off families. Even that 5,000 or 10,000, raising it to chase these approvals is not. So these youths are feeling depressed, first and foremost.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this is where now I come in. That just wait. These same youths will be used to move around shouting and throwing stones, but on the material day of voting, they will not be part of the making of the decision. Yes, rebut.
Okay.
Bernard,
Sorry,
can I add,
David,
can I
before
add
David and
something?
Patriot come in.
Can I add? Yes, Bernard.
You want to answer which question? The one I asked or the one I'm going to
Yeah.
ask?
Bernard, stop being hard on me. You know.
Sorry. I'm not being hard. I'm just being funny. Just
No,
relax.
it's okay.
This
The
is
question
what
you've
I wanted
asked.
to say. I wanted to say that the governance, different successive governments that have come in, you will notice that Kibaki came in to fix economy problem, okay, and then the second term was spent on the same. So we are found ourselves as a country where we have neglected, or rather we've been gotten unawares by an arrival of a crop of people that we did not prepare for. Okay, because for example, it is said that Nairobi, the infrastructure for Nairobi was built for 400,000 people. Okay, the sewer system, the roads and all that. But now Nairobi is having 6 million people. So 6 million people are sitting on a 400,000 infrastructure. There's no way it will be able to contain all that. And so we have a government that is trying to keep life going, but has a lot to do in terms of mitigating the arrival of the youth that were not prepared for by the same very government. And so to be the devil's advocate for the government, we must come up with a program that is both curative and preventive. I suppose we forgot the preventive. We concentrated on the curative, and the curative has always found us with more problems upon problems upon problems. And if we continue that way, we'll end up being overwhelmed and just surrender. Like let everybody survive and try to get something for themselves. But if we deploy the curative system whereby the people who are in school right now, before they leave school, we should have where they are going for attachment already prepared and where they're going to get the job already prepared. So as much as we are looking for job for these other ones that left school without us having prepared for that, we should not add more to this crop of people. We should get these people together, find out how many they are, and begin to look for mitigation on how to get them jobs. But these ones that are in school before they graduate, the government should not give them graduation without where they are going to be deployed. If we come up with a system like that, we'll stop the problem. But if we wait and begin to say, when did you graduate? Oh, 2002. you don't have a job, let's work with you. By the time we get you the job for 2002, we'll be in 2032. And all these people will have piled together. That's how I look at it.
Bernard.
Yes. Hold on, David. Let's see here, Patriot, then come to you, so because you are combining with your submission.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I also feel that I need to add to the very answer my able James brother has been able to bring about. There's a question you asked, Bernard, and I think that was a very pregnant question that required a lot of deliveries, you know, and I think there's one child who has not been delivered in that delivery room. So I think I thought, as a gynecologist, let me try to make sure that there's a safe delivery and we must have all the children coming out safely. So this is my point. The youth today, when you look at the current situation, as far as the politics of Africa is concerned, I'm talking about Africa where Kenya is included, the youth do not comprise a demographic equation to the national equation of political order of the day. And I'll elaborate what that means. When you look at the national, you know, the national election, we are literally talking about the president and his deputy. You cannot factor the youth as a demographic equation. That doesn't come up. You know why? You can't, the reason is this, you cannot have tribalism and at the same time have the youth as a demographic equation, because this country has so much to do with regions, has too much to do with the tribe, you know, at the national level. I'm talking about the national level, the presidency. So we are yet to see, from a statistical and scientific point of view, we are yet to see how the youth will comprise a demographic equation to be considered. Like now, you cannot say that for you to win the votes of the youth, from what we are seeing, and I'm explaining this in line with the voter apathy, you cannot say that the youth will go for Ruto because he's a young person. So he's most likely going to be the preferred candidate. That doesn't come up. There is no scientific backup for that. That is why I have a very clear explanation as to why we are seeing the voter apathy. The younger generational change that we are seeing perpetuated and being propagated by those who are young, who are aspiring for national post, national election positions, this kind of a thing is a mirage, you know, and I will say so because science is based on facts. If that was a fact, today the youth will have come out in a big number to actually present themselves as voters of the next election. The fact that they have not done so, it means one, they are not excited, they don't see the excitement. Number two, we are yet to develop our democracy and grow our space politically to accommodate the youths as a demographic group to participate in national politics. And the reasons are very clear. There is development programs that, you know, indicate how a country is, you know, improving and actually growing its democracy. So for now, it is not until the time when we are able to kill tribalism, regional politics, then other demographics like age factor, where the youths will be there, you know, that's the time when you will see them finding reason why they will not look at you as a tribesman, but as a youthful person who they'll want to vote because you are young. But as things stand now, that doesn't work. And why I'm giving that example is this. For instance, in Kisumu, if the youth was a demographic consideration, then we will see the young Luos in Kisumu voting for Ruto. You know, you go to Kisumu today, tell people, oh, you, the youth, ule ni mzee,
huyu the young, that will not make sense. In fact, you'll get a very bad stone. Utapigwa mawe vibaya sana. Why? The youth are not a demographic equation when it comes to national politics. Now, what does that present to us, Bernard? The presentation we are getting here is this. Anybody who has been imagining that the demographic equation of including the youth as a group that is important in your equation of getting votes for the presidency, anybody who has been propelling that, it is a mirage. It's high time we stopped. It is coming to be clear to our people, the Tanga group, that the youth do not have a constituency, okay? They are not excited. They'll vote just like their tribesmen, their fathers, their sisters, their brothers who are older. That is the way they'll vote, because from the look of things, we will have to get to some level before they become a constituency of their own. Lastly, Bernard, I think this is good news to Baba and some of us, and we must celebrate. Let's be very honest. This is good news because wamekuwa wanasema huyo mzee ni mzee, huyo jamaa ni mzee, ati rada sijui ni nini. Some of these sharing, they will not add up. We have wasted a lot of money giving wheelbarrows, you know, giving things that look flashy. These young men are not excited. What their fathers will tell them, that's what they will do. But why they have been coming out in big numbers, the issue of crowd, let me address that, because somebody will wonder, why do we have so much crowd when Tanga is in the house? When Tanga is in town, they seem to be the sheriffs of the day. The reason is this. Let Tanga come without money and goodies. They will see 5 young men there. Let me tell you, I bet if they will not come with any goodies, they will only see young men, because they have invested for over 5 years, close to 9 years, and yet they have only managed to incentivize and excite 3% of the eligible voters. For sure, you can't blame Raila. He's not a young man. We should ask Ruto, why are you young men not excited? So anybody who has invested in the youth as a group, as a constituency, I think it's a mirage. We still have some years to go, you know, my brother Bernard. So in my view, I think it is correct that where we are is where we need to be. We will move the way things are happening. Let's remain tribal the way we are. Let's remain regional the way we are. Because if we don't do that, then we will be aborting the delivery. A child must be in the womb for 9 months. You don't expect a child to start chewing miraa in the stomach when it's just 7 months. That time will come. They must get out of the womb. And then you see them come out there and then assess their intelligence. But as far as I'm concerned today, I am not surprised that the youths are not forming any constituency today in as far as our elections are concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Let's
May I
quickly
interject with one statement?
One statement.
May I interject with one statement?
Hey, Vane, no.
No. Let me tell you.
We have kept David on hold for too long. Let's hold on.
Just one statement. I just want to support.
I've seen Mulumbu. I've seen both of you, but please.
I want to support.
Injustice to one is injustice to all.
I want to support and say.
First.
I want to support and say.
Oga James,
that I want to support and say.
Okay, David has dropped. Okay, take it now.
Can I say something? I want to support and say this. I want to say this. I support the speaker who has just gone. Look at the elections in the universities. Do they reflect a very strong anti-tribal sentiment? I just wanted to make that for you to know where we are.
Okay, Mlumbu.
Yeah. I have only one thing to say. I don't know if you guys can say this. I have seen elections since after Kenyatta died. I have seen all elections, as in the campaigns. But this campaign of this year, imenishangaza. I don't know if I've seen this. That the government that is supposed to do things that they can help the young guys wenye wanafaa wasaidie. That's the government, instead of selling the policies how it's gonna help the young guys, ndio inadishi pesa ikitembea the whole country. Huh? It's dishing money instead of giving the ideology yenye vile watajenga. The government, not the opposition, the government. It means if now we kama hauna pesa, will you be stand for presidency in Kenya? People go there now to steal to come and stand for presidency. Do you guys see that? It's really astonishing that the government that's supposed to help the people, it goes there, wana loot pesa, sasa wanakuja kuhuduing the young generation na Wakenya wote. And then people clap. They flock like flies. Which means patriot, hata ukitaka usimama, hata uwe na ideology mzuri namna gani, wewe hauwezi simama president. Lakini sasa patriot uwe na pesa, mabilioni ya pesa uingie Kenya, unasema nataka kusimama president, ukifika Kisumu na mwaga vijana, ukifika Busia na mwaga, watu hata watakimbia Ruto. That's what's happening. That's what I'm saying. A country has to have a law. Hata kama kuna free nini, kuna free mavyama vingi. This one day nilikutana na mzungu mwingine hapa. I was at work. Alikuwa ananipenda, nikiingia hapa alikuwa ananichukua kama kunionyesha, ananipeleka nyumbani. Aliniambia, my dear brother, don't think that America have freedom. It's not that that's the way freedom you think. If you don't play in the circle where it is, the law will catch up with you. Beyond the protected side, fuata sheria. Ndio ukipatikana anything hapa pesa ya wizi, it doesn't matter una pesa au wewe ni mtu mkubwa yes gani, you will go in for it. That's how the society can grow. But sasa hii society yetu ya kwamba wenye watu wanapigana chapata pesa wanakuwa impunity, so you can say nothing. Akishika serikali, he doesn't care. That's what I just wanted to let you know, guys. I don't know if it's only me who is seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's clear. It's clear. Now, David seems to be on and off. I don't understand. Okay, PK. Karibu tena. Unmute kwanza. Unmute your mic. Yes.
Yeah, asante sana. Nilikuwa nimetoroka kidogo. I'm really excited about what Patriot had said about the youth demographic. And it is a point I think many people may not see the way he has seen it, but it's a very big plus for Baba, in my opinion. But going back to the BBI issue, I think people should have been very worried about a presidential candidate who did not want a diluted structure. Because if somebody was really opposed to BBI and they knew that, and the other person was supportive of BBI with a diluted presidency and other positions, it means this other person was not really hungry for power. He did not, if you have a candidate who is so hungry to have a consolidated power, people should be very worried about it. Why do you want all that power? What do you want to do with it when you get it? Such that you are fighting BBI. And the fact that Kenyans are so forgetful that the best performing government since I was born, if I can remember, was the government of national unity. And the government of national unity had the same structures. I don't know why we forget so quickly. It had the same structures, and yet people were so easily cheated that we are creating positions for this and that, we want to do this. Yet, just yesterday we had a government of national unity, we had those positions, and we were comfortable. Those people were being paid and everything was okay. We never complained. Nobody ever complained about the structures of the government of national unity. In fact, if you ask them, they'll tell you Kibaki had the best government. But when you tell them that we wanted to form the same government again that Kibaki had, they don't want to listen to that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you PK. Umemaliza?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Sasa tutasikiliza inawezekana, tuende kwa Geoffrey na tuanze kufungasha. Inawezekana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I really appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, I'm just off duty and I've been listening to all of you guys, especially Mr. Patriot and Mr. James. You guys muko na wisdom ingine hapo. I don't know how to describe it. Yani, we just learn. We don't want to even speak. We just want to listen to the way you guys, yani, the way you guys put it. It's just, I don't know how to describe it, but it's good. It's good. And the way also PK has spoken, mpaka you just unahurumia nchi yako. You just wonder to what direction, where are we headed as a nation? Yeah? Kama campaign zinapigwa kwa njia ambayo iko hivi, if campaigns are being held in such a manner whereby a leader who is in government, the best thing that he can do is just to kumwaga pesa ambayo ameiba, pesa ambayo imeibwa anamwaga nje, so that people can come to kushangilia. Hata hawakuji kusikiza kitu ambacho wanasema, watu wanakuja kushangilia ndio walipwe. Kuna picha kadhaa zimeonyeshwa akiwa sijui Busia ama akiwa Mombasa. There are those yellow buses, yani buses that are ferrying youth and people and Kenyans to come to just show, to be seen on TV that this guy has a wide following. So this is the guy that you need to be voting for. It's really sad when you look at it clearly. It's really saddening. We as youth, I'm 26 years old, and people who are my age mates, when I try to talk to them, what they are telling me, it's very sad. They tell me this guy is bringing change to this country. This guy is yeye ndiye ataleta mabadiliko ambayo inafaa. Huyu mjamaa mwingine ni mzee sana, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. Huyu mjamaa amechanganyikiwa. Huyu mjamaa hakubali kushindwa. Yani the way they argue, it just, kama wewe ni mtu wa short temper, you don't know what to do. You just wonder what is happening. But I always wish, and I always invite them to come to such forums like this forum, Mr. Bernard, that you and your people you have created is really informing. I always tell them to come to such forums, to come and just listen. You don't have to speak anything. You don't have to say anything. The way I usually listen, if they could listen and be open-minded, unajua, yani, like some of them, they're just rigid. This is the guy that we are following because amesema bottom up, and they even don't understand what bottom up economics is. It's just a fashioned phrase to just like, I don't know, is it doing kama kufanya nini, and to just catch you. I'm just saddened. That's just all. I did not have a point to put across, but I'm just saddened. Thank you guys. Thank you.
It's okay, inawezekana. Kama vile jina yako imesema, mambo yote inawezekana. Hao watu shida yao ni moja tu, ni kasumba. Kasumba wamenyeshwa miaka hizo 4. Sisi tutakuja na sanitizer, tutafagia, wacha tu miezi 3 iende hivi katike. Kila mtu, their brains will get back to working. Nobody buys presidents. For the fact that you want to buy it, it makes you suspect. 1. 2, fearing crowds, that means you don't have it. Okay? So why do you want to fake it if you have it? So the moment you begin to show us, you indicate from both directions, we suspect you. When everything is called to bear and reasoning is allowed, everything will fall in place. If there is any election, I'm sure that is going to have a huge margin in terms of difference, is this one. Hii hakuna kuponyoka na ushindi, hii ni kung'atuka nayo kabisa kabisa. Hivi kwamba mtu atakuwa anafuatisha conceding speech, atume tu na email, hata call conference. So let's stick in the faith.
Bernard, I have a question for you. Can I interrupt kidogo? I have a question for you.
Okay, ask.
It's a really sensitive question, but the way there is this clip that you put, is it juicy? You put the way these Tanga people, speakers were speaking, walikuwa wana like in some way ya kutishia. Do you think wakishindwa, like watu wakishindwa, do you think people will accept?
I'm telling you, this election will not need anybody to accept. It will have nobody to contest. So let's get down to the ground and do our civic education, get people to think right. What they are banking on is not even there. Okay? The way things are unfolding with this registration of voters, there is a huge surprise that is about to dawn on some people. Don't be surprised if the prophecy of we don't want a contested referendum can come up and say we don't want a contested presidents. So that we have president bila kupingwa. That will be historical, but let things begin to unfold. Bora tu tufanye kazi yetu vizuri, tuhakikishe kila mtu amepewa ukweli. Uongo umetembea miaka mingi, lakini ukweli ukifika, uongo lazima ujitenge. Sawa sawa. So it is time for Geoffrey to make his submission. Themba, you left with a question. Prepare that question. We've been waiting for it. Geoffrey, come in with your 1 minute or 2. Geoffrey, are you there? Okay, Geoffrey seems not to be there. Themba?
Yes, I'd dropped off briefly because of something I was to do. So I'm back. I wanted to ask a question to Patriot. But anyone with a fair response to it would also chime in, so it's not specifically to him. There's something he said that if I don't know if maybe the passing of time, I've forgotten the exact word. I would beg to just paraphrase. He gave an impression that the other side, I think the Ruto side, should be able to appreciate the functionality of Matiangis and and IBC. I think you said something to that effect, Patriot, right? If I misquote you, kindly you'll correct me. I will appreciate.
It's okay. Yeah.
Is that I just wanted to give you a hypothetical situation. Are you assuming that they have no inkling of whatever it is that is going on, and therefore they are trying to cry foul early? Kindly just elaborate a little bit, then I can yeah.
Okay. You're right. I felt you in between my lines, and I actually knew that your question was going to be coming around there. Let me bring my sentiments clearer so that probably you can build your question well. What I meant to say, Themba, was this. Of course, for the clarity of others who didn't hear that, was, and I will do this in an analogy form. We have a pitch, a football pitch. Two teams are playing, and then one side of the goal seems to be the goalpost. The other side seems to have the distance between from one post to the other. One goalpost seems to be narrower. It is not the same. The posts are not the same. So in the course of playing, assuming it's Man U versus Arsenal, they tell them, no, let's measure. It seems like this goal is smaller. But, it is not the same. Then this guy say, no, let the football continues. So in the course of doing that, the first round, Man U is scored on the other one because their goal is wider. The other one is narrow. Then we go for a what do you call it? What? Hiyo tunaenda break. Hiyo ya mid half time. Sasa tumerudi. Sinamaanisha we change the goalpost. We change the way the teams are playing. Hii timu nyingine itachukua hii na hiyo goal. Sasa saa zile tumeanza mpira, because they know very well that ile goal ni ndogo. They'll have difficult to score this side now. Sasa Man U wanaanza makelele, wanasema hapana, fanya hivi, tupime hiyo goli hapo, kwa sababu hiyo goli inakaa ni ndogo. And they are complaining when they have already scored Arsenal. What I was simply saying is this: wacha mpira ichezwe imalizike 90 minutes, kwa sababu mmefunga Arsenal wakiwa ile goli nyingine. Sasa saa hizi ndio mnataka kusema goli ni kidogo. It will be unfair for us tuanze kupanua hiyo goli saa hizi while you have scored the other team. Okay, so in flat terms, Themba, I was saying it is possible that the system have a hand in an election, and that's my standpoint. I want to be very honest. I believe so, because those who've been in leadership, they have told us that in a way they have a role in the results. So I was just being flat and factual that if those who have scored us in round one are coming up to complain today, then it's true they know kwamba hiyo goli ni ndogo ambayo sisi goalkeeper wetu wako hapo. So I was just simply saying wangoje, wacha mechi ishe ndio to balance, kwa sababu hiyo goli ndio wametufungia. That's what I was trying to say, Themba. I don't know whether I brought the point home.
Yes, you have pretty well, and therefore that brings my analytical perspective to it. Normally, they say in a situation of warfare, I think it is Sun Tzu that says, when you are weak, appear strong. When you are strong, appear weak. That's in the Art of War by Sun Tzu. If you look at this situation, I would wish for a more global and 360-degree look at it, to the extent that probably their cry right now is calculated, to the extent that they know what this person is not gonna entertain this perspective, but you still bring it up. Now that will help you in the event that something happens to the strangest effect. Something happens that there's any probable interference that favors them. They will say, we said this thing to be changed, and you guys said that it shouldn't be changed. You see. So sometimes in politics, it is sometimes you are given, you are actually given, you fatten a cow to kill it. You are given a situation so that you can take yourself to the gallows. In my view, I would portend with the idea that it is okay if they bring that home, that okay, fine, let's have this change, since there's no an iota of fear on especially this side, Baba's side. They move on with their game. They say, okay, fine, you want this change, okay, let's have it changed the way you want it, you know. Then is it fair? Yes, now the ground is fair. You see, I'm giving scenario B. What you gave was scenario A, all right? That's scenario A. So scenario B, because at the end of the day, this is politics, you know, and politics does not appear in a vacuum. It is not just from nowhere that they woke up and say, let's talk about this. They do have strategists, they do have people who are advising them, they do have, and even in a place of war, and if you've read quite a bit about it, you have there's usually you know those people who come in and infiltrators in both sides. So my thinking would be scenario A is what you've talked about. Scenario B, what if in the strangest of ideas, in the strangest of things, they already do know what is actually going on, and they know that if I tell you this, I know, Patriot, you are not going to accept, so I just tell you. And that's why how some of the investigators do their work. They know if I tell you this, I know you're not going to accept, but I tell you still, so that you take yourself where I wanted you to go. How about?
Just a quick one, Themba, if you don't mind.
Let me finish. Then now you can now prosecute your perspective. How about if then therefore, because IBC as it is, the ODM had issues with it. How about the appearance that, okay, fine, at least we agree on one thing, that IBC needs to be changed. Let's pursue that. Then we see how far it goes. We don't have a hand on how a CS cannot be impeached right now here too, and those are the prerogative of the executive. But at least if they agree on a particular thing, so that by the time you go there, there's nobody who is going to wake up and say, okay, fine, this and this happened. I'm just thinking. It's a political competition, remember, and anything is possible. So widening the scope beyond just the idea that the state or the deep state is controlling this, that is also, in my view, hypothetical. What if it's not? What if it stands out? What will you hold on to? That's just something for the thought.
Okay, Bernard, I know people are tired. I want to be very quick on the question my brother just brought up, so that we rest it once and for all. I want to pick it from where he has said that politics does not exist in a vacuum. I agree with you 150%. So let me put flesh to that statement. We are Kenyans and we are not visitors in Jerusalem. Some of these things are not just academic discussions. We know for sure. It's only that we don't want to go to the in-depth. We know for sure what it means to talk about the system and the election. That we know, right from the provincial administration, the chief down there, the Nyumba Kumi, you know, the changing of the police bosses and all that. We know, those we really know.
It's not that I didn't want to get to that much. So if you had to ask me, it is not an hypothetical position that the deep state or the government of the day have a hand on how the election goes. There is a lot of scientific evidence that can be presented to tell you that. And it's very obvious when you see the clouds are forming, there's a rain coming, it will rain. Let me give you a very quick one, just to give you, a drop in the ocean of that evidence. Today, there is a restructuring of the provincial administration that is happening. There is new recruitment of the agencies of security. You look at the matrix of deployment. As a person who wants to be keen on what is happening in relation to the demographics of this country, where tribe is predominantly a factor, you'll have to pick something from that. For those who are keen, you can tell and you can get to your personal position when it comes to that. So to me, the state is there. It has a role, and I don't really to overemphasize. From what I know, they do. Now, number two, when you have the president, the sitting president, when you have 70% of the executive members today declaring the direction of where they are going, that is the deep state. That is the executive. The deep state is not some angels who come from some hell. These are individuals. And I think they are the people who form the infrastructure of how the election will run. IBC is one of them, my brother, the way you said it, but it takes an entire battalion. It is a product that has elements, that has nucleus. It is a network. So it's not just one individual who do that. If I may remind you from history, the last time when IBC wanted to tell us that the election was not going to be fair, they were called to attend Arambe House. And I remember Chepkati coming out of Arambe House, he came a man who has changed. Immediately he told us the election will be fair. So when you look at our history, remember, there's a lot that seems to give us indication that the government of the day have a hand in how things go. It's not necessarily, virtually and tangibly seen, but as you said, perception carries the day. The youths don't seem to be coming out. So to me, they scored as well. We were on the other side. They should not change anything right now. Let the goals remain there the way they are, because why would they complain now? And yet they scored us. They should have said the match not to begin, so that all the goals are looked at and other things. That's what I think. So there's evidence, in my view, that the system actually has some role to play.
It is too early in the day to begin to draw some conclusions, in my opinion. Let UDA continue distributing the money, open all the circles they need, let them do what they need to do. The election is in August 2022. At Jamaliza 2021. So if there is any problem with Chebukati or with the Matiang'i, they still have got time to deploy their lawyers, their machinery to address the problem. But to begin to feed us on the information that we have seen this, why is this, why is that, hapana. Waache Matiang'i afanye kazi yake.
Bernard, today I'm here for the UDA fraternity.
We can see that already.
Yeah.
By the way, David is here. David is here.
David is UDA.
Let him be given time right away.
Okay. Today I'm representing the UDA guys in the spirit of fairness.
Yes.
I think they are okay to raise issues, because we did that. I know on the other side we have done that for quite a number of time. We have we raised issues whenever there were meetings. We talked about it, and it in my view, I might not agree with you, but I would wish for you to express whatever it is that I don't agree with in a free and fair manner. So the UDA guys are free to raise concerns, and they are free to register their reservations about certain aspects. They are free to come out and tell us where they think the perceptions they are finding that is not really working out well with them. I would wish for an election that comes out that is perceived as free and fair. I wouldn't wish for a situation like Tanzania, where Magufuli, before winning, he had muzzled the press. He had made sure that he made sure that there was no political participation of the opposition for the 5 years, and he had made sure that on the areas of the opposition there was nothing that was going on. He actually strangled them, and he was still competing with them. So I would wish for a situation where when we are coming into an election like next year, wherever, I know for a fact that Baba has the following. He has the people behind him. He has the wherewithal of how to campaign. He's very good at it. He's a good strategist. He's got the team, you know. And like someone I think said a few days ago, that actually Baba does not need the state to interfere for him to win. He just needs the state to stay away out of the election, you know. That I think, Bernard, you said that. You said that, and you've emphasized that point here many times, and I choose to agree with that. So I really look forward to a situation whereby this other team does not find a reason to even go to court. You know, they shouldn't even be given a reason to go to court.
Let them go to court, Temba. It is correct.
It is not that this other team doesn't know. They have been beaten.
They know.
They knew it. They
know.
were beaten again. They knew, and they are beginning to raise these matters early, like now, for the sake of fallback plan. Okay, fallback plan, because look at the way they are behaving of late. Okay. Junet says something, they make it the agenda in all their meetings. So before we clear the one for Junet, now they are picked on this one. It will run this week. Then the other week we'll say something, they will pick it and run. So it is like either they are running out of steam or out of ideas. You cannot.
But Bernard, it is okay. I mean, it's a political competition. In my view, they are just right. You see, they need to find themselves in a place where they are placing themselves in relevance. You see, as a leader, you need to inspire hope on your people. You need to make yourself relevant. You need to find something that keeps you going. You need to find the weak position of your opponent to keep, you know, to accentuate it, make it big, you know, and that's what they are pretty well doing.
But
jumping on everything, what happens?
But where we are not agreeing, Themba,
nothing.
Where we are not agreeing, Themba, my brother, you are coming out very well, but there's a bit of a contradiction. We are not stopping them from bringing up their, you know, counter, you know, agenda on what we are doing. Let them do it, but it's not in our place to support their suggestions. It's not our place. And I like the way you put it. It's politics, it's competition. We will choose what to ignore, what to rebuttal, what to pick as an issue. For me, the way we have said, hii watu wakae kwa lami, that is number one. Waende kwa lami, waende kotini, wafanye maandamano. It is their right, and we want them to do exactly that. But for us, it is our business to stick to our campaign. We are not going to buy that, because that road that they are going through, that is where we went through. In fact, we want Themba, after we win the election.
You know, Patriot.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Themba, just a minute. Themba, just a minute. We want.
Let him finish. Let him finish that point, Bernard.
I'm finishing, Bernard. We want Themba. In fact, it's in my sitting. It is of my making that
after we win the election, let them also spend some money to go to court. You know, let them go through that. Then the election will be declared free and fair. But by that time, Baba will have been elected by the people plus the courts. I want both to make a decision for Baba so that we rest this nonsense of wheelbarrow once and for all.
But I
Okay.
feel like
Can I respond? Because I think he has said
like
something there. Inawezekana, hold on. I think you're right, Patriot. I agree with you. My submission is, at the point of disengagement, is this. You said something that I agree with. Concentrate on your campaign. I think we shouldn't even at any point, take our whatever into this IBC and whatever thing, right? Let's proceed on. Let them go with the Matiang'i thing if they want to question and if they want to do all that. So that we are not interfering with their right to do whatever they will according to the perception that they are picking. It shouldn't be in any case seen as we are comfortable now that we are kind of cuddling with the IBC and Matiang'is. We shouldn't be looking like we are cozy with them. It should look like you are concentrating on what you need to do. In that case, you will be a neutral person in the whole thing. It is a fight, and in any case, it is a fight between Jubilee and itself. Matiang'i and UDA and all. This is Jubilee government fighting within itself. So we should be the neutral guy in the whole of this. But I think they have a right to go out there, complain, and do all they have. Concentrate on the campaign. Make it hard, because as I keep repeating what Bernard said, and you have repeated it, Baba is a good strategist. Baba has the support. Baba has the all it takes to become the president. So he can, if there's no interference of the state, and even IBC is not interfered with. So that for him is what he needs. He doesn't need anything else. Now, if they have issues with the IBC and all that, then probably, like I think Bernard said, there's something probably they know that we don't know. But you see, that's how they came into government. So they should sort their issues out. We shouldn't even get into that. I think, but that's what I can say.
Thank you, Themba.
Today, I'm fighting for the voice of UDA.
I know, Ndeto has seen you at the back side of the tent. There's no problem. We will, we will sort that out. Now, David has been on and off. David, I hope your network is now stable. David.
Katia, inawezekana bwana, inawezekana alikuwa na kitu anataka kusema. Achana na David ajisort kwanza.
No. Inawezekana atasema. David, upo ama upo? Tunafunga station. Inawezekana.
Hata FK yuko hapa, kuna kitu anataka kusema. Kuna watu audio zao zinafanya vizuri. Mtu asort audio kabla akuje hapa kutusumbua.
Okay, so I thought maybe it might be relevant, but can you guys comment about the court system? Maybe kukuwe na dispute alafu ifike kwa Supreme Court after elections, like what we saw during the BBI. Although I don't have any knowledge about Sharia, but I felt like BBI was just good, and I felt like BBI, the courts waliegemea upande fulani. So don't you guys think that the court will have a big influence on the elections coming? I don't know if you understand the question, you guys. Someone can answer.
Yeah, I want.
Inawezekana. Ngoja, temporary wa UDA.
Yeah, sasa wacha nitoe maoni ya UDA kwanza kwa sababu nyinyi ni wengi hapa.
Ngoja niseme basi umalize. Wewe unajua unatoa mapoint kali.
Sawa.
Inawezekana there is a reason why in my view we want the whole decision going through the people, the voters that is. After we win, I'll wish that they go to courts. And in my case, I'll want even the court to nullify, let me give you the extreme of the story. Let them nullify. What option will UDA have? We go back to election again ama wasusie? Wasiposusia watataka handshake. Ngoja tusikiza. Wasiposusia watataka handshake. Wasipotaka handshake watataka kujiswear in. So the point is this: if they choose the court, it means they will be ready to abide by the courts. Assuming the courts nullifies Baba's election, because that's a probability, inamaanisha turudi kuwanyorosha. Tutawanyorosha mara mbili. Alafu sasa tuseme hakuna handshake. So don't worry whichever way they will do it, because the system will still be there if that's what we are using.
No, I had not seen that.
Na inawezekana, let me give wachana na watu wa ODM. Wacha nikupatie nini maoni ya watu wa UDA kama sisi hapa. Sisi watu wa UDA, kitu ya kwanza tunasema ni hivi. The courts, no, I'm not speaking for UDA. So right now, let me withdraw that particular part. In my view, I think it's a dangerous trend when we start casting aspersions on the institutions that we have created, and one of them is the court system. Now, the BBI document was good. The court questioned the process, not the content of it. So that was it should be clear. And court pronounces itself on the evidence before it, not outside. And the court is not, yes, as much as sometimes they can appreciate the prevailing circumstance, but court pronounces itself on the basis of the evidence that has been provided. So it's political. It's a political statement to say the courts. Obviously, when the court favors the sides of your argument, you think they were with you. But the courts try to be as neutral as they can. And most of the times they are. So I would want us, maybe for those of us who are able to probably articulate some of these things, to let the populace understand that courts are not guided by the feelings of how I feel, of how nice the thing is. The court is guided by what is the case, what is the point, did you argue? Because the court cannot preempt what you're going to argue. You need to come and argue it. And then basis of that, they pronounce themselves. So yes, the BBI, and if you remember even themselves, there's someone who wrote about that and said at the High Court, the state and those who are coming to defend, put a weak defense. And that's why it was thrown out and it went to the appeal. So already now at the appeal is where now you found the big lawyers coming. Already there are so many holes that had been punched in the High Court. So I think as we move forward, if it will be taken with the seriousness it can, and if you put in a case, whichever way it goes, the court pronounces itself, and let's have faith in the institutions that we create. For me, I think that's the most important thing. Having faith in the institutions that the Constitution has created, the courts of justice. We need to trust the court system. If we can't trust it, then you see, if other things fail, parliamentarians fail us, the executive fails us, where do you go if you don't trust your court system? You see, so it is important we continuously talk about that. BBI was good, but the defense of it, the process is what was questioned, and the case was thrown because the facts before the court was against it.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I want that matter to rest there.
FK has a point. FK.
I want PK to to give his closing remarks like that. Half a minute tufunge station.
Closing remarks zangu ni kuhusu hiyo BBI case. As far as I'm concerned, I think the two gentlemen, the handshake gentlemen, I think they had two options on the table. In my view, they must have said, if this thing doesn't go through, then we'll go with option B. And option B, which they have now, with BBI not going through, I think it is the best scenario that they wanted. A case whereby Baba would be able to offload the Oka guys and be able to have a free hand on choosing whoever he wants to run with, because BBI was going to tie him to some old folks that maybe he was tired of doing business with them. And with that option, Baba would have a time, if he wins the election, to deal with these other guys in the first term, because I believe Baba is only going to run for one term. And then during that one term, he would be able now to fix BBI and put it in place. But while putting it in place, he'll make sure these other guys will never see the light of the day again. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want no, I hope no rebuttal on that one. I see communities preparing. Please, nataka tufungashe. Geoffrey.
Thank you, Brother Bernard. For me, nitamalizia nikisema hivi. You know, this is the high time the media houses in our country should be in forefront of being like a watchdog for these politicians so that they don't have that time of spreading negativity and also causing some problem. Because we know if we have the media, they are watching us and informing people and also giving a blackout for those people who are using utterance which may cause problem. You know, we're going to be in a better way of having a very peaceful election. But if they continue giving them airtime and hearing whatever views they talk, which are full of hatred and incitement, then I think it's not going to be good in this election, because you know that the media plays a very big role in terms of incitement. So hope this time they're going to learn and know that they are not supposed to hear those incitements from our politicians. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. I believe that is clear enough. David. I don't know which spirit is fighting David, but he needs to overcome it. Okay, let's hear from community ancestor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. My finishing remarks are: how can we secure violent free elections? Number one, politicians pledge less, perform more, e.g., vow to fight large-scale looting. Then two, rain money to the bottom of the pyramid. Three, create jobs. Four, others follow, like now health, roads, etc. In short, I mean distributing money or resources equally to all parts of the country to allow us get resources so that we get ourselves busy in building the nation. Secondly, can we make salaries of our leaders unattractive so that if any leader ascends to power, he or she will know that he has gone to serve his or her people, not to enrich himself or herself. To finish, can we build beautiful mansions and beautiful buy beautiful cars to award best performing leaders in end of every 5-year term? I rest my case. I thank you, Mr. Bernard, as chair, and my fellow panelists.
Okay, thank you, ancestor, community ancestor. David, are you now in?
Yeah, I'm in. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear
Hello?
you. I hope you. We are able to hear you. I hope you will stay long enough
I'm sorry.
to finish your sentence.
I'm sorry, guys. I've been driving actually for the last 2.5 hours. That is why you saw me come in and go out, but I've been listening to most of your conversations. Debate ilikuwa tamtamu bana, lakini network nao pia mnajua vichakani inasumbua, but you have a candid debate. That was so nice of you. I know you are closing the session because you guys need to go to bed. In fact, hata kwanza imekuwa asubuhi. Keep up. But again, if you could allow me 1 minute, I could say that politics ni kama kutongoza msichana. So the ladies in the house, you can forgive me. You will come with your goodies and try to make yourself look good above every other person. Your aim is to win the lady, marry or do what you want to do. But Kenyan politics, as I have known for the few years, most politicians work for their own stomachs, not any other person. I know we have very strong affiliations to our party leaders, our parties, but our time reaches where, as individuals, we need to sit.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from James Tufunkashe.
Yes, I think we have exhausted the topic for today. I have run quite much, and let me also say that
the system is throwing out people. What is happening?
Bernard, ni kwa sababu natunyima nafasi. Wacha mimi nitoe my closing remarks.
Wewe Temba, kwanza wewe kuja
No.
kuchelewa. Wewe unataka kufili maandiko. Wa kwanza atakuwa wa mwisho atakuwa wa kwanza. Subiri hapo.
Okay, okay.
Go on, James.
Yes, I've run a lot today, but also this is a topic we cannot exhaust in one sitting because violence and causes of violence and violence as a mechanism of organizing politics and shaping the voting patterns has been with us for quite some time now, since the 1990s, since we introduced a competitive multi-party system. We still are living with that problem in various parts of the country where when you go to vote, you are not very sure whether you are still going to stay in peace in your property. But I think it's a good step we are making. Civic education is what will save us from this kind of situation where people come to appreciate that we don't have to think the same way, but we are in the same boat. And the end result is that all of us are looking to a better life for ourselves and our children. We hope that politics of violence will not be part of the 2022 general elections. and that maybe we pray that this is the last time we are seeing violence being used in our political rallies as we transcend to a more competitive, more issue-based politics into our country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, James. Now inawezekana. Maliza twende.
Yes, asanteni sana. Thank you guys for the informative arguments that you guys have brought forward. It's a pleasure to listen to you guys each and every day, the way you put out your points. For me, I think for us to have a successful election, our leaders need to iron out their points very well, and pia wananchi wanafaa kukua wamekuja, wanafaa kujua ni nini wanataka. You know, wananchi, they don't know what they want. They just want to just listen to rumors and go on with life. We have to, like this forum, the way it is being held, wananchi wanafaa kuelezwa what they need. They need to understand how the government functions, what is the importance of the elections, and what they would need from the government. Not handouts, but the government to give them a conducive environment. With that, when the people of the country, they know what they need, I guess they will have a good choice, and we will not have to fight, because it's just clear on who people should choose. I think I hope nimeeleweka.
Thank you, inawezekana. Now we get from Themba.
Thank you, everyone, for the beautiful engagement. It's always good to come in here and engage, because they say iron sharpens iron. By engaging, by talking, we learn. And as usual, I usually get an opportunity to learn a lot from all our views and what we think. And they say that when you stop talking, you start fighting, and we don't want to fight. Hopefully that this engagement is going to inform someone on the positive decisions that they need to make. We may not make decisions for them, but we hope they'll have informed choices moving forward. It was a very good topic that was there today. And violence does not occur by itself. It's made to occur. So if we can be proactive by even talking to one person, it's Mother Teresa who says that, you know, if you want the world to be clean, you start by, you know, cleaning the front, your doorstep. So your doorstep is the person that you talk to every other day. Do we tell them that it's okay to make a choice without necessarily having to hate someone? We have to respect the wishes of everyone. Constitution protects those who you like and those whom you don't like. So we just need to say that we can have a political participation that is devoid of violence, that there's unity in diversity. It's okay for us to be diverse, but that should be one thing that brings us together than taking us apart. Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you so much, everyone. Hope we meet again here as we continue engaging as we always do. Inshallah.
Okay. Sawa Themba, you stay there. You're going to do the shout out as we close. Patriot.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Allow me to say the following as I conclude on today's topic. The failure of the BBI, in my view, in my well-thought view, was a blessing in disguise for Raila Amolo Odinga. And I want to be very quick on that in summary. You see, the fact that BBI failed, we have good reason why we are going to have a lot of votes from Central Kenya, because we have the opportunity to explain to them the goodwill in the planning of Baba, which was well intended, and for some reason it didn't go through. And that is one of the major reasons today Mount Kenya is going to, somebody has not muted Bernard. Mount Kenya is going to punish Tanga because they are very bitter when they realize they lost a lot of billions, they lost constituencies in terms of representation. To me, had BBI gone through, Ruto will have used the same BBI to promise positions, which today he doesn't have. So that's why he has a lot of problems to explain why he needs people in Tanga. And lastly, on the same, I want to believe that we are going to have a very peaceful election, because when you look at the way, facts are presenting themselves, the way, we are getting to 2022, in every day that we see, we get manifestations that give us clarity on how we are going to win the election with a very big margin. In fact, there will be no contestation. I was just joking, actually, by saying that we expect these guys to go to the courts. In my view, I think Baba will win with about 58%. Then our able deputy president will come second. But the main reason why he's going to lose, it is because the youths that he has banked so much on, they're not going to turn up. Our brothers from the mountain will go and open their shops. They will open their kiosks. Mama Mboga will be selling on the streets, the one he has invested so much. They will not show up. But those of us who are the Kwambokas, we have the Shiundus and then the Otienos, we will be there because we have something that excites us this time. For the first time, we have votes from the mountain. We must make sure that we cross the 46%, which we have always gotten. This time around, it will be 15%.
We must turn up.
Thank you so much. Sorry?
I don't think so.
Sorry?
All right, let me give some shout outs as we finish. Joseph Onino, thank you. Not Nice Show, thank you. Omolo Okoth, thank you. I'm only going to give 5 because I know people want to sleep. Variety Gitash, thank you so much. And
sorry, remember you're not hearing me. Sorry, I had mute. David is back. Let him give the last word before you do the shout out.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I'm sorry, guys. I've been on and off. I'm really sorry. And the rules are I should be put on my camera, but I'm sorry I can't because I'm still on the road. I want to say that let us be open-minded. That idea of going to elections with the 100% surety you are going to win will frustrate you. UDA is there and a very serious competitor. UDA will open up the economy for the people. Stop assuming that we don't exist. We exist very much. I also want to say that, James, when you say that we are giving people wheelbarrows, hiyo ndio mentality tumejaza kwa vijana, and that's why we are poor. We have tried to propagate that there are only few special jobs in Kenya or everywhere, and every child who passes even KCPE wants to be a doctor, like maybe you and other somebody. Let us be open-minded and tell people, get engaged in everything that your hands can lay on, so that everybody can be engaged and expand the economy. Those elites, the gynecologists in the house, open up hospitals, employ people. Don't expand government to employ everybody. That one cannot be possible in Kenya and everywhere on earth. It is people to get engaged, do their business at their level, however small you are, with small education. Lastly, we expect peaceful elections because we have always accepted a win and we have always accepted a lose. As UDA, if you win, we'll give you a bat on your back. But if we gain a win, we expect you to do the same. Don't tell us to go to the streets. Don't tell us to go to courts, because we are not ready for that. We are ready for a win, just the same way you are ready for a win. But lastly, I want to beg you, come tell us what you can do to Kenyans. Don't spend much of your time criticizing Tanga UDA. You are bragging so much, my friends. Tell us what you have on the table that can change us from Yuda to come to you. Not saying so and so is a thief all day, all night. That can't help. I rest my case, Pastor. I'm sorry I was late.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I think your message is clear. Patriot, you want to address him?
Yeah, at least he needs something. David needs some. Wacha tumwambie madogo bana kidogo. You see, David sounds like a very senior, person from some community around Kenya, and I want to believe he comes from where I'm imagining he comes from. I don't want to bring it on the table, but I think from my little psychology I learned from my medical school, I think I can tell where it comes from. So I want to say this, David, with all due respect, because you sound a man who is ready to, you have receptors that are very good. When you are taught, you will pick it. So I think let me take this opportunity to give one statement that it's important. If you listen to us, today we didn't call anybody a thief. If it happened, it must have skipped me. There was nobody who was called a thief today. We only talked about wheelbarrows. My only worry is this. Why do we talk about wheelbarrows and you want to jump out of your skin? You gave wheelbarrows, David. Wheelbarrows, physical wheelbarrows were given, unless you want to apologize. If you are willing to apologize, and we return all the wheelbarrows that were given to people in Mount Kenya, you pick lorries and dump them somewhere, then we will talk. But telling us we give a blind eye to wheelbarrows that you gave, that's not fair, David. Number two, I want to agree with you. What this country needs is a mix. We need a cocktail, of dynamics in economy to propel the economy of this country up. Don't tell us we must remain at the bottom. We value the bottom, yes, but it must be a cocktail. Let the industrialist, the employer, the unemployed do their part to move this country forward. But remember, you are the people who are telling us that what wadosi wajipange, nyinyi sisi wote ni wheelbarrow. How can you have mama mboga everywhere? Are you going to have mboga state house? Kila mahali mboga. What about those who didn't do anything in relation to agriculture and botanical science? Because when you tell me mboga, you are reminding me of what the DP did at the university. I know he's a botanist. That's what he did. He understands very much about trees, plants, and stuff. That's why he talks so much about mboga. I'm not being derogative, but I'm just emphasizing the point of Mama Mboga. All of us cannot be Mama Mboga. If you listen to us very well, it's only that you're so preoccupied to the bottom up, but you don't listen to us. What we are offering is this, David. One, we are giving a stimulus package that is going to help those who live below the $1. That is the poverty line. They are currently 2 million households. In population, there are 8 million. We are giving them 6,000. That's number one. Number two, that does not mean we include doctors. Doctors are doing something else. They are not part of that. We are talking about the vulnerable, including the mama mbogas, of course, and those young men who are down there who are yet to get somewhere. Number two, we are already working on how we are going to give what we call credit to our young people who are coming out of college for 7 years to start business without asking for interest. That is a serious thing. It's an academic argument. You can see it. I'm sure you went to school. You look at that package. It's very important. You don't need to begin business now and you get taxed. That tax haven and tax credit that is going to be given is quite an important thing. Last but not least, the most important thing that we are talking about. We are talking about Azimio la Umoja, where those young men who have refused wheelbarrows are also welcome. Those people who are doctors, we are arguing that they get better packages, they get better environment. We need a political environment where we are moving on. So surely, what else are you waiting for us to say, for you to say that we are not presenting any packages to you? David, that is what we are standing for.
I hope, Bernard, you didn't open a debate, because I can debate as well. I'm not a coward. But when you criticize our wheelbarrow, one thing I want to remind you, you have mentioned you are a doctor. I want to ask you one simple question. What have you done to address the unemployment because you are the elite of the society. You can't sit down and ask for a salary, my friend. That is shameful.
Are you answering yourself? I thought you have asked a question. Are you answering yourself? Are you answering yourself, David? I thought you have asked me a question, which I need to answer.
Give me time, sir. Give me time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
We expect people like you and others in the house who have the economic muscle to address the issue of unemployment to the youth from family level to national level. When you leave everything to one area and expect miracles, that one economist will tell you no. Now, if you are saying you want to give a stimulus package of 6,000 a month, who is going to work to have that tax? It is the people you are giving wheelbarrows to sell bananas and tax them so that you have tax to pay those who want to give free things for free. The issue of addressing the youth was started long time ago, only that you are turning a blind eye simply because you want votes. Let me tell you, if you can't take guys to school to have technical skill and open up their own business and works, we cannot handle that country by giving incentives. That one is a bait. I hope you will succeed, and we'll meet here, ask you how many times have you given the 6,000. Lastly, I want to say that.
Sorry for interjection, David, because you want to run away. You seem to want to run away, David. I'm not
running. I'm not running away.
Okay, a quick one, David.
I'm not running. You know, I've listened to this debate for. I've been listening to this debate for 2 hours.
I hear you, David. Can I say something as you continue? We are just debating as gentlemen. I am not just arguing for the sake of it. One, I have told you
why don't you allow me to finish? Then you can rebuttal if you want.
Okay. All right.
You know, you have had a honeymoon for the last 2 hours.
Okay, David.
I know.
David, continue.
So
continue.
We are saying, stop the idea of condemning what we are doing in UDA in terms of giving wheelbarrows. That is an approach we are giving those people who are many that don't have anything to do, but they are able to put food on the table. We are giving realistic and practical solutions, not the Canaan. We are not taking people to Canaan. We are not promising 6,000. We are giving you something to start up. More than a wheelbarrow, we have given other things. Why are you stuck on a wheelbarrow? Wheelbarrow for one class. We can give other things and we have been giving them, you know? So don't promise us, do it now. We have given. Can you give 6,000 now before you become president? Or you want us to give you presidents, then you give 6,000? That is a bait. That's why we can't trust you. That's why we can't believe you. Okay?
A quick one, Bernard, and then I let it go. David, I want to believe that you live in the diaspora. Am I right?
Yeah, you are right.
If you live in the diaspora, David, I want you to be honest.
Katika
and
zile
we are
pesa
discussing on a platform
zililetwa na deputy president za kuja kusaidia wanabiashara ndogo ndogo. Hizo pesa zilipopokewa hasikufikia wale wamama wenye biashara ndogo ndogo. Kulingana na uchunguzi ile tumefanya, pesa zimefikia wananchi ni 700,000. Singine sote wanaume 6 wamesieka kwa mfuko, wamepeleka kwa akaunti zao. Mimi nataka kuambia kama kiongozi ambaye anaakilisha nyinyi, wale walipewa hizi pesa waliweka chama ni mbiti kando, wakapewa na wao hawajachaguliwa kirasmi. Sisi nia yetu tunataka ile pesa ikuje ambao iko milioni 1 na zaidi, wameweka kwa akaunti zao, sipatiwe wanabiashara ndogo ndogo. Hizo pesa simeleta kutengana, kwa sababu kuna section zingine zilipewa shilingi 5,000 out of 2 million. Kuna watu wengine wamepata shilingi 100. 100 ndio ya kuinua biashara, mpaka shilingi 50. Kwa hivyo ujumbe wangu ni kwamba tunapenda deputy president wetu, lakini wenye wanamwakilisha ndani ya soko watafanya sisi tuwe kinyume.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying something, David. It is not in my position to convince you to support Baba. That's not my business. You have reasons why you want to support the deputy president. It is your democratic right. But there's only one thing I'd like to remind you. The Greek philosophy, which forms the basis of democracy, is very, very simple. It tells us that it is the simple majority who define what democracy is. If you have the audacity, you have the courage, you have the spirit to think that majority will follow wheelbarrows, it doesn't matter how I call it, because it's not my business to know how to call it, it's your stuff. If it is in your business to follow the bottom up, the wheelbarrow economy, and you think you can have the numbers, I wish you well. But in my city, what I want to conclude with, because I don't want us to argue so much, if you live in the diaspora, you need to understand what the stimulus package here stands for. And I don't expect you to be the most ignorant. There's a reason why I asked for that. You live in Germany, the US, Australia, Canada, UK, all these countries, including the island, Port Louis, Mauritius. What has made those countries develop is the stimulus package that is well structured with government, which you are calling handouts today, that has made those countries prosper. They appreciate the role of each and every citizen, regardless of their education, regardless of their status in the society. They have a take-home, which they have on a daily basis to cater for their food, their shelter, and everything. I mean, it's not in my business unless you're ignoring. You look at the data, those are the countries where this happens. So when you speak about 6,000, and you give me the feeling that this is a story from some space, I'm surprised. But let's be honest, this is something that is working. And I believe in Raila Amolo Odinga because he is a man who talks facts. He's never lied. He does not tell us that, for instance, and this example I will give it unfortunately, he's never lied openly to tell us that he has made a phone call to Equity Bank to give 50 billion shillings, 15, to a neighboring country. When you ask the bank says they even don't have an account of such a person. How do we want us to trust you when you are putting glaring lies before the CEO of a country? For me, that's not the kind of a person I'll follow. Whether I'm learned or not, whether my people don't have, income, I'll not really ask them to go for wheelbarrows. They must wait for 6,000. And for me as a person, to conclude, David, I am a very, committed patriotic Kenyans who is doing a lot to see on how to improve the kind of epidemiological and pandemic situation today in our country. It's not really for me to come and put it here because that's not political. But at a personal level, I know what I've done to my country and I know what I stand for. The best thing I will ask Kenyans, take your children to school. That's when they'll stop being vulnerable to wheelbarrow manics and bottom-up economy. Thank you.
I think we rest it there. Adams.
Yes.
Your last word. We are closing.
Oh, thank you. I've been following up at the background. So let me put something before you close. Mr. What is his name? Was it David?
Yeah, David is dropped, but it's okay. He's following.
Oh, he left. Okay. I wish I could respond when he was here. I had Mr. Patriot asking him if he live in diaspora. That guy is not living anywhere near diaspora, not unless he's living in the clouds. He's talking out of illusions. Which diaspora is that? Maybe he lives in Tanzania. Maybe that's another diaspora. I may agree. Or maybe he lives in Jinja, Uganda, somewhere along the river
Adams,
bank.
Karibu Adams, and take him slow. He is our friend, and we tunawajua.
The reason as to why I don't have a problem with the UDA guys, but there's some kind of mentality, some reasoning I wanting, man. And then he says he live with diaspora. I live in diaspora myself, but stimulus are there. These are the things which, come on, you don't understand anything. Then you want to tell me that somebody go graduate and then you give him a wheelbarrow? What are you talking about? Something that was used in the, I don't know which century up to now. We need to be very contextual and make sense. It is okay to belong to any party. That's okay. That is democracy. But don't demystify things. Don't just rubbish people, because you hate somebody. That is just he's a Raila maniac. He hates him. But he don't have any reasons. He's just trying to, dismantle things without any a formidable reason that he can put on forth, before the table. That said, my last parting shot is that we are doing well. I think the debate has been so well, Mr. Bernard. I left a little bit. I was a little busy, but I think we need to be issues oriented. We debate with issues. Mr. Patrick, I like the way you bring up issues. I like your argument so much, and Bernard too. The way I follow this thing up. I think we are doing good, but when people come here and then they just want to say things which are not here, not there, we don't need to shy away, Mr. Bernard. We need to tell them in the face. This is the time. You cannot tell us that Ruto is going to do something. And he's a chief looter. This is somebody who's been looting the economy. He ripped the economy naked for 5 years until handshake came to save the government. And then somebody comes here to lecture us that we are the best guy. What are you talking about? Come on, we are adults, man. Yeah, let's mind our generation to come. Let's mind the future. Let us not just talk selfishly like that guy is arguing so selfishly. He looks at himself. Let us look for generation to come. Let's look tomorrow. Who is pro? Somebody like Mr. Dinga lacks nothing. He's just been fighting for us, for democracy. Right now, is in charge of infrastructure. Africa as a continent. Do you think those people are fools for? Proposing him to be in that office? They did not. They knew that Ruto is there, but Ruto can't do anything. This is a looter. He has done nothing, and he stands for nothing but himself. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow, man.
Thank you, Adams. Thank you so much. Thank you, Patriot. Thank you, PK. Thank you, Godfrey.
Welcome.
Thank you, community ancestor. The video I just played is to give you something to think about tomorrow as we begin the debate. Is the handouts going to backfire? Because they are already backfiring. Those are traders at Kongowea. They were left 2 million. They say what they have seen is 700,000, and the 700,000 has been distributed unequally. Some received 5,000, others 50 shillings, others 100. So how will that boost their business?
The voters also need to understand that handouts are not there to do anything. Handout, just get it and eat it. Handouts cannot help you in anything. They need to, our voters. I think the common voter, the modern voter is very genius, but some of them are very ignorant. The modern voter is very, very much enlightened. When you get some money from a politician, whether it's 1,000 or whatever the amount it is, this is money for you. Just take it and go your way. It is not money to develop you. So the voters need some civic awareness kind of education to make them understand. And maybe it is me and you who can do this, because maybe back home we have people who doesn't understand so much. We have people who can even sell their vote for 500 shillings or even 200. I think they vote the wrong way. So you and me are supposed to be the voices of the community, of the generation. Let's speak in one accord and tell them the truth and let them make a conscious decision.
True.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to add anything. PK, are you talking?
No, I was saying that is very true. In fact, what I wanted to add is, assuming people are going to be getting wheelbarrows, how many wheelbarrows can you get over the year? Like every month you are going to be given a wheelbarrow, as opposed to getting 6,000 every month. It is just simple logic. If you ask anybody, if you are going to be getting wheelbarrows every month, every other month, how many wheelbarrows will satisfy you as opposed to getting 6,000 every month?
I will quote Themba. Themba said, 6,000 can buy you 2 wheelbarrows, and the other 2,000 can buy you enough oranges to fill on the wheelbarrows and you take to the market. So 6,000 will have started doing business. You have the wheelbarrow, and the wheelbarrow is full of the oranges. All you need to do is take it to the market.
Bernard, PK ngoja kidogo. Bernard.
Yes.
I'm looking at it. I am assuming you are Themba, so I must rebuttal to you now. You are the Themba now. Let me ask you. and allow me to rebuttal on that one. The question is this.
Yes.
Most of the people who live around the city, okay, the younger people live around the city, whether you are a boda, whatever, they try to, they're trying to amalgamate around the city where there is economic activity, either to look for job, casual labor, and stuff like that. That means they live around the city also. The suburbs, they're living in some houses. Most of them, if you go deeper, you'll find either they're living in a single house, they're sharing a room, before they get married and stuff. Does that room have space for a wheelbarrow parking? You see, and I'm being very serious on that one. Does it have a parking for a wheelbarrow? That's an issue. Number two, yeah, really, it is going to take a space where you will have put a table, and you are saying you're carrying a number two. This is the most important thing that they don't want to agree with PK. This is another very critical thing. Every person who has a construction company and he has the capacity to put up either building or is doing a road construction, the person has the capacity to have the equipment, including the wheelbarrow. And I don't know why we don't tell people this. So why can't these people carry either what do I say? Either a fork, carry the big kijiko, or why did they choose on a wheelbarrow, which is heavy to push in the first place? Assuming umepata kazi, for those who live in Nairobi, assuming you have gotten a job somewhere in a quarry, Thika Road, and you live in Mombasa Road, or you live around you call it Jogoo Road, or somewhere away opposite of where you're coming from. So are you telling me you'll be paying for the wheelbarrow to be put in the car, in the matatu, as you look for work? Because
Bernard,
the work is not yours.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that very fast? Because we are you, the guy is here.
Okay, I'll appreciate it.
Am I allowed to answer that?
Yes, then let me finish as you answer. Then David, let me finish what I was my answer that you answer at a go. So my taking is this.
Hurry up, please.
Yes, Bernard. Yes, Bernard. My taking is this, Bernard. The giving of the wheelbarrow does not provide employment. 6,000 provides an income. That's at a different level. A graduate is not like a Form 4 leaver. Both of you, that's level of education. But a graduate has better papers, but a Form 4 leaver has some mid-level education. So a wheelbarrow is a mid-level education, but 6,000 is the end product, which is money. So to me, that provides employment, a reliability of a source of an income that is sustainable, because it will be a package and it will be structured. You can't compare that to a wheelbarrow.
David, give your response, please.
Yeah, now I'm in the network. I can talk. Leave alone that frustration the road was giving us. Patriot, you are sounding too academic. I want to tell you to your face.
Karibu, David. That's me. That's me for you. Yeah.
I want to remind you that you are creating what we call class wars. When you are narrowing UDA campaign to only a wheelbarrow, you are becoming sarcastic and narrow-minded, because that is not the only thing we have ever given as UDA. Secondly, you cannot tell us you are able to give 6,000 to every Kenyan who is not working and expect that sustainability you're talking about. In UDA, we believe we empower people to work, because when you are telling us, you keep the wheelbarrow.
Mr. David, you are out of order.
Let me finish. I've been listening to you for the last 3 hours. You have had your honeymoon.
Hold on, Adams, no. Please.
Don't let this guy get away.
Ngoja. Hold on, Adams.
Hold your horses, Adam.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now, David, I want
You are
to
asking
give
where
a
we can keep
response.
wheelbarrows. Let me give you an example before you cut me short. I know you want to cut me short.
I'm not cutting you short. I want you to be
I know
brief.
you want to sleep. I know you want to sleep.
We have less than 7 minutes to close.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish this very fast. Patriots, sorry. We have guys in Nairobi feeding their people by pushing wheelbarrows. I have practical example I can tell you. So don't tell us that they don't have anywhere to keep it. That's number one. Number two, if a category of people are given wheelbarrows, that does not sum the entire program that UDA has. I want to tell you, one of the reasons why I support the vice president is because he brought the aspect of empowering the youth through technical education. That is a practical example, and he has changed economies. We want to see people work. We want to see people equipped with skills. Don't tell us to sit down and be given 6,000. Who is gonna work for you to earn 6,000? Nobody. That is not sustainable. It is not. But if you involve everybody,
you are very ignorant,
we have
man.
we have a
Don't know what you're
small.
talking about. You're very ignorant. Very ignorant, man.
You are the one who's ignorant. I'm telling you.
You are
Stop
very ignorant. I'm
jamming.
telling you personally. You
are
don't
the
understand.
one.
You don't understand a lot of stuff, man. You need to
Adam,
go
hold your horse, my
You don't
friend. There's
understand.
nothing you are teaching me. I'm a UDA member. I know what I'm talking about. Bring your 6,000. So, Patriot,
come on.
We have different kinds of people. We have doctors, as you have mentioned. We have graduates, as you have mentioned. But when the small people is remembered down here, why are you burning your houses? There's a person who never went to school and they can push a wheelbarrow and feed his children and take his children to school. There's a person who can give them the 6,000 and still do something. Why do you want to narrow everything to a wheelbarrow? Secondly, I have heard someone say here that you want to make terms better for doctors. We don't take people to university to get employed. You are job creators, and that's what UDA believes in. We want people who can create jobs and employ others, not just sit down and have salary increment, not expand the government as you had in the BBI to have several posts for people. We don't believe in that in UDA. We believe kazi ni kazi. Ufanye kazi, you earn your living, so that everybody can be involved, everybody can be producing. We are not consumers in this case. We should be producers and have less consumers. So, Adams, I'm not ignorant.
I have a question for you, sir. You are not ignorant. I have a question for you. Very simple.
I can't be ignorant.
Okay, that's okay. I withdraw. You are not ignorant. Okay, you are aligned. Now I have a question for you. Before I jump in, before you disappeared, you said that you live in diaspora. So may I just
say that? I didn't say that. Somebody else said it.
Okay, do you live in diaspora? Yes or no?
No, you are lying. No. I will not. No. I'm not going to accept on that one. David, let's be factual and we must be mature when we are discussing. I asked you.
You don't.
No, listen, David. Listen, David. Let's treat each other with respect. I asked you whether you live in the diaspora. You said yes. Don't lie to us. Why are you keeping us here and you're lying, my friend? That's what you did say.
Just hold on your horse. He's saying I said. I'm telling him somebody said, and I said yes. Why
no, yes. You're playing semantics, my friend. If you live in the diaspora, be proud you are in the diaspora,
David,
my friend.
All right.
David, somebody asked you. He didn't say it.
Yes, Pastor, say it.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mr. David. Sir, do you live in diaspora? Yes or no?
That is irrelevant to this case. Just ask
It's a yes or no. Okay, let me move in. Okay, this is the reason as to why I'm asking you that. Because you did mention, and you've mentioned it more than once, that when the Raila function part of this thing is going to give people the 6,000, the stimulus, whatever, okay? You keep saying and repeating that people are just going to sit down and wait for that money. That is why I'm asking you if you've lived in diaspora, and I wanted to mention for you that particular diaspora, country you call diaspora, where actually it is in the diaspora where people work harder, the extra hard. It's a 24-hour economy, and we have those kind of programs for people who are unemployed. And by the way, the Azimio la Umoja people, they didn't say that they're going to provide people with money. People just sit down. No, there is a way in which that thing is laid down. So if you don't understand certain things, it is okay to ask. It is not wrong. Just ask, okay? And then
don't conclude for me. The problem you have.
Don't heckle. Don't heckle me. Listen.
The problem you people have.
I'm giving you free wisdom, so you need to listen.
No, I don't need it. I don't need it.
You guys, both of you order.
Mr.
I don't need your wisdom.
Okay, you know what?
There is a question on the comments. Which diaspora? Somalia. Respond to that one first.
I think he lives in Ginger. Maybe.
No, he lives in Ginger. I think he lives in Ginger. That's
he
must
lives
be
in
living in Ginger or wherever. Yeah. Those are the kind of lies we don't want here. Why can't you be proud of where you come from, my friend?
Listen, Pastor. I hope you are controlling the meeting.
With your
now, you guys, it's one.
I knew, I've been listening to you for the last 2 hours. Mumepapasana, mumesifiana. Let's face reality, my friend. Those kind of jamming, haiwezi saidia. Hizi ni kura tunatafuta bana. Kwa hivyo mpango yetu, msifanyie mzaha, ala.
David, we are not jamming. We are just taking the part.
Oh my goodness.
Just you have been asked a very simple question.
We are asking you simple questions you don't want to tell us.
Mr. David, you're a comedian. You're a comedian.
Let me tell you. As I mentioned, Adam Skiza.
Yes.
Hii politics isikufanye tukue maadui.
I'm not.
Kama msichana ndugu yangu Skiza.
I like you.
Nikiskiza ni kama msichana unaenda mwambie uzuri wako akupenda ama akukatae. Lakini don't go tell that girl that, don't like David because David is so and so, David is this and that. Tell us what you have on the table. ODM, tell us what you have on the table. Not what you imagine you should be having.
Tunataka kuangazia ile turma imeonekana katika zile pesa zililetwa na deputy president za kuja kusaidia wanabiashara ndogo ndogo. Hizo pesa zilipopokewa hasikufikia wale wamama wenye biashara ndogo ndogo. Kulingana na uchunguzi ile tumefanya, pesa zimefikia wananchi ni 700,000. Zingine zote wanaume 6 wamesieka kwa mfuko, wamepeleka kwa akaunti zao. Mimi nataka kuambia kama kiongozi ambaye anawakilisha nyinyi, wale walipewa hizi pesa waliweka chama ni mbiti kando, wakapewa na wao hawajachaguliwa kirasmi. Sisi nia yetu tunataka ile pesa ikuje ambao iko milioni 1 na zaidi, wameweka kwa akaunti zao, sipatiwe wanabiashara ndogo ndogo. Hizo pesa zimeleta kutengana kwa sababu kuna section zingine zilipewa shilingi 5,000 out of 2 million. Kuna watu wengine wamepata shilingi 100. 100 ndio ya kuinua biashara, mpaka shilingi 50. Kwa hivyo ujumbe wangu ni kwamba tunapenda deputy president wetu, lakini wenye wanamwakilisha ndani ya soko watafanya sisi tuwe kinyume.
So Bernard, why are you repeating that several times? Because this is the 3rd time you are putting it.
and I also don't know
why you constantly repeating it.
David,
yes, sir.
I played that purposely for you.
No, I've heard it 3 times. I've been listening to you. Don't assume I've been away.
Which 3 times? Hold on. I want you to answer. Okay. Is that the Wilbaron economics?
Bernard, before I answer you, let me remind you one thing. It doesn't add you votes when you coalesce ODM members and put them in a platform, then start throwing stones to the other party.
No, we are
it doesn't
asking
add you votes.
A simple question.
Because even the way you are putting those clips is selective. What we call ODM members have a problem of selective memory. You can only remember things that favor you and your side, right? It's now you are trying to come up to see kwamba hawa wamekuja na hii, waje tujaribu hii ingine counter attack. My friend, we are doing really things.
David,
if you have given
that
money,
clip-
if
that
you have
clip
given
is
money,
from K24. Do you know
if
the
you-
owner of
if-
K24?
if we are giving money, then it doesn't reach, the intended person. That is, of course, is administrative. Like if you are a pastor and you want to do a project, you have given your ushers to do a few things and elders. If they chew the money, I don't serve the pastor. So administratively,
exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Let me
You
finish.
people
Let me
are
finish,
dishing
Chairman.
out money
Chairman.
without structures.
Chairman,
and then
you
you
are
are
giving me time
saying
and you are talking.
6K will not be sustainable when it is structured. So between 6K that will be structured and run by government, and you, the one who are living on every marketplace, which one is sustainable?
Bwana Chair, let me ask you, why are you not giving it now? Why are you waiting for Raila Odinga to be president? Secondly,
What do you mean?
Why did you? I mean, you are not giving that money now. You are waiting for someone to be president for you to roll out.
Okay.
This is a gimmick.
That is why I said you don't understand.
So you want
David, you don't
the Raila
understand.
government to begin to function before it is a government.
Listen, I finished my ignorance, I know.
No, before you finish,
Mr. Bernard,
what are you telling us?
please.
Look here,
Bernard.
what are you
One
telling
moment.
us? We are already giving a wheelbarrow before we become president.
Okay.
Why are you not giving even one?
David,
Hata sadaka mtoi bwana.
David, this is a thing.
Adams, ukikuwa na hiyo hasira utaumia hapa ndani. Hii si mchezo bana.
David,
David, can I talk to you? Please, 1 minute. Can I
Adams.
talk to you 1 minute? Please.
David, I want to ask you one question.
No, it should be through the
Okay,
chair.
okay, both of you, hold on, order, Adams, order, David. Okay, Geoffrey, ask your question quickly.
No, I want to ask David a question. Hii pesa yenye Vice President anapeana, is it meant for development or for buying people to like him?
Okay, you have finished your question. Thank you. Adam, ask your question so that he responds at a go.
Yeah, Mr. David. Oh, he's here. Mr. David, mine is just very simple, sir. You are asking a very, very, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to say call it dangerous, but you're saying that why is Raila Odinga not giving the 6,000 now before he become president? Why is he waiting to become president? That's your question, right? I just want to remind you, sir, the reason as to why I called you, with all the due respect, the reason as to why I'm saying you're ignorant, not that you're ignorant, but you're ignorant about that part only, is that the 6,000 is not coming from Raila Odinga's personal account. It is going to be structured in a very good way, because right now, as we speak, as we discuss here, do you know how much money we get lost per day? Do you know how much money the likes of the Wilbaronomics fraternity have stolen? That money, when we get to power and we block all the loopholes where you guys loot the money, you guys loot and go with it export free, that money will be channeled. It will be more than 6,000. So I'm just telling you, with all the due respect, that this 6,000 was not supposed to come from Raila Odinga's personal account or ODM as a party account. That is why he cannot give it now as a handout. This money is not handout. We have to wait to capture power, after which it is going to be laid out the same way he promised free primary education. People did not ask him that, Raila Odinga, why can't you provide free primary education now before you become president? No, they just promised. And when they captured power with Kibaki, they rolled it out. And the likes of your guy, William Ruto, alipinga that thing so much up to the last minute, but it worked up to now. I believe you're a parent. Your kids are receiving free primary education. This money, I'm telling you, you and your family, you're going to be the biggest beneficiaries. And by that time, you'll be shot. Thank you.
You are not asking a question, so that is the problem. So you are more ignorant than I am. Anyway, Chairman, let me speak through you. Adams is very ignorant.
Bernard, let's finish the questions. David, let's finish the questions and then you answer.
No, you are not the chair. I'm addressing the chair. Sorry.
I'm asking David.
Patriot, I'm addressing the chair. No.
David, you've been unfair to me all through, and that's
if you are
not
saying
nice,
you are structured, if you are saying you are structured, we have a chair in the house who is Bernard. So please
now
shut up.
you guys, It is.
Okay, Bernard, let me answer that question.
Let's do this. Let's do this, please. Patriot, what is your question? In
Another one
minute.
before I answer that one.
So, Ngoja, I want to give the answers to your questions, and we finish the show.
Okay.
Our time is up. The show is supposed to run for even it
8
will
hours.
go off if we don't end it.
We still have.
I think I like this guy though. I think I like
have
him.
a few hours.
He's
We have
your
been having 8
neighbor.
hours around.
Yes, you go need to visit each other.
I like him. I think I like
Patriot, go on.
We still have 30 minutes. Okay.
Chair, thank you for your indulgence. Thank you for indulgence. Adams, I want you to listen to me, please, too. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. I know you are a very patient person. You have more patience than some of us, so you will excuse us in the way we are debating. And then sometimes we use words that you really find it difficult on where to place them. I am sorry for any crossing of the borders that has happened because of our talk. Nevertheless, I know what you wanted is we ask questions. Once we have the package, we give it to David to finalize so that we don't have back and forth. You know, I don't like interrupting, so let me just do my question to addition to what Adam's presentation was. My question is this, it will be a question plus rebuttals together because, you know, I don't want to come back again. It is this way, and I'll be very brief. It will be 30 seconds, it's not going to be beyond that. My point is this. I am a social democrat, and I just want to focus on my democratic, you know, aspect of my character. I respect people's decisions. I respect what they decide to do with their lives. But where I have an issue is where they want to decide for a country, where I am a citizen. Where the matter is nationalistic, I must defend that to the highest level, and that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it right now. It's not that I don't have stuff to do. I have a lot of things that I do on Zoom. My colleagues are doing a lot of research right now, and I've decided to come and contribute here so that I can learn something from you, David, or you learn from me. Because the country that we are living, or the country that we aspire to live better, is a country that we have no any other, whether you are living in the diaspora or you are living home. So the thing I want to finish with, which will be a great concern of me, whether you take it right or wrong, David, I am one person who does not take a lie for a fact. That irritates me. I don't like it. That's my personal character. And when I look at your age and me, we are above 40. I don't expect you to lie in public. When I asked you whether you live in the diaspora, there was a reason, and I didn't mean to demean you. I thought we would make comparisons on what has happened in countries that have developed. But since you decided to duck, I respect that. I don't want to insist. But as far as I'm concerned, being truthful is one quality you, dear, don't have. Thank you.
Okay, David, respond to all that in 2 minutes. We're out of here.
Yeah, I want to say that thank you, Chair, for the chance. You have been patient with me. I've been on, off. This debate, we've been there. We've been there long enough. You have done much to allow people to ventilate. We have made friends over here, so we can't make enemies because of one single thing of politicians. But again, just as Patriot said, I also don't like people who assume so much, like some of our friends in ODM. They really assume so much, and they have what we normally call selective memory. When once something favors them, they feel so excited. But once that thing gets out of them, they are very strong critics. So I want to answer by saying that, Patriot, I didn't lie to you, because Adams asked me, Adam said, you said you live in diaspora. I told him I didn't say that. And that is very true. It's you who asked me, do you live there? So I don't lie. Bernard knows me. We have been here over a year. Bernard knows where I live, which village I am in the US. So I don't lie. I didn't duck. That is one fact you need to know. Maybe we have just met here. Of course, I've missed a few shows here and there. You are a social patriot. You have said it's good. But one problem with social patriots, social democrats, they believe in handouts. They believe in kusaidiwa. But in UDA, we believe kazi ni kazi. And that's why we are saying everybody to be involved in working things out. Just like Kibaki did. Alisema watu wafanye kazi. And someone said in this show that it is in the Kibaki government that the economy grew and we were able to finance our budget by 97%. But today we are borrowing because of social patriotism. Therefore, I want to say that support who you support, but with the facts, of course. We have our facts. Don't dwell much on criticizing our points when we're not giving anything on the table. We are giving wheelbarrows to a class of people, not everybody. We are giving sherahani. We are giving vitu za saloon, and we are not in government. So we'll be in government and give more. You are not giving anything. You are waiting for government. Continue waiting. As we are already giving, and we are saying we are very much ready to give even more.
But you are in government. Come on. You are in government.
Look here. Don't pretend. Don't pretend. This government.
Which pretend, David? Who is the deputy president?
David, you are in government. Come on.
Saizi mulikuja mkata Raila mkaweka ndani. So don't tell us. Sisi tunangojea next year tuchapane. And we are taking route bwana. Wacha kusema hii mchezo utapiga kura.
You wait. The tsunami that will sweep you. You will live to tell.
No, but you know, Bernard.
Now. Order.
Okay.
Everybody, we must end it there. Mulumbu, neno la mwisho kwa David tuondoke tafadhali.
What? David should not be a discussion. Hey, my friends, chairman.
David, wewe usomewe kwanza wewe unahitaji msomo mzuri.
David should not be the point of discussion. I am seeing the title there. Ask people to give their final remarks on successful elections, not on David. David is coming in to say, hey, you DA, we are there. You have celebrated for 3 hours.
UDA, go set your house in order.
Mnajipapasa watu wa ODM. Nadhani hatuko bwana. Sisi tuko.
David, when did you defect from ODM?
Adam Sapana.
I defected last year, but one.
Okay.
I defected. That is true.
Hata nashangaa naweza pata nafasi.
Hebu tumia dakika moja tafadhali.
Hata nashangaa ati David anaishi USA. Sidhani USA gani anaishi. Kwa sababu ni mtu alihama Kenya, saa ajui problem ya Kenya. He doesn't know the Kenya. He doesn't know the suffering people are suffering. David, do you know how many street kids we have in Kenya? Chokora?
Yeah,
do you know why they are on the street?
Uliza swali ambazo nakupea kura. Wacha swali ya kuongeza debate kuwe mrefu bwana. Even you, do you know how many chokoras are there? Why are you asking a question that you don't have an answer?
Unasema?
Uliza swali lenye naweza kuongezea kura. Wacha kuuliza swali lote tu simply because of asking. How do you know how many chokoras are in the streets? Do you have that capacity?
Oh.
Too bad. The network for Mulumbu has failed.
Bye.
And you guys, let's pick this up later on in the day. It is already 17 minutes after 4 a.m. in Nairobi, Kenya.
Utalala saa ngapi?
Hiyo ndio swali nawauliza. Mmeniweka hapa ilikuwa nitoke 3. But let's do this later on 8 p.m. after East African time. Mulumbu is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Ebu malizia tuondoke tafadhali.
Yeah, alikuwa anasema David ni kama sijui anaishi wapi. Kwa sababu mimi nikikumbuka nimemuuliza swali. Does he know how many kids we have chokora in Kenya? Anajua kwa nini watoto wako kwa barabara? Because their mothers can't give them food. Hawawezi pata pesa kuwapatia. Ni zile family ambazo ziko vulnerable. Na unajua umasikini wa Kenya bila unakaa. Kama America ndio nchi ambapo the first world ambapo David anaishi. Na kuna maskini ambapo serikali na make sure ana nyumba ya kuishi, ana chakula vile anasakula. Hiyo Kenya they don't care. Ndio Ruto amekuwa kwa uongozi mara ngapi? Sasa mbona aenda spread pesa kila mahali? Badala angalia wale wanawake ambao hawana chochote, wale vulnerable, wale watoto wako kwa street. Because there is no food. Mtoto hawezi toka kwenda kwa street kama kuna food kwa nyumba. Hawezi kuanza kwenda shule kama mama anaweza provide. Ama the father baba, wanaume vijana hawezi wao wametoroka manyumba. Amepiga msichana mimba na acha namna hiyo. David wenyewe pia ukaenda huko unapata msichana piga mimba unarudi Amerika unanyambaza. Huyo mwanamke anaenda namna gani? He's suffering.
Oh, please withdraw that statement. This is a church addressing.
I withdraw lakini
or I quit.
I did already.
Thank you.
So kitu nafaa uelewe. Niambie kama 6,000 inaweza enda kwenda familia yenye haina chochote. Kile amkiamka asubuhi hakunywangi chai. Hajui lanja chakula nini. Akibahatika kule sapa, kesho yake hajui atakula. Mtoto akija ametoroka. If that 6,000 can be there every month, huyo mama atafaidika. Mtoto hataenda street. Mtoto ataenda shule. Ataweza kusaidia mama mboga, mnatuambia hiyo pesa ataenda kununua kwa mama mboga. Atakuwa hawezi kuja kujisimamia. Kama bwana yake kama akitoka kifagini apate kazi, hiyo pesa tena itachana kwa mtu mwingine ambapo ana shida. Hadi mnatuambia apate hiyo 6,000 ni kazi bure. You just want our people to die. When nyinyi mna pesa
Pastor,
no.
Ambia Mulumbu akuje
na anyamaza wakati ulikuwa unaongea. I kept quiet. I'm telling you that somebody who grew kwa rusafu huko ndani na tabu zile ziko huko rusafu. Nimeishi Korokocho, nimeishi Madare, nimeishi Kibira. I know the problem people are going through, why kids are going to the street. Then mtu akitokea hiyo program isaidia watoto watoke street. Unasema hiyo ni handout. Really? That's what you stand for? Basi mnatembea mkimwaga pesa kila kona ndio sasa mchaguliwe. Na mtu anamwaga pesa kwa kila kona is a deputy president of the country. Kwa nini siwe na program? Basi mnakuja kutuliza Raila amefanya. Raila is not a president, he's not deputy president. Ikiwa hii vita maendeleo ameleta Kenya yote na hajawahi kuwa president, what of akishika usukani? Guys,
where Mulumbu? Can I answer that very fast, Bernard?
No, nyinyi watu wa AGA, you have to think twice.
Goja.
That's our country, man.
Okay. Thank you, Mulumbu. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know,
David, in one sentence, finish that, please.
Please, Mulumbu, don't mix up yourself.
I'm not mixing, I'm just telling you the truth.
Si unyamaze basi, ala.
Yes. Tuambie kuna chokora nyumbani ama kuna.
Unajua unasema watu wameenda street sababu hawana pesa. Tumekuletea pesa Wilbaro kiwango yako ya Korogocho unaitupa.
Kwa hiyo Wilbaro itasaidia na nini?
Kiza baba, wacha mbio. Hata sisi ODM tumekuwa kutumenyeshewa, wacha story mingi. Umesema watu hawana kazi ya kufanya, hawana pesa, watu wameenda streets, hawaendi shule. We are empowering you. We are giving you a method of fishing. You want to fish. As what we are questioning, the same way we have been questioning our wheelbarrows is the sustainability. Who is going to work so that you can get money to pay people free 6,000 a month? You are not answering that question. As we are saying, we are giving you a tool to make your 6,000 now, tomorrow, the other day, without waiting for someone to give you. Hatujasema eti watu ni matajiri, and that's why we are doing it. That's why we are going to the lower person. Why are you fighting it out?
David, it is the responsibility of the government to take care of vulnerable people. Kibaki and Raila rolled out the program to take care of the elderly. Is still running today. You don't have to work in order to be taken care of by your government. Every responsible leader leads the nation by taking care of the most vulnerable and see to it that they rise from where they are to where they can self-sustain, including the states where you are. There is a welfare program that is in effect that is taking care of the jobless people, and when they get a job, they get taken from the list of the people receiving that welfare program. If US can do that, Kenya can do it. The main problem of Kenya is what UDA doesn't want to address. It's called corruption. The moment corruption is taken care of, we'll have money to give. Moi alikuwa anapatia maziwa kwa kila mwanafunzi shule zote, the whole country. Free milk. Who was paying for it? Was he fundraising for it?
Taxpayer.
We have enough resources to take care of this country. Let's not pretend. If we take care of the people who loot the treasury, there is enough money to educate people to the university level. There is enough money to take care of all cases of health care and agricultural input. Let us not pretend.
When I respect your word, I don't want to answer you, but when you talk about corruption, everybody is a thief. Let me tell you.
No, I am not.
We are losing. We are losing. We are losing.
The list of everybody's a thief.
We are losing even from hospitals. We are losing medication by simple people like
that. 2 billion is able to pay how many 6,000?
How madaktari wenye wako hapo saa hizi? How madaktari wenye wako hapo saa hizi?
2 billion.
David, wewe ni mwizi.
Pastor, what how madaktari wenye wako kwa nyumba saa hii, nikienda kwa nyumba zao sitapata vitu za hospitali ziko huko. Those are thieves.
Hakuna kitu ya
hospitali
kwa nyumba ya mtu.
So David, you are a thief.
No, look here, Adam. Hakuna mwizi Kenya. Sisi
amesema yeye ni mwizi.
Okay. Other guys, please, I want to appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for taking time to join us for the discussion. Let's do this again in another show. God bless you all.
God bless.
See you.
Thank you.